If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business. I was drinking my water. And somebody said, what we doing? What we still doing? So we got somebody on the stand. I'm going to start the stream. And it's an officer testifying, and he is smacking in my ear this early in the morning. So let's listen to this officer smack. We're going to call him Officer Smack. Let me share the stream, and y'all see what I'm talking about. Golly. No, sir. No, ma'am. All right, let's see what we got.
Were you required in either your capacity as a courtesy officer with the courtesy department complex or as an Atlanta Police Department officer to do any further work in this particular matter?
No.
Oh my goodness, you playing? No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
And on that morning that you saw law enforcement out there, was there any other apartment units that, to your knowledge, that were affected by the gunfire that took place?
Yes, there was the second caller about the incident.
She funny.
Did you provide any information or assistance with respect to that caller?
I spoke with her, with Officer Hill, about what happened and what time she heard the rounds being fired.
Good morning, y'all.
Is it fair to say that is about all that you got at that point from all that you gave in terms of conversation with that second caller?
Correct.
Just a brief indulgence.
Now, what he didn't win? Boy, if you don't get your...
Earlier, you testified that you didn't recall the name of the tenant in that premises. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you a report from that incident, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now approaching you with, take a moment to look at that. When your memory's been so refreshed, please just look up at me without saying reading from it, please.
Yes, sir.
Your instructions last time was to not do that.
Did you identify what it is? So that they know.
Sure, yes, sir. If I may approach. Just 1 second.
Oh, don't fall now.
They just didn't know what you were handing them.
Right. If it's his report, just say his report. If it's some y'all typed up last night together, just say that. If it's his lost notepad, say that. Oh man. They started not love at the back table. Yeah, she did something she had no business doing. That's why she back there hiding. What's going on?
I am now person witness with the same document.
Love and tiptoed in and sat in the back. Best believe when it's a break, she gonna work her way up.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
And can you recall the name of the person that was the occupant of the premises that you gave to Officer Hill at that time?
Yes.
What was her name?
Kiana Troutman.
Just a few more questions, Sergeant. Do you know a Philip Collins?
I don't.
this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Please.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Politicking with me.
Butler, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You worked with APD back in 2015 and you still work with APD now, is that true?
Yes.
You were a courtesy officer at this location.
Yes.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today to give some testimony about the information that you have or remember from 2015, is that right?
Yes.
You responded or you came to that location in the early morning of April 28th, 2015, true?
Yes.
You did not have anything to do with the investigation of what had happened that night, isn't that right?
No.
All right. Officer Hill, someone you went to the academy with, was present when you got there.
Yes.
And you were made aware that there had been apparently some sort of shooting at the location. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a while ago about the resident of one of those apartments that suffered some bullet defects. You remember that question?
Yes.
You were unable to remember on your own who lived in that apartment, true?
Prior to seeing the report, true.
Right. Well, the report you were showing wasn't your report, right?
Correct.
You didn't write a report that night, did you?
No.
Okay, so it's not that your memory was refreshed. You essentially just saw a name that was written in someone else's report, and that's how you're able to say, well, that's the person who lived in that apartment. Isn't that true?
No, it was the name given based off the rent roll list that I gave to Officer Hill.
Right, but you have no independent recollection of that other than being shown officer or another report with that name in it. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. As you sat here on the stand and you were asked who lived in the apartment, you have no independent recall as to who lived in the apartment. True?
True.
All right. You were shown a report that is not your report, but that has the name in it, and that's how you're able to tell the jury what name was given on that morning. True?
True.
Okay.
Quit being
You were asked
difficult.
by the state whether or not you know the name of Philip, somebody or the other, and you don't know anything about that person, do you?
I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about the whereabouts of anyone who lived in the apartment by the name that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Kiana, something or the other. All right. You don't know anything about that person.
I do know based off the rent roll that she was on the lease during 2015 when the incident occurred.
Right. You know from the rent roll that person stayed in that apartment, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly,
Where is the rent roll?
the extent of your involvement in this case was about 5 to 10 minutes there at the scene, talking to Officer Hill, talking to someone else who had made a phone call. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You had no further involvement in the case,
Correct.
never called to testify,
Correct.
never called to identify anyone,
Correct.
just called in here this morning and shown that report from someone else. True?
I saw the report yesterday, but yes.
All right. Sergeant Butler, thank you. That's all I've got.
Any other questions for the defense? Any redirect? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yeah, he just waits.
The state now calls to the stand, Officer Gary.
Yeah, he was just somebody killing time. Look at her trying to ease her way to the front. Look at her. Move Brown to the middle. Oh, she gonna sit next to Hilton? Okay. Look at her easing her way in. Not the hand around the waist.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God?
Yes.
Will you take a seat?
Don't
State
y'all?
your first and last name with the spelling of both names.
Gary Baker. Spelling of Gary is Gary. Baker is Baker.
Leave her alone.
Good morning.
Leave her alone.
Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since August 29th, 2013.
And in what capacity are you employed?
As a police officer,
And what rank do you hold with the Atlanta Police Department?
Police officer.
And what zone did you start working, start your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Zone 3.
And were you given a particular watch when you started your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
What watch were you given?
Initially, I started on morning watch.
And what hours consist of the morning watch that you won?
The morning watch hours are typically in zone 3 from anywhere between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning.
I agree.
Were you assigned a particular beat when you started with the Atlanta Police Department?
When I first started, I didn't have a particular beat. I was what we call a roustabout. They give you a beat to work when you come in that night, and that's your assigned area for the night.
All right. Do you recall, and I want to direct your attention to the date of Thursday, May the 7th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about working that day?
During that day, it was a normal shift. I received a 911 call in the area of 151 Cleveland Avenue in reference to a male brandishing what was described as a machine gun. Responded to the call. Arrived on scene at the call.
Okay. Excuse me. What county is that address of 151 Cleveland Avenue situated?
Fulton County.
And do you know what is located at that address? A residence, a commercial building?
It's a gas station.
Yes. And that was in 2015. Do you still know that location to be consisting of, to be a gas station?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same gas station that it once was in 2015?
They typically change hands. They'll go from a Exxon to a BP to a Chevron. So.
All right. Around what time were you dispatched to the 151 Cleveland Avenue location on that day?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. If I showed you, did you prepare a report for anything related to this case?
Yes, I did.
If I were to show you a copy of that report, will it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it was.
A report that y'all been typed up.
Not showing the defense. Okay, all right, I'm approaching the witness. Have them show
A
the
report.
Take a moment to refresh your recollection with that, and once you have had an opportunity to do so, look back up at me and don't breathe.
See, Brown don't know how to stall off the witness. He gonna move too quick. They ain't gonna have the next witness ready. We gonna run out of witnesses. Watch.
Okay, has your memory been refreshed, Officer Baker?
Yes.
Okay, around what time were you dispatched to that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Approximately 2 a.m.
And what zone is Cleveland, the address that I just mentioned, situated?
At that time, it was situated in zone 3.
Is it changed?
No, still
Okay.
zone 3.
All right. All right. You indicated that dispatch informed you that there was a person with a machine gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard the terminology of machine gun, what kind of firearm did you have in mind at that time while you were being dispatched?
At the time, that would be something described as maybe a rifle or a weapon that fires in rapid succession, maybe carrying a large amount of rounds, capacity of a large amount of rounds, something to that effect.
Did dispatch provide you with an identity of the caller?
They described they gave a description of a person, and they also gave a description of a vehicle as well.
Well, that's not my question, but I'll ask you something about that. Did they provide you a description of the caller?
No, they didn't. They didn't. I believe it was an anonymous caller or unknown caller.
Did now speaking to what you just stated on direct, did you have a description of the individual that was said to be holding the machine gun style firearm that you were told?
Yes, they did give, I remember they did give us a description, but I do not remember what the description was.
Would looking at your report help refresh that? your
Possibly,
memory? All right,
possibly.
you can please do so, and then when you had your memory refreshed, get back up with you. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, what was the description that you were given?
Well, the description I was given was of a vehicle that was occupied by a male and a female, and there was a male inside the vehicle, a male with a female operating the vehicle, and the male had gone in and out of the store.
Okay, and did you in fact arrive at the location to which you were said to go to at that time?
Yes, I did.
And upon your arrival at that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, what, if anything, did you see at that time?
When I arrived on scene, there was a male coming out of the store. He walked out of the store and got into the vehicle that was described to me in the call remarks.
Let's unpack some of what you just said. Do you recall which side of the vehicle he got into?
I believe he got into the passenger side of the vehicle.
And where was the female person that was accompanying him that you mentioned earlier?
I believe she was in the driver's side of the vehicle.
What description for the vehicle were you given?
I was a black Chevrolet Impala, I believe.
Were you given a license plate or tag number for it?
Yes, I was.
What were the tags that you were given, to your recollection?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's in my report.
Go ahead and take a moment to refresh your memory on your report. Okay, excuse me. What was the tag of the vehicle that you were given?
The license plate was PXL8880.
I'm sorry, could you say that phonetically because I couldn't hear?
Paul X-ray Lincoln 8880.
Okay. Was it a Georgia tag?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you assigned a body cam at that time?
No.
And is it, why not?
They had not been issued to us at that time. At least in my career, I hadn't been issued a body camera.
At that time?
At that time, yeah, correct.
And did you arrive to that location alone, or were you accompanied?
I was accompanied by another officer. They sent another backup officer just in case.
And when you say a backup officer just in case, why would dispatch send a backup officer just in case?
Typically, when there's a call involving a person with a firearm, an armed person, they want to send a second or maybe even a third officer, just because, just for our safety and the public safety in general. It's kind of believed by us that if you have more than one officer, maybe two or three, then a less amount of force has to be used. And that way we can de-escalate situations better when there's more of us there.
All right. So when you arrived to that location, what, if anything, did you do? Did you have your lights on?
Not that I recall.
Did you have your siren activated?
Not that I recall.
All right. Did you exit the vehicle?
When I arrived on scene, I exited the vehicle. I saw the male that was described in the call remarks. I saw the vehicle that was described in the call remarks. I saw the male come out of the store, immediately walk to the vehicle. At that time, I approached the vehicle, asked the male if he could step out. He stepped out. I asked the male if he had a gun. He said no. At that point, I could look into the back seat of the car and saw a gun laying on the back seat of the car. From what I remember, I think the male immediately admitted that it was his gun. And at that point, we went ahead and detained him. And I believe the second officer there, I think he detained the female. And we just went from there.
Right. So I want to unpack a few things that you just said there.
Sure.
All right. Earlier you said he initially said he didn't have one.
Correct.
But then what changed after you located that firearm?
Once I located the firearm, once I saw it, he immediately admitted, oh, that's my gun.
Was it in plain view, or was it something that you had to look a little more intently for?
It was in plain view.
Is this the type of firearm that you saw, well, the firearm that you saw that day, is it the type of firearm that you can hold with one hand, or that you must use two hands in order to discharge the ammunition?
In my belief, to use a weapon like that, you would need to use both hands.
Is this a weapon that is a single firearm, or is it one that shoots its ammunition in rapid succession?
Honestly, I don't know. With that weapon, I believe that weapon's able to be shot as quickly as you squeeze the trigger.
Are rifles generally firearms that are that discharge ammunition in rapid succession?
They can be.
When you observe the firearm on the back seat, what caused you to seize it?
It was described in the call remarks as that type of weapon. Typically, when people call the police, they may not know exactly, they may not be gunsmiths necessarily or know exactly specifications of a gun, but they'll describe it as best they can. It's a weapon that someone would describe as a machine gun or something of that sort.
Is it unlawful to have a firearm?
No.
So why would you seize that firearm?
From what I can remember, and from what I can remember, it appeared to be a weapon that was illegally modified.
And when you say illegally modified, what is it that you mean by that?
Those weapons can be shortened, may not have a stock, or have a stock and not supposed to have a stock.
Are you saying stock?
Stock.
Stock.
S-T-O-C-K, stock. It's like the back part of the weapon, like a brace almost.
No problem,
Does
Slick.
this weapon have a stock?
To be honest, I don't remember. I do remember that we made the charge on the individual because the weapon appeared to be legally modified, and the warrant was signed by the judge and the charge was made at that night. So.
And when that weapon was seized, well, let me back up. You said that when you saw that firearm, that the persons within the vehicle were detained. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah.
Why did you detain him?
He was the person described in the call remarks, so he was detained for our investigation, and he was also arrested because of weed possession of the vehicle as well.
Okay, all right. When you detain someone, what does that look like in an ordinary stop for an officer?
Most times they're placed in handcuffs. Try to make it clear that they're detained and they're aware that they're detained and they're not going to jail necessarily right now. They just can't leave.
And in this instance were the occupants of that vehicle detained by handcuffs or by some other means?
From what I remember, I believe they were placed in handcuffs.
Were they ordered out of the vehicle?
I believe they were asked to step out of the vehicle and they complied and placed them in handcuffs for the detention.
And about how long did that detention last?
Honestly, I don't remember.
No problem, Slick. It was a good stream.
Were you able at any point to obtain names or identities for the persons that were detained at that time?
I believe obtained the name of the detainee, the male detainee.
And what name did you obtain?
I believe it was Quindarius Zachary.
And were you given a name for the female occupant of the vehicle?
I don't remember. Don't recall.
Would that be contained within your report?
Possibly.
Okay, would you take a moment to refresh?
And a speedy trial normally goes to how long the trial should start after you're charged, not how long the trial would last. And that way you're not sitting in jail for 3 years
And
waiting
you
for
remember
trial.
refresh?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember at this point?
I believe the female detainee was named Summer.
Okay. Did you get a last name for it?
No, I did not.
Was she taken into custody, full custody after being detained?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
I believe she was released. She didn't have any. There weren't any appropriate charges for her to be placed on.
Do you know to whom that vehicle belonged?
I don't know.
Who shot she got?
Okay. When you arrived to the location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, did you observe the occupants of the vehicle doing anything?
When I first arrived, the male got into the vehicle. I do remember we noticed each other. We looked at each other. And he got into the vehicle and he started to kind of shuffle around the vehicle. Him and the female that were inside the vehicle. So there was a little bit of movement inside the car.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked at each other, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his demeanor was?
From what I remember, he came out of the store, took a quick glance at me, and he hurried into the vehicle.
Did he appear nervous?
He appeared in a rush. I could say that.
And in your training and in your training and experience, what do you understand quick movements before you make a stop to signify?
Well, in some cases, when people see the police, they may shuffle around a little bit, or maybe try to conceal something in the car, or make furtive movements to kind of put something away, or tuck something, or hide something. So it's not always the case, but you're aware of it going into situations.
Were there any other people in the area while this investigation and detention was taking place?
I don't remember.
Did you get specifications for what the type of firearm it was, the brand or the make?
I believe it was a Bushmaster Carbon 15 .223 caliber.
And when you say 223 caliber, what do you mean?
It's just a caliber of round that the weapon shoots.
And is it fair to say that when you say round, you're talking about ammunition?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that the firearm appeared to be shortened. In your training and experience, what does the shortening of a firearm allow for a person to do with it?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I know it's in state of Georgia code, it's illegal.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
And with respect to the length of that firearm, did you later come to tell or learn the specifications of that firearm?
It appeared to be approximately, the barrel itself appeared to be about seven inches, I believe. I need to look at the report again to remember something like
Take a
that.
moment and
Okay.
look back up. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, what, you can answer the question.
So the barrel length was approximately 7 inches, and the entire weapon was approximately 20 inches in length.
Was the firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
All right. Was there anything in the chamber?
There was a round ready to fire in the chamber, yes.
Was there any magazines or clips connected to it?
Yeah, there was a double feed magazine attached to it.
Are you familiar with the terminology banana clip?
Yes.
And when you hear that terminology, is that formal usage for a magazine or street language?
It's just informal lingo.
And if you were to hear the term banana clip, what would you understand that to be?
I would understand it to be a longer magazine in the shape of a banana that is typically like attached to a weapon or a rifle, something like a rifle. Yeah.
And were the magazines that were connected to this particular firearm in the form or shape of a banana, as you stated?
From what I remember, I think so.
And you stated that it was a double magazine. What do you mean by that?
It's a double feed. It's just a type of magazine. So I think both the rounds kind of appear at the top of the magazine, kind of like this.
Does that increase the capacity that can be fed into that magazine? To the firearm, excuse me?
No, only one round could go in at a time. I just believe it increases the capacity of the magazine so you can hold more rounds.
Do you know about how much, how many live rounds can be held in a magazine?
No.
Is it normal for a rifle of this type or any type to have double magazine, as you described?
A double feed
A
magazine?
double feed, excuse me.
It's not abnormal. It's not abnormal.
Earlier, you stated that the firearm was the assault style rifle was found on the back seat. Was it on a particular side of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the passenger side of the car.
And is that the side that Mr. Quindary Zachary was located?
From what I remember, yes.
Good morning.
Did you ever conduct a complete search of the vehicle after observing the modified firearm?
Honestly, don't remember.
Earlier, you stated that there was marijuana found inside the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was located inside the vehicle?
I do not remember.
Do you think you may have included that in your report?
I can check. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Somebody said Hilton took off. Her name Bennett, and she ain't in it.
Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, you may answer the question.
There was marijuana found inside the vehicle on the driver's seat side.
And did Mr. Zachary also take possession of that?
Sustained.
What, if anything, was done with the marijuana after it was located?
I believe it was turned into property as evidence.
What about the firearm?
I believe that the firearm was also submitted to the Atlanta City Property Annex as evidence.
How much marijuana was found?
I believe it was 0.3 grams of marijuana.
Did you charge Mr. Zachary with marijuana?
From what I remember, yes.
I agree.
Earlier, you stated that you got the identity of the female passenger. Does the name Summer Good ring a bell for you?
To be honest, not really, no.
Trip me out when he say to be honest. Nah, to be false, to be lying. What else you gonna
A
be?
few more questions for you.
They finna run out of witnesses, y'all.
Were any photos taken of this particular crime scene?
Not that I remember.
And was there any reason in your mind at that time to notify the gang unit?
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember.
Do you know if the gang unit ever got the file for this particular arrest?
I do not know.
Did Lieutenant Detective Gaither get your file from this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know Quindarius Zachary before this arrest took place on this particular day?
Not to my recollection.
Did you know Summer Good?
No.
Do you know if there was a relationship between Quindarius Zachary and Summer?
No.
Do you remember what Quindarius Zachary looked like at that time?
No, I don't.
Was he tall or short?
I honestly don't remember.
Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah.
Would you remember his face if you were to see him again?
Possibly.
Would you recognize the firearm that was seized that evening if you were to see it again?
No. No.
Possibly. Maybe it was a long time ago.
Mm-mm. How you gonna recognize a regular gun? They all look alike.
What do, with respect to the incident number associated with this case, do you know what that incident number is?
Off the top of my head?
Yes,
Don't know
what is
the
the
case.
incident number associated?
You want me to read it off of the?
After you refresh your recollection?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, what is it?
151270278.
Are you familiar with the Julian date?
In terms of what
Of
exactly?
Incident numbers.
127. Yeah, it's the
Yes.
middle number.
How are the police incident numbers structured?
So the first two numbers of the year, the middle three numbers are the day of the year, and the last four numbers are the report or the incident number itself
And
from that day. Sorry about
okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The last four numbers are the incident number from that day, from that 24-hour period.
So the last four pertain to the amount of calls that come in. Is that fair? to say?
Correct. Yeah.
Do officers typically supplement reports if new information comes about at a later time?
Yes.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. Are you aware if Detective Lakeita Gaither did any additional supplements to your report from this incident?
I would not have been made aware.
Is it typical for the officer to be made aware that supplements have been made to a report they may have made for a separate incident?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And if there were a supplement made to a report by another officer, say you in this instance, would that supplement reflect the same incident number as the one that you received for the arrest that you made?
There would be there might be
Let me rephrase the question.
go ahead.
If a supplement was made to a report
Right.
by another officer to a report that you made, would that supplemental report contain the same digits as yours?
Yes, it would.
Would there be an extension of digits to that report to indicate it as a supplement?
Typically, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Sit down, Brown. You ain't talking about nothing. Oh, he go love. Somebody said she gonna start passing them notes. Who said that? Oh. Uh, Thank y'all for coming in. If y'all don't mind hitting that like button to circle the video through the algorithm. Hey, look, you showed up late. Don't be coming in here trying to run nothing.
I am now going to approach the witness with, but first show it to the defense. A copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Julian.
Hell, you already showing it to the jury.
Juliet.
They don't want to look at it.
Now approaching the witness.
Now he's trying to hide it.
Now
Could you
approaching
post?
you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. When we had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over it with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize what is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000 Juliet?
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 2001 Juliet and 2002 Juliet.
Hey, good morning, y'all. What's up, Jiggy?
And when you've had a moment to look at State's 2001 Juliet and State's Exhibit 2002 Juliet, please look back up at me and I'll ask you a few additional questions.
I think that's a picture of Lil D. And thank y'all to everybody that got a chance to watch the live last night.
Excuse me. In State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindarius Zach?
Possibly.
All right. And do those images reflect the specifications that you said that firearm had at that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes had been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002 Juliet into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Yeah, thank you. I had a good time speaking with Lil D, friends and family, his sister, and
Officer
another friend
Baker,
of the
did
family.
that thereabout conclude your involvement in this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state has no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions?
Yeah, it was a good time talking to Lil D's sister and his friend Taylor. That was a good stream.
Officer
She's a
Baker,
friend of the
good morning.
family now.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were two occupants of that car.
I'll ask.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindarius Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm,
Correct.
okay? You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindarius Zachary if it's his firearm.
Thank you.
Correct,
He initially denies it.
correct,
He lied.
correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
You don't know. He at the house.
This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure, no, it's the same as the report, yeah.
Oh yeah, what's going on?
Correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it.
Hold
here.
on, hold on, hold on. Hey y'all, sorry about that. Can y'all hear me? I think it's something's going on with the feed. Can y'all hear? I don't know what's going on. That was wild. Can y'all let me know if y'all can hear me in the chat? I might have to start over. Oh, okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back into when Max. Okay, sorry about that. Oh man, that's wild. I don't know what happened. Let me go back, y'all, so we can. Um, um,
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were two occupants of that car.
Yes,
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindarius Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm,
Correct.
okay? You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindarius Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Oh man, I don't know what that was. That
His
was
firearm
strange.
was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure. No, it's the same as the report. Yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago. So and we didn't have body cameras. So I'm going off of pure memory from what I can.
Okay,
remember. Yeah.
but assuming your report is correct,
Correct.
it would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay, and the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes, if, is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
Oh, let me see something.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David 03525.
Yeah, I'm looking online.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindarius Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know what, are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay, do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other crime
Correct.
scenes, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seize through NIBIN?
No.
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
No.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindarius Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And all of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right. You bet, nope, okay. All right, is there any redirect for this witness? Go ahead.
Come on, Brian.
You were asked a couple of questions on cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Did you have any, what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that. no.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked, the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet. I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is a part of the course of the investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. And I don't want to say too much out of state, Judge.
Okay, well, sustained. Unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, Your Honor, that's not hearsay. That's a number. It's not a statement.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report
You may.
number? Okay.
All right. Does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross? Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls supervisor to go to stand.
Come on here, Atkins. So yeah, I do see that they're doing some type of internet issues that they're trying to work on. So hopefully we can keep the stream
Remember, you're supposed to have
going.
them standing there waiting, ready to go. Really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor, he was in the well right there.
So hopefully we're gonna be good.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. State your first and last name for the course now.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Traughber. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT.
Holding the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as the crime scene supervisor.
That's
How
all.
long have you been the crime scene supervisor for Cobb County Police Department?
I just celebrated my 1 year with being with the county.
And before working in Cobb County, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what all did you do when you left, or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a police recruit, but it didn't. Being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Now, I wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor. I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memory is refreshed, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But initially arriving on scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta 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 through 31 Delta Delta Delta. If any defense counsel wants to see.
They got him from Fulton County.
In future, and to the extent possible, review the evidence beforehand.
The problem, Your Honor, is that what's being shared doesn't have exhibit numbers, so there's no way to cross-reference, for us to cross-reference.
All right, maybe I'll get together 10 minutes before we start and just say, here's my evidence for the day. Okay, I've seen it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Handing the witness 1 through 31 Delta Delta Delta. And before you came in to testify, did you have the opportunity to review 1 through 31 Delta Delta Delta, those copies before you?
Yes, sir. I have a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence states exhibits 1 through 31 Delta Delta Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing states exhibit 1 Delta Delta Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1 Delta Delta Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2 Delta Delta Delta? Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459?
Yes.
So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3 Delta Delta Delta? Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
And at the time that you, in your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015, was that number of shell casings low, average, or high for you as a crime scene technician at that time?
At this point in my career, this was the most number of shell casings I had collected at a single scene.
And are the shell casings on this scene, are they concentrated or not concentrated at a specific area or location?
As you can clearly see, it looks to be 2 concentrations. One, is this a touch screen? Can I highlight?
It's unfortunately not a.
Oh, okay.
touchscreen.
Can you see the
We don't
mouse?
have like a laser pointer or anything yet.
Okay, as you can see, there's a concentration, looks like it's in front of the green trash cans, and there's another concentration over here, further up to closer to where I'm standing from taking this photograph.
And is there any shell casings do any of the placards represent more than 1 shell casing?
Yes, to my recollection, placard 21 has 2 shell casings. I placarded them together because they were physically touching.
They were that close to one another?
Yes.
Publishing 4 Delta Delta Delta. Now, what is depicted in 4 Delta Delta Delta?
That is placard number 1, which is representing a shell casing. In this case, it is a rifle shell casing, ma'am.
And your placards went from 1 to 65?
That is correct.
Publishing States Exhibits 5 Delta Delta Delta. Can you describe for the jury, 1, what's depicted in 5 Delta Delta Delta?
This is what is known as a mid-range photograph. What this is this is not an overall photograph, it's closer. It's depicting evidence, but it's also depicting the evidence in relationship to where everything else is around it. So we're not seeing close-ups of individual evidence. We're seeing the evidence as they are in relationship to each other.
How many crime scene photographs did you take overall of the scene?
I'll have to reference my report.
You may.
286.
And do you take individual photographs of each placard?
Correct.
And I'm going to publish 6 Delta Delta Delta. Is this the next mid-range photograph that you were just describing?
Yes, sir.
And is this from placards 7 through 18?
Yes, they are.
All of which are shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 7 Delta Delta Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph?
Yes, sir.
And all of these thus far, what part of the location have they been in?
They've all been in the street, in front of the house.
Publishing States Exhibit 8 Delta Delta Delta? Can you describe for the jury where these shell casings are?
This would be the driveway.
Publishing 9 Delta Delta Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph of additional shell casings?
This is more of an overall photograph, but yes, it is a mid-range in the sense that you're showing the evidence 30 and 31 in relationship to where they are with the rest of the crime scene.
Publishing 10 delta, delta, delta. Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
This is an overall shot of evidence placards that were, like I said, in front of the green trash cans in front of the house. It's just sort of an overall showing the whole layout of the scene.
And with these mid-range photographs, do you go through them in chronological order of the placard numbers?
I attempt to, unless there's some other circumstance in which I can't, but yes.
Publishing 11 delta, delta, delta. Is this another mid-size photograph?
Yes, this is a mid-range photo.
Going up to placard number 52.
God, they
What's
aired
the
it.
last placard you see?
The last placard I see clearly is 52. Yes.
Publishing states exhibits 12 delta, delta, delta.
They aired it out, didn't they? Golly.
And this is what we call overlapping shots. The top of the last shot is in the bottom of this next shot, so we can overlap the various scenes, so there's no missing sections. So this will go up to 59 then.
Publishing 13 delta, delta, delta.
Objection, Your Honor. Are we going to go over all of these photographs?
I didn't believe so.
Your Honor, there was initially 276 photographs. There's now 1 through 31 delta, delta, delta.
Can I overrule the
Okay,
objection? He's
thank
moving pretty quickly through.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you see different type of shell casings on this scene?
Yes, sir.
And were, in general, or what type of shell casings were there, if you know?
Predominantly, there were mostly rifle caliber shell casings. There were several handgun caliber shell casings as well, but the predominant were rifle caliber.
I'm going to publish 14 delta, delta, delta. And I want to also ask you, when you got to the scene, was anyone in that house?
No, not to this. Like I said, this was a shots fired. This is a scene where firearms were discharged, but no one was hurt or injured. And I believe Officer Campbell and Sane told me no one was home at the time of the shooting or the firearm being discharged.
Publishing 16 delta, delta, delta. Excuse me, 15. Now,
What
once you
assumptions?
took photographs of the shell casings, what was the next part of the crime scene that you went through?
Documenting damage to the residents and the property.
In crime scene technician speak, what do you classify damage as?
Defects from projectiles is how I would classify it.
And did you see any defects in 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
Now, can you identify for the jury any defects you see in 15 delta, delta, delta?
If you, can I stand up?
You may.
It's, you know what, here's a pointer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And y'all can move if you need to see.
Yeah. So if you look right here, this is a defect in the house inside. This is also a defect in the house on the side. This is, I would have taken close-up shots of the defects, but this is sort of a mid-range overall.
Yeah, talk louder than that.
Publishing 16, and if you don't mind, remain standing for me. Thank you. 16 delta, delta, delta. Can you show the jury if you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, if you look right here, I don't know how well you can see it, but there is clearly a defect right here in this window. There's clearly a defect right here by the side of the door. There's another defect up in this window, and right here, you see one right here that went through the window. Those are the ones I see in this shot.
Publishing 17 delta, delta. Oh.
I saw one more. It's just as I was right here as well.
And are these going, is there any order to when you are photographing, say, the outside of a home? Are you going left to right, right to left?
In this case, I would have been going left to right. You know, if I'm facing, I take my photos the same way you would read a book. So from your perspective, it's going left to right. So.
Publishing 17, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is there any defects in this photograph?
Yep, so there's the defect here in this window, defect here in this window, defects up here and here and here above the window, defects here, here between these two shutters. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 defects in this window right here from this.
Publishing 18, Delta, Delta, Delta.
This would have been an overall shot where I've now gone to the entire other side of the house. As you can see, we're seeing defects all along here. I believe there's even some right here in the gutter. And one right here in the edge of the window frame right here.
Publishing 19, Delta, Delta, Delta.
This is that same window that I was just pointing out where you can see the one in the window frame. Here's the 1, 2, 3. Here's the 2 between the shutters that you saw previously. This will be more of the mid-range shot that I was talking about earlier on, taking closer and closer photos of the defects.
Publishing 20, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is there any defects you see in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, there's starting right here underneath the window. We're going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now these might not be defects. These might just be construction, boxes, because this is where the utility line is. So they may have taken something on and off the box here, but these over here are the defects. You can tell by the irregular shaping pattern.
Publishing 21, Delta, Delta, Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, sir. 2 very clear ones right here.
Publishing 22, Delta, Delta, Delta.
This is over near the door. You can see very clearly the defect right there, as well as the defects that were over here that were part of this first window.
Now, once you take photographs of the outside of the home, do you proceed to go inside and take photographs?
I believe in this case, we did go inside to take photographs. It's not always the case if we don't have access to the home for whatever reason, but I think in this case, we did have access to the home.
Publishing 23, Delta, Delta, Delta.
So this would have had a close overall shot, but this would have been damage to the television screen inside the house.
And just to orient the jury, is this television screen, where is that in general in relation to the front of the house?
I believe if you are, let's do this from your perspective. If you are walking in the door, I believe the television screen would have been right here, perpendicular. I remember.
All right, boy, sit down.
Publishing 24, Delta, Delta, Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, this wall would have been perpendicular to the shots, so the defects would have become more elongated as they hit it at a steeper angle. So over here, you can see where the defects have started hitting the wall more straight on as a 90-degree angle. You can also see the damage clock face here where defects where rounds were hitting.
Publishing 25, Delta, Delta, Delta.
You know what, KB?
This
I'm
would
not.
have been, where it went through this door frame right here and come out and left a large exit.
Somebody say, who house is we
Publishing
at?
26, Delta, Delta, Delta. If you see any defects.
We don't even know who house.
Round that I was telling you about, when a bullet hits something at a 90-degree angle, leaves a very round hole. When it hits it at a much steeper angle, it leaves a much more elongated pattern of defects.
Publishing 27, Delta, Delta, Delta.
This would have been the window that is on the front of the house, and we are seeing it from the interior side.
Publishing 28, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is there any defects that you see?
Yes, sir. Right here in the fridge, you can see where the rounds have come through the wall and they've hit the refrigerator right here and right here.
Publishing 29, Delta, Delta, Delta.
As you can see, the stove glass has been shattered.
Golly. They shot the.
All of this glass damage here.
Publishing 30, Delta, Delta, Delta.
God.
These would have been more defects.
They shot the pots and pans off the stove.
And publishing 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
God.
This is just pieces of wall and other things that have been blown out after the bullets have been hit. So usually this is the debris that comes from a round coming through an object and leaving traces.
Now, after you, thank you, you may take a seat.
Lenny say this a trap house.
And
Y'all know what?
Your Honor, may we keep that pointer?
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. After you walked through and documented the shell casings, the outside of the home and the inside, what, did you do anything with anything physically present on that scene?
the only thing I would have done on the scene after all of my documentation would be to collect the shell casings on the scene and take them with me back to the lab.
What is your process in general for collecting shell casings?
Shell casings are packaged individually, usually in small coin envelopes. They're about that big. They are written, the marker number and the time they are collected on the outside of the envelope, as well as any pertinent case information. Then they are all packaged together into a larger bag and sent. When I get back to the office, I will send them usually to the crime lab.
So you transport them from the scene back to somewhere in Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it would have been the public safety annex.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
And then after you transport the evidence, what do you do with the photographs that you took?
The photographs are I'm not sure if this is how it is because I've been with Atlanta for a while. But at the time, you would burn your photographs onto CD discs, place them into an envelope, and then send them to our photo lab division, who would then verify that your photo descriptions match the photographs that you have on the CD discs.
And after you finish processing the scene, do you capture what steps you took in any kind of documentation?
My report.
After you finish your report for this January 13th, 2015 crime scene, did you have any other involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Oh, Jiggy, we're a few seconds behind because of an internet issue. But once the break happens, we'll catch back up. All right, thank you, Tia. And it looks like we're getting ready to go to a break, so. Boy, Tia be on it. Shout out to Tia. Jiggy, where you was at last night?
Would the crime scene report have the same incident number as the Atlanta Police Department case number?
It should.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no questions.
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
All right. Anybody else? And, okay. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Do y'all need a bathroom break? Are we gonna? All right, let's take a quick restroom break. Have your next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Who was that young girl next to Steele? She looks new. I don't remember seeing her. All right, let's see this. Free the jury. All right, y'all. I don't know why. I don't know why Fox didn't stream today. It just makes it easier to watch it on Fox because the logo doesn't interfere with like the comments. But their logo is so small. But yeah, Tia said that that the attorney for Lil D is arguing with Love because Love want him to remain in custody. And if he's at the hospital, I guess custody would be the officers are there. So if the officers are there, that means he's still in custody. But if the judge withdraw the warrant, then the officers can leave, you know. And when the officers are gone, he's not in custody, then his family can go in and visit and, you know, speak with him. And it won't be so uptight because I'm sure right now security is there. But I don't think he needs to be, I mean, now, if they want to give him a new subpoena while he's in a hospital, just give him a new subpoena for a future date. I mean, he can't go right now whether you give him a subpoena if he's sick. I mean, we heard last night from Lil D's sister and Taylor, the friend of the family who started the GoFundMe. And I don't believe that they were friends before this incident, but I'm sure they are friends now, obviously. And I want to thank them again for coming on the channel last night. That was really kind of them. And also, yeah, you can't have visits from the family. Yeah, that's not right. So I want to thank all the people that came back last night. And I know some of y'all can make it, but that was, you know, it happens. Y'all can always go back and watch the replay later. But the crazy, somebody said, when you talking to people, why you look around? And sometimes, y'all may not know, but we have multiple monitors. And when I say we, YouTubers, it's multiple monitors. You got to watch the guests. You got to watch the chat. See if there's any issues with the stream. Not only the public chat, but there's a private chat for the guests that's backstage. And then you have people popping in the chat. Like another sister had joined the stream, and I didn't realize who she was. And I was like, who is that person? And so it takes a lot of looking around. You just can't look at the camera 24/7 because when you look at the camera, you're missing out on so much more that's going on. And then I had to pull up the GoFundMe stream, so that takes looking around. So a lot of people don't understand. So if you don't see the YouTube or the interviewer looking directly at the camera, we're looking at the person on the screen. Because if we look at the camera, we can't see, you know, their face, right? It's a computer. It happens. So, you know, if y'all see YouTubers doing that, that's why. It's not as simple as sitting in a chair turning the camera on. It's way more behind the scenes that goes on with all these monitors, the cameras, the lights, you know. But yeah, thank y'all. Thank y'all. I know a lot of people don't understand that. Let me see. Miss Love don't believe he is as sick as they are saying, and she wants the judge to give a court order to get his medical record. I mean, but the thing is, Love is not a doctor, so the court can give all type of medical records they want. I mean, what Love's gonna do? She's gonna read it and say, "Oh, he's not as sick as he makes out to be." She's not inside of Lil D's body. Lil D know if Lil D is feeling well or not. She cannot unilaterally make him feel better because she wants him to feel better. Well, yeah, backstage is for the people that hit the link. Before I bring them up, I can see them before y'all see them. I can see them backstage, and when they're backstage, if something's going on that they need to communicate with me, there's a separate private chat that they can do that. So that's how it's a lot going on behind the scenes. Yeah, so you know that's all it is. But some people don't understand. They want you looking at the camera 24/7. Somebody said my eyes was hurting. Well, I hope your eyes feel better. When you watching me, watch the Watch the guests. They not looking around. They looking at their phone or computer. I'm just playing, y'all. Thank you so much, Blue Skies. Blue Sky says, love doesn't care. She don't believe he's sick. No, she don't care. Thank you so much for what they call tip. Somebody says tip time. Thank you so much for tipping me. Blue Sky, that's really nice of you. And truth be told, I wasn't gonna come on today, but y'all was just really kind yesterday. So I said I gotta do something. Y'all were being so nice and signing up in memberships, and I said let me come on today. So hopefully, whatever AT&T doing in the community with the internet, hopefully we can stay on the rest of the day. Because that was wild. Somebody say Love came and pulled the plug. He said try the 11 live feed. I thought they had the let's see. Let me see. YSL. Let me pull it up and see. Somebody say Love and call YouTube and said shut it down. Shut it down right now. Oh, thank you for that. We can do that. Let's do that. Thank you so much for that. Well, if I can make it bigger, let's see. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And throw it off. There we go. Yeah, it makes it so much easier when the logos are not right there because that's where the comments go. And it's really hard to read over the logo in the comments. So it's just a preference. And hopefully we got the sound. Sometimes you have a logo gone, but then the sound be low. Just different. I don't know why Fox didn't go live today. I don't know what that's about. But the people that's joining in, we're on break right now. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button to circulate it through the algorithm. And Jiggy still hasn't asked me where was he last night. Not only over here, but after this, I had popped into Slick's live. What's going on, Pete? Thank you so much, Pete. Pete always supporting the channel and is a member of the channel. So shout out to Pete. So what y'all thinking so far? Do y'all think Brown doing a good job? I found it strange that he questioned one officer. He had asked the officer, was the gang unit called out? Was there a reason to call it the gang union? And the officer was like, no. I was like, okay. Like, so you proving that even the officers on the scene didn't believe that this was gang related. Hence, this is a gang Rico trial. So I don't know why he, asked him that. All right, so she say no. Oh no. She say hell no. I remember I had went to and I probably told this before, to try on some shirts. You know how you try some on to see if you like it. And the lady came out. She said, how was it? Do it fit? I told her the first one was a no. The second one was a hell no. So we got the nose. But we got the hell nose. Oh man. Yeah, I heard she called him Miss Brown again. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up, yeah, let me see something.
I see you're here with us again. Do we have news, developments?
Uh-oh.
Just for the record, no. They wanted yesterday to go ahead and meet with my client in the office. I went over there, they went over there, and they listened to what the doctor had to say. He has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA investigator left. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxycontin, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that he gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation, he'll be back over there. I spoke to him with State My Place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine, but he's not going to take the stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or day before. He wants to go to the funeral. We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent. We had someone there, and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to recall, to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him. It is his reported pain level that he has given them that they are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, and Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
You talking about it?
Doesn't matter to me.
Right. You talking about it now, might as well.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Keep
Based on the information that we have, I don't believe that a conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there is anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with the subpoena he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing. I asked the district attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness report. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak to the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So I think I'm entitled to that because I think there's some problems with it, but the only way I could address it is through you, because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Scheib. The issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Scheib and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Well, I guess he had.
He hasn't got it, right.
Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can
Give it
him
to
a copy
him.
right now.
Right.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, that may be the best way to handle it, and then he'll be finished, and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands, if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad. And
All right, well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but he also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I would think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to, did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctor said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die?
Well, that's
well,
fine.
I'm asking Ms. Lev, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Scheib broached the question of the impact it could have on him. And the
Okay.
doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation relay it more accurately as we can. But that is my understanding of what they
All right,
said.
and we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Okay. Well, I was there and listened to the doctor. That's wrong what she said. He said it would have an impact. He takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on him. Have an impact on anybody, but that's fine.
Are you gonna be testifying?
Why don't
Why?
we, before the lunch break, hear from
That's,
whomever that was the
that's
other
all right.
party to that?
Wow.
If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant,
Judge could also.
do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
Yes.
If he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital. I can't stay here 24/7. But if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So
I
I can be with
would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
Get the affidavit.
State's gonna notify me?
Oh, my goodness, bro.
We would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheib.
So yes, that's a yes, right?
So I'm-
That is a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
He didn't get the affidavit, did he?
Okay, you have your next witness ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor, could this honorable court also share with us or Ms. Percival with the court's consent, the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof?
Thank
I
you.
don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now we,
Email it to everybody.
okay.
Beyond that, we ready for the jury?
Uh-oh, I think we finna get
Yes,
it now.
okay.
Oh, so the clerk gave it to him? It seems like he already had a paper. Well, we'll go back and see.
Chief ADA before lunch.
Yeah, just when we break for lunch, that'll be great. Morning.
Cause they slick like that. The judge was like, do you want a copy of the affidavit? And he didn't answer. But now that the defense attorney's finna get it, hopefully we'll get it. She said she's gonna email it to all of them. Boy. Love is out of her mind, ain't she? They have a new cop every 2 minutes, swearing in the witnesses. He's slick as oil.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, the state calls Lieutenant A. Leduc to the stand. Lieutenant A. Leduc, Leduc, to the stand.
I do.
She's the witness. Oh, okay, I got you. Thought she was another deputy.
First name is Allison, Allison. Last name Leduc, Leduc.
And are you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
about 13 years.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant,
What unit do you serve as lieutenant over?
open records unit,
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the open records unit?
since May, so a couple months, 4 months.
Okay. If you can briefly tell the jury about your service with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, when I came out of the academy, I was an officer and I worked in Zone 3, which is southeast, a little bit of southwest Atlanta. I was on the street for about 4 years. I then worked in the burglary unit in Zone 3 in the same area. After that, I made investigator, worked in Zone 3, and then I moved to Special Victims Unit, worked there for about 1.5 years, made sergeant, worked in Zone 2, which is the Buckhead area. While I was a sergeant, I also went back to Special Victims Unit for about 2 years, and then I made lieutenant December 2022, worked in Zone 2 again, and then I just got moved to Open Records Unit in May of this year.
Now, I want to focus your time as when you worked in the Zone 3 area, first as a patrol officer. As a patrol officer, did some of your job duties include responding to 911 calls?
Yes.
Traffic enforcement?
Yes.
Writing police reports?
Yes.
And doing directed patrols?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you did while you were a patrol officer within Zone 3?
I also worked crime suppression unit as well, which is a proactive unit.
And I know you spent some time in Zone 3. How long were you first a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Until technically I made investigator 2017. So I was an officer up until 2017, but I worked the street until the end of 2015.
And from 2015 to 2017, what did you do?
Burglary and crime suppression unit.
Now, when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, what shift did you work?
Evening watch.
And what was the evening watch time frame?
2 to 10 or 3 to 11, so shift hours.
And did you work that shift the entire time you were a patrol officer with Zone 3?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, did you have a specific beat that you worked?
Initially, no, but I was assigned a beat probably about 1.5 years out in the zone. And that was 304's beat, which would be Zone 3 for the 3, and 4 is the beat area.
And how long did you work that 304 beat?
Probably about 2 years.
If you can briefly describe for the jury what areas encompassed in that 304 beat.
Yes. So you're looking at the southeast side, old Turner Field area, which is now GSU Stadium, goes down to University Avenue. So that area, Summerhill area, Haygood, Hank Aaron area.
You're on permission to approach? And I've given to defense counsel a PowerPoint that includes the next upcoming exhibit, Your Honor.
No, nobody's.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86GG. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86GG?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 86GG?
That was the main area of 304's beat.
And is that a map containing that area of 304's beat?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict 304 beat and possibly some other beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
You're right. This time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 86GG into evidence as a demonstrative. Permission to publish. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, may we borrow that stick again, please?
That first witness was really smacking his lips this morning. Oh, my goodness. That first officer.
Lieutenant Ledoux, if you could just indicate with the stick that area that you said was the 304 beat when you were working the zone back in 2014, 2015.
Yes. So pretty much all encompassing up to the north side of Atlanta Avenue, down Hill Street, anything to the east side of Hill Street would be Zone 6, and part of this area down here would be 305 Street.
And I'm going to ask you about some other streets within the 304 beat. You talked about, I believe, did you say Haygood?
Yes.
Atlanta Avenue. So that would be a part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And Ben Ira, that's also part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And then Farrington, that's also part of 304.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. All right.
Now, as a patrol officer within 304, or even when you did investigations in 304, were you aware of any gang activity in the 304 beat?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of gang activity in the 304 beat?
Just sharing throughout the department from our gangs investigators. If they ever came to roll calls, they would share information, but also just from interacting with citizens that lived in that area.
And was there any particular gang that operated in that 304 beat?
Yes, I recall ABG, Atlanta Blood Gang.
Were there any others?
In that area, specifically for 304, that's the only one that I recall occupying that space.
And are you familiar with a location at 12 Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a convenience store.
And was there any known gang activity that would occur around that particular location?
We would respond to criminal trespasses there. There would be a lot of people that would hang out around the store that would be affiliated with that gang.
You said would be affiliated with that gang?
Thanks for stopping by, Jazz. Welcome.
And was that during the duration of your time in Zone 3?
Yes.
Now I want to transition to your time in Zone 3 and responding to a call. As a responding officer to a call, specifically a shooting, what are your responsibilities when you arrive on the scene?
Arriving on scene, you're going to try to make the scene safe for yourself and anybody else that's there. Check for victims, make sure the scene is secure so that way you're preserving any evidence there. And walking through the crime scene, find out what evidence you have there, making sure you speak to any witnesses that are at the location as well.
Okay, and you said something about trying to make the scene safe. What does that mean?
Well, one, making sure there's no longer a threat at the scene, but securing the scene so that way you have your crime scene located in one area where nobody can cross into that area.
And how do you secure a crime scene?
You can set up crime tape, you can position patrol vehicles, have officers set up wherever the tape is or the vehicles are.
And as a patrol officer, do you sometimes serve as a lead investigator, for lack of a better term, when you respond to shootings?
Yes, sir. Primary officer.
And when you become the primary officer on the scene, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Speak to the victims, speak to witnesses. You will be also doing the report as well, directing the person that responds from our ID unit who does our crime scene processing, directing them as to where evidence is, what they need to process on scene.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And as a part of your preparation, have I asked you to look at what day of the week that was?
Yes.
And what day of the week was that?
Monday.
And when you responded, did you respond to a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was like a townhouse or duplex. So there was an A and a B unit at that location.
And initially, which duplex letter or number did you respond to?
A.
And let me ask, do you recall it being a letter or a number?
I thought I recalled it being a letter.
Would you have written where you responded to in a police report?
Yes, I would have.
Would looking at a copy of your police report help refresh your memory?
Yeah, I would have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification purposes, and this is her police report as States Exhibit 87GG. And once your memory, if that refreshes your memory, just look up and let me know without reading it.
So I will say apartment 1 in the narrative, A in and the initial address at the top.
Okay. But it was either apartment 1 or apartment A.
Yes.
All right. And again, would that have been a 304's beat?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was my beat. So I believe initially a supervisor was in the area and heard shots fired, and then we received multiple calls for shots fired as well as a person shot at the location.
And do you recall about what time you responded to the location?
I believe it was about 9:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, I know you just said that there was a sergeant who heard shots fired. Did other officers respond with you initially?
Yes.
Do you know about how many other officers responded with you?
I don't recall how many.
Once you arrived, tell the jury what you recall happening.
When we arrived to the scene, it was myself and other officers as well as a sergeant. Initially, a male answered the door, let us inside. So we were checking the house. When we went up the stairs, we found a male at the top of the stairs who advised he had been shot to his right calf. And there is a female as well that was located, she advised, in the bedroom upstairs, but closest to the front of the house, that had been shot in the right calf as well. They both advised that they had been laying in bed together. There was also 2 other females, I believe, that were located in a room in the rear upstairs of the house as well. We also located multiple shell casings in the street.
So we're going to go back over some of that just slightly. So when you opened the door, a male answered the door.
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that individual?
Can I check my report?
Well, looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes.
A Mr. Marcus Battle.
And without telling me his full date of birth, what year was he born?
89.
And when he opened the door, did he advise where he was in the house at the time of the shooting?
He advised he was located in a rear room at the top of the stairs.
Do you recall sitting here today how many bedrooms were in that home?
I don't recall exactly how many.
Now, once you interact with Mr. Battle, what did you do next?
That was when we made contact with a Mr. Hunter Elston, who was at the top of the stairs.
And without giving me his full date of birth, what year was Mr. Elston born?
63.
And I think you said that you were able to speak with him.
Yes.
All right. And when you first saw him, he was shot.
Yeah, he advised he had been shot to the right calf.
Did you see any injury to him?
I most likely did. I don't recall exactly.
At this moment, do you remember any?
Not the court reporter phone ringing. Oh man, y'all know what? Y'all play. She need help turning it off, y'all. Somebody go help her. You don't know how to turn it off. Hold down the side button. Yeah, she got that new iPhone. Yeah, she don't know how to work it. For the grandkids when you need them. She need help. She giving it to her.
And let me ask you this, Ms. Lizzie, before we finish. What is the incident number for this incident?
It is 150262672.
And again, this was on January 26th?
Yes.
Of 2015?
Yes.
All right. Once, at this point, do you recall, and when I say at this point, today, do you remember anything about his demeanor, Mr. Elston, when you went to that house?
I don't recall.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston, what did you do next?
At that point, I believe we made contact with the female who advised that she had a gunshot wound to her right calf. And that was Miss Frida Reed.
And what was her date of birth?
1965.
Y'all know what?
And where was Miss Reed when you first made contact with her?
I don't recall exactly where she was when I first made contact with her.
Was she in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Do you recall putting in your report where you first interacted with her?
Not specifically says where I first interacted with her, but they both advised that they had been lying in bed in the front bedroom upstairs.
Now, you also said that you saw 2 other females in the home.
Yes.
What was their name and then year of birth?
Raven Davis, 1991, and Liberty Bennett, 2013.
So Liberty would have been about 2 years old.
About 2 years old, yeah.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston and did you speak with Raven?
I don't recall speaking to her specifically.
And you saw Miss Bennett inside of the, no, excuse me, Miss Reed inside of the home, correct? Free to read.
Yes, when I first made contact with her, would have been inside the home.
Okay. Once you spoke with Miss Reed, what, if anything, happened next?
After speaking to her and getting statements, we most likely started processing the crime scene at that point, seeing where there was damages inside of the house, any shell casings, ensuring that they received medical attention as well, checking for any witnesses that might have seen, heard anything that had just occurred.
And did you talked about getting medical services? Did Grady arrive on scene?
Yes, Grady and fire responded to the scene.
And was Mr. Elston and Miss Reed transported to the hospital?
Yes, they were.
Now, you also said that you were able to speak with witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
How many witnesses did you speak with?
I spoke with a female who lived across the street from the location.
And what time did you arrive?
About 9:30.
And do you recall in minutes approximately how long after you may have arrived on scene did you interact with this witness who lived across the street?
I don't recall the exact amount of time it would have taken to actually interact with her, but after speaking with the victims, going through crime scene and actually speaking to her, it could have been about 20-25 minutes.
Let me ask, would a CAD report contain any information regarding any witnesses that you may have spoken to on the scene?
Possibly.
Will looking at a copy of the CAD report from this incident maybe help you refresh your memory as to timing of when you may have spoken to her? You're on permission to approach?
Yeah, what we doing? Okay, so who got shot by who? And where?
Identification purposes and 88. Just take a look at that CAD report, refresh your memory as to any information with that witness in there to help ascertain what time you may have spoken to her.
So between about 9:54 and about 10 p.m., I see the names and date of births of the victims and the witness information in here. So that could have been possibly when we were checking their information on the computer in the patrol vehicle at that time. So that would have put a time frame in about speaking to her, getting her information, sitting down in the car would have been about 20 to 30 minutes.
And you arrived at about 9:30.
Right.
Would you have gotten her information to run before or after you spoke to her?
Most likely talking to her, I would have gotten her name, date of birth, asked if she had identification. And then after speaking to her, I typically would have went back to my vehicle and ran her information on the computer.
And approximately what time did you run her information?
From this CAD report with all their info in like this, it looks like about 10 p.m.
And in speaking with this witness, was she able to provide you any information about that night? About
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
You're right.
Yes.
State's response would be a present sense impression, given that she spoke with her within 20 minutes or so of the police arriving on the scene.
That's not how I understood the testimony, and I don't believe the foundation has been laid.
Why don't you see if you can lay it?
Okay, so
I wouldn't there. Don't give me the line.
did you, based on your report, speak with this witness?
Based on my report, yes.
And given that you ran her information at about 10 o'clock, would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock? Would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And you arrived on the scene about 9:35?
Yes.
All right. So within 25 minutes, is it fair to say you would have spoken with this witness?
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical that you would speak with the victims first and then go out and canvass the area to speak to witnesses to see if they've observed anything?
Yes.
And would that be the protocol, what you would have done on this day back in January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Today, do you remember what her being the witness, what her body language was or her demeanor was?
I don't recall.
Okay. But was she able to provide you information of what she saw and heard on the nights when you all responded?
Yes, she advised.
Don't tell me yet.
Oh, sorry.
Was she able to provide you information about what she heard and what she saw that night?
Yes.
And was that within 20 minutes of you responding to a shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state.
There's been conflicting testimony now, and we're leading and saying 20 minutes, and that's not, I don't understand that to be the testimony. And furthermore, the question is that I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, yes, there was an initial interaction, but that doesn't answer the question of when the interview or whatever we want to call it takes place.
Yeah,
So I'd also object on the grounds of confrontation clause.
Yeah, I believe the testimony is I would have spoken to her prior to 10 o'clock, which is when she put the information in the system, and she arrived at 9:30, approximately 9:30. So between 9:30 and 10 o'clock is roughly 30 minutes, and she was spoken to her before 10 o'clock.
So again, I don't know why we keep talking about 20 minutes.
She initially said she spoke with her between 20 and.
Let's hear that from the witness.
Okay. About how long do you think you were on scene before you met with or spoke with the witness on the scene?
With giving a timeline of how that incident was and how we would typically speak to victims and how we would typically look at evidence and make sure everybody gets medical attention, I would say on that scene, it could have been about 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Was she able to provide you without saying what she said, was she able to provide you information regarding the incident?
Yes.
Okay. After you spoke with the witness, what, if anything, did you do next?
After speaking with the witness, then it would have come down to processing the crime scene at that point and locating damages or directing ID whenever they arrived on scene to where shell casings were or damages were at that point.
And do you recall who the crime scene tech was that you had come out to that scene?
From my report, it was ID unit 7320 Sanders.
And had you had an opportunity to look at some of the pictures that were taken back on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And in looking at those pictures, did that fairly accurately depict the scene as you recall it from January 26, 2015?
No.
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
No.
Just let it go. Let it go, Hilton.
Marked as exhibit 1GG through 28GG. Have you had the opportunity to look at those specific pictures prior to entering court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this time to say we'd like to tender exhibit 1GG to 28GG into evidence.
Did you say 20 or 28?
28.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1 GG, what are we looking at State's Exhibit 1 GG?
The incident location, the residence that it occurred at.
And do you recall if it was the left or the right home?
Looking at the picture, left side.
And going to 2 GG? Now, you said to the left, is that the one where it appears that the door is open beyond the burglar door, the other door is open?
Yes.
Okay. And looking to the other door, which is closed, do you see anything that you would determine as defects on the door that's to the right?
Yeah, from looking at the picture, yes.
Okay. But that is not the house that you responded to, the one on the right.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at 3 GG, if you can describe for the jurors, what are we looking at in 3 GG?
Staircase inside of the residence.
And is this a staircase in which you saw Mr. Elston?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Looking at 4 GG, what is depicted in 4 GG?
Defects on the wall and the staircase.
And when you say defects, what do you mean?
From being struck by bullets.
Looking at 5 GG, is that just a close-up of those same defects?
I believe so.
All right. 6 GG, are these additional defects found within the home?
Yes.
All right. And 7 GG, are these additional defects found inside of the home?
Yes.
And will all these be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 8 GG, is that just a close-up of what we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. 9 GG. And in 9 GG, is that also a defect at the top portion of that picture?
Yes.
And I don't think you can see it here, so if you can stand up and just indicate with the pointer where that defect is on that picture.
Right there.
All right. You may have to stand, so.
Okay.
Looking at 10 GG, if you can identify for the jury the defect that is here as well. All right. 11 GG, is that just the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
All right. 12 GG, what is depicted inside 12 GG?
I recall that being the front bedroom upstairs.
And looking at 12 GG, do you see the window in 12 GG?
Yes.
Do you see any distortion of the blinds looking at 12 GG?
Yes.
Okay, if you can just point that out for the jury.
Here and up here.
All right. Looking at 13 GG. Within 13 GG, do you see any defects in the wall near that window that you just identified?
Yes.
If you can just point to the jury and if we can zoom in where those defects are. Scroll in.
So we're looking right here and over here.
Okay. And you said over, hold on.
Possibly some up here.
All right, is this one? I'm sorry, tell me what it's in.
Yes, that appears to be one up there.
Okay, any others?
Yeah, possibly over there.
Houston say she tall enough.
Okay. We go to the next, that 15 GG? 14 GG? Do we see any defects here?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ceiling above the
Now, who bedroom we in?
Now 15 GG? Do we see any additional defects?
Yes, I think that's just a close up of the one we previously. Yes.
All right.
Nah.
16 GG? Now what's the exhibit at 16 GG?
Where one of the victims was lying in bed.
And 17 GG? Is that a close of that same area?
Hold on.
Are you able to tell the jury what this reddish brown stain could be inside of this picture?
Yes, possibly blood.
Jazz. you-
Looking at 18 GG?
Oh my.
Any defects within 18 GG?
Yes.
Where would that defect be?
To the right of the picture frame. Above that, top right, above the picture frames in the middle, and then possibly some to your right above this mirror.
Right. Looking at 19 GG? Is that just a close-up of the one we just identified?
Yes, close up.
Yeah, I know it.
Are those just close-up of the other ones we just identified?
Yes.
21 GG? Is that just, do we see any defects within 21 GG?
Possibly right there, but that looks like some kind of close up, not 100%.
All right, 22 GG? What are we looking at 22
Who is
GG?
Leroy?
And in 23 GG? Do we see any defects within 23 GG?
Yes, above the block.
Right here?
Yes.
Next, 24 GG? That's the close up?
Close up, yes.
25? Do we see any defects?
Yes, in the mirror.
Right here?
Yes.
And then 26 GG? Close up?
Close up.
27 GG? Would those be considered defects as well?
Yes.
And 28 GG? Same?
Yes.
29, and I believe that's it. Thank you.
And will all those defects be consistent?
Can't see the picture. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
I said it's corrupt gang. If they were legitimate gang, they would not be report charged with any crime because no evidence was implicated. Anybody can be accused of anything. That don't mean you did it.
From the bedroom.
Shout out to Leroy.
Where was the bedroom in relation to outside? Was it the front bedroom, the back bedroom, or something else?
It was the front bedroom.
And so would that be the bedroom that be facing the street?
Yes.
Right. Leroy always pop in. That's been his position.
Once you had investigator Sanders process the scene, what, if anything, would you do next?
After probably while she was processing, or I can't recall, Sanders is male or female, I apologize. While processing, I would most likely walk them through the scene to advise what needs to be collected, what's evidence, what's not. Walk them through, also fill out, they have paperwork that we have to fill out as well. And that's what I'd be doing while they'd be processing.
Now, all the individuals who resided or who was at the home that day, do you know they lived at that location?
I can't recall if they definitely lived there, but they were there that night.
Were you able to get phone numbers and addresses for those individuals?
Can I check my report?
Yes.
What field you practice in, Leroy?
Yes. Would you like me to go through?
No. But were you able to get that for each of those individuals?
That's
Yes,
definitely that's not true.
And outside of the home having defects, were there any other defects to anything outside of the house?
Yes.
What else was damaged?
There was a vehicle that was in the driveway, I believe, that had damage.
Oh, what kind of vehicle was it?
From my report, a blue Chevrolet Lumina.
When you arrived on the scene, did you see anyone shooting by the time you got on the scene?
I did not.
Do you know how soon after you arrived to a scene that the incident number would be generated?
It would already be generated upon us getting the call.
On that evening, do you know if you respond to any other scenes that, well, your responding officer said you would have? Do you recall responding to an incident 150260124 at all that evening? The location?
So, Leroy, do you consider yourself biased, like a pro prosecution?
Did you ever have to respond to I-7585 at University that evening or that morning?
I don't recall. I wouldn't have responded in the morning because I worked evenings.
Okay.
Did you ever have to, if you can recall, respond to Stanhope Drive?
He say, talk
on
that
that,
talk.
on January 26, 2015?
I don't recall.
I am pro-true. That's what we're trying to get to right now with the trial, but apparently the prosecutor's playing around.
And again, this shooting was at 9:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for one moment.
Well, this is not a good look saying this since you work for Ben. Shout out to Benjamin. Wow. Right, it's kind of like the opposite of what he, kind of represents. But like he said, he tell him that he's biased as well. I guess if you have a position for your client, you will be in some way or another biased because you're defending your client. I agree with most of what you say, but the prosecutor.
Your report number was 150262672.
Yes.
Is that fair? When in relation to your incident that you responded to, would incident number 150260124 occur?
That would have been earlier in the day.
Earlier in the day.
Yes.
They do
when in relation to your incident,
thank you, Queen.
Would 150262801 occur?
That would have been after.
After. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Now, Leroy, what did you?
Mr. Williams, we have no
What you just learned, Leroy?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
No questions. Leroy, what did we just learn from this witness? Who house? Who?
Thank you for your time. You're excused.
Who house
The
were we
next
at?
witness, how lengthy are they going to be?
They'll be a little longer.
How long?
Probably about 45 minutes.
They don't have a witness. I told you.
Don't eat lunch now or in an hour? I'm going to keep plugging for a little while. All right, let's have your next witness.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know what the last witness just testified about the deputy. Okay, we might have some action. See what she know. Come on here, Pink. Because the last deputy, we don't know what she's talking about. She's showing us pictures of somebody else.
Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Let's
Good
see.
morning. I
Let's
heard
see.
you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
This not
Christy
Verizon.
Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born in Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
All right. And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Who are you currently with?
I'm a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
Come on.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, or what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department?
I processed crime scenes that I was dispatched out to.
And when you say process, what did that all entail?
Photographing of the scene, processing evidence that was collected, and testifying to those findings and to that processing.
And how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in, post certified in your capacity as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
Yeah, I don't know why she looking at them. That is kind of weird. Look, yeah.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes,
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
if I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
No problem. Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG.
I don't know.
Has already been previously served.
Is Purdue online, y'all? I know we had one witness from DeVry, and that's when I had signed off for today. The infinity expert. So he went to DeVry. I said, you know what? No disrespect to DeVry, but if you know, you know.
It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you see?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Not ICDC, ITT Tech, Technical Institute. They say it used to be Kaplan University. So, you know, these for-profit schools with 100% graduation rates.
And
Y'all know.
when you've had a chance to look at those.
Don't waste y'all money.
I mean, have you?
No job gonna take that serious.
Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
You gotta go to it.
Put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as State's exhibits.
You gotta go to an accredited college that businesses take serious.
To 28 golf. And I'm gonna put these over here.
Yeah, I mean, that's no offense to some people that go.
Those exhibits identified as State's exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf. Do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit State's exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf into evidence and request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They're admitted, May.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there. Did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on the scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Ledesi.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduc?
Hey, potato, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduc?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, for my sake, what that time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crimes?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how I'm going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles or live rounds, rather?
It's a lot of
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that?
Y'all funny.
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings, and overall, a mid-range and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect them?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag.
She said envelope?
And they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted, subject to the court's rulings, starting with right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 30 Golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And with those little placards that are on this photo, be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
Yes.
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
Yes.
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 Golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
It appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Shut up, Leroy.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32.
Yeah, try not to talk over them.
Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings?
Thank you, Leroy.
Yes.
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or did you know that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall?
That was there prior to my arrival.
Okay. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, the next State's Exhibit, which is 33 Golf. Is what? Do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes.
And what do you know this residence to be?
A house.
Okay. Is that where the incident is that the residence that is listed in?
The jury listening much as we are.
Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes.
Leroy good. He, everybody got
the next State's Exhibit.
Different opinions. He's good.
This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is State's Exhibit 34 Golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
Yes.
Okay, turning to the next state's exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 35 Golf Golf. Is this another such shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit 36 Golf Golf?
This is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence marker 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall or have any independent recollection of the caliber of the shell casings by any chance that you recovered that day?
Come on, Brown. Move it along. Right.
Not listed on my crime scene report, however, in my personal notes, yes.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
My personal notes, yes.
Personal notes. You didn't.
Well, they're not with you? Okay.
They are with, well, they're in the courtroom.
We'll hold tight on that. Okay.
Yes.
I'll transition to the next state's exhibit. And, state's exhibit 38 Golf Golf. Did you collect this shell casing?
Yes.
Next exhibit. Evidence placard 6, which is on State's Exhibit 39 Golf Golf. Is this another such separate shell casing from the one in the last photo?
Yes.
And did you collect this one?
Yes.
And would you have included this shell casing in your crime scene record?
Yes.
All right. Turning to State's Exhibit 40 Golf Golf.
If you don't
What
sit your.
about this shell casing depicted in State's 40 Golf Golf? Did you collect this?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
Thank you.
These are separate photos, Judge. They're not the same.
You don't sit your golf head down.
Overruled.
All right. You can answer this.
Yes.
All right,
You
we
may
get
turn to
it.
the next state's exhibit, please.
We see what
State's Exhibit 40
shell
Golf
cases.
Golf. As to evidence marker 8, is this another shell casing that you recovered on that evening?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 42 Golf Ball.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Atkins was handling one of the other crime scene techs, and we had sort of a overview. Is there any way you could do it that way and just ask a broader question?
Yes, I will do
Thank
justice for this ask. Turning to, if I may, Your Honor, ignoring it myself.
I was about to say, y'all showing out. No, we got new people in here. Y'all know we got Jazz here, and y'all showing out in the chat. Oh my God! Shut up, Jazz. Somebody said I want a tuna fish sandwich.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 30 Golf Ball.
Oh my God.
Does the State's Exhibit that is published on the screen just about encapsulate all of the shell casings that you recovered from outside of the address of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
We tried, right?
Yes, it appears to be.
We tried it. I'm glad she enjoying herself.
I want to
Somebody say, sit down, Brian.
turn your attention to State's Exhibit 2GG.
All right, they're gonna drag it to get us to the lunch break and find some other people.
The address that you listed on your report is 1007, correct, Hill Street?
1007 Hill Street, Southeast, yes.
Is this picture depict the correct address of the home to which you responded on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
All right.
At 9:15, right? And we still telling him to sit down.
From your crime scene record or independent recollection, how many different types of shell casings were recovered from the crime scene?
From my crime scene report that I'm presently looking at, no, but from my personal notes from this crime scene, yes.
want to turn your attention to the state's exhibit that has been identified as State's Exhibit 90 Golf Golf. What is, earlier was used to refresh your recollection, but what is that in fact before?
This is a crime scene record or a crime scene report.
And why are such documents, well, how do you know what it is?
I was trained on this. This is how I document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes,
Okay. And is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you have performed, would have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes,
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in that same document?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, and is that document in the same, or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to the State's Exhibit 90 golf ball.
The state moving to sit down, Brown. That's what you need to move to do.
All right. Do you remember, or are you able to say now, how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's exhibits from the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast?
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Nothing. Right. Like every person that took pictures, they could call in.
May I see clarification? Is
What? He could
I
talk.
don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
I don't want to put anything from the jury unless it's.
We don't know what he asking.
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought,
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
We don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just gonna be to refresh her recollection?
It really would be, that's the only point for those notes now that she's mentioned.
All right, I mean, y'all certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just gonna look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to transition to.
So is she not gonna look at them and refresh her
Yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they?
Go get the notes.
they're here in my briefcase.
Golly.
Just a brief note.
See, Brown don't want to be embarrassed. Talking about he don't want Max to ask that question. He want to approach. That's wasting time. Max just said, is it the notes or her report? It don't matter here. Y'all all typed it up together. Yeah, from my understanding, Purdue University in Indiana bought the Kaplan University online school and changed it into Purdue Online, Purdue Global. That's almost like Bentley buying Kia and start calling them all Bentleys.
So the listing of shell casings that breaks it down based off of the caliber, it's for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
It loses the value.
So I'm going to transition to the next set of questions. And I want to ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're going to get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf. This is this night. It should be coming up before you on the screen too, if you want.
Yeah. So, but when jobs see the name Purdue, they're not gonna know if it's the University of Indiana or the one online.
Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop,
They're just gonna go to the next person, the next applicant.
based on your training and experience, say that there are at least 2 different types of shell casings that were recovered from.
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52 golf ball?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be 2.
Are you able to say just based on this at least 2?
Overruled.
At least 2 based off of this photograph would be fair to say.
What? Hold on.
Now I want to transition your attention to the date of.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see.
January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall What do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to approach the witness, which has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123 Charlie. And I have now handed the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions.
Right. If they in the courtroom, get the notes. Why y'all keep playing with it? My bad. I just came out. I was trying to be good today. She's a crime scene tech that took pictures of some shell casings like the other crime scene techs that we seen, the other 10 or 20. And they're not doing a good job. Like, what crime scene is this? And how does it correlate to the defendants? Are they the ones that shot up the place? I mean, which place, whose house, who's the victim? Was somebody injured? Not. I mean, we just all over the place right now.
Has your memory been refreshed?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest.
And in what county is that address located to your recollection?
Well, we found the notes.
Fulton County.
And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you in fact actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photograph.
That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to your CPA. Let's get it.
1 Charlie to 122 Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I want to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts.
You say the real Purdue.
To view State's Exhibits 1 Charlie, and 122 Charlie prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes,
And how do you know what those are?
these are my photographs.
Okay. And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict the area that you responded to on January 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and published with your permission.
Yeah, I'm sorry, may I have some clarification? Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
Triple C, right? Triple C, I think he said it one time is just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there are three separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
Oh. Just say it's okay.
I
You
am
know.
not, and I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published, so we consolidated what, everything's been admitted, has been turned over, they should have, but what they have in this PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They have, you just.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they are presented for the publication.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that we were gonna get.
I'm not blaming anybody. It's just.
You're right, if we.
She never
we can
blamed
clarify this,
nobody.
I think that we just.
Just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
Right, it's the state's fault. Stop trying to generalize it. I'm not blaming nobody. Everybody's equal. Nobody's at fault. But it's the state that's playing around. Y'all know how some people do? They talk to the group and just tell the whole group instead of telling the person who's doing it. Yes, you wishy-washy. Ain't that a song? Wishy-washy. Take all of you. Thank y'all for popping in. I don't mind hitting the like button if you can.
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near
Please
that.
don't.
Correct, and these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago, so that's what we're saying is that. So
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
Are the question remains, what state's waiting on you?
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection.
But it's the state. You know, she started talking to Brown.
Select
Yes,
number of them.
the actual position.
It's the state's fault, though, Leroy. He said yesterday to have this in order.
Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you
Right, right, Jiggy.
to see what you call
That's the problem.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damage to property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these briefly before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at this scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments,
And do what?
outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And
He said go to the A.
do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
What I'm gonna do in Atlanta? Bam facts. What I'm gonna do?
What was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest.
And what county is that address situated?
He said, I don't know
Fulton
the
County.
attorney with the ball. What's a couple of them
Do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime?
with the bald head? Oh, you talking about you're talking
Based
about
off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th.
Yeah, sharp day.
2015.
Do you have a round or about the time that you may have went?
So this call was received at
Thank you.
1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Said, "Man, Magic City."
Any evidence from this crime scene?
Turn up with this love.
after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
Oh man.
And do you recall, based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger.
Appreciate
That was
Bam.
9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger. It appears to be 1 of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Hornady 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates to the shell casings. The rest were projectile pieces.
Right. And is there a case number associated with this particular call that you went out to, or incident number associated with it that you responded to at the 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest Atlanta?
Yes.
location? What is that case or incident number?
150-280-046.
Anybody tired of this witness?
And after you collected that evidence, did you handle that evidence in the same manner as you did in the prior APD case or incident number?
Prior to collecting any pieces of evidence, including these shell casings and projectiles, photographs are taken of the entire scene, and then individually of each and every shell casing before any collection is done.
I want to publish select photos for on the screen for you, and if you give it a brief moment, it will come up.
I mean, it's not really her fault. They just dragging it. They just dragging it. I mean,
And it is now showing, the screen is now showing State's Exhibit 1, Triple C. Utilizing State's 1, Triple C, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the shell casings and the parking lot area of this apartment complex based on my arrival.
And now turning to the next State's Exhibit, which is 5, Triple C. Is this another evidence? Thank you. Another evidence placard associated with one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And would there have been multiple placards of this type for the shell casings that were outside?
Yes.
All right. Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 22, Charlie.
a car. We get it. It's a
Dr.
car.
Pitts, why would you have taken a photograph of this vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, based on what I briefly recall, this car may have had some damage. Anytime a vehicle has been damaged or a part of a crime scene, you are to photograph the vehicle, all sides, all 4 sides. And that's what this photograph is showing, the backside of this vehicle.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 24, Charlie. Is this another angle of that view, of that same vehicle?
This appears to be the passenger side of that vehicle.
And do you see from this view any defects to this vehicle? On this side of the vehicle?
Not based on this photograph, no.
Next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 25, Charlie. What about this exhibit?
It appears to be some type of defect on the driver's side, but I would have to have that photograph zoomed in
You can enlarge that.
for an exact.
Yep.
Yeah.
Utilizing
And Brown, working a high profile case.
Did you see any such defects to this vehicle on this State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And where do you see that defect?
On the driver side back window.
All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 29, Charlie.
Brown got way too many
Do you
ums.
see any defects in this photo here?
No.
Okay. We are now publishing for your viewing State's Exhibit 30, Charlie.
Say that.
Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a picture of the front entrance of this apartment unit?
Anytime you're photographing a crime scene, you're supposed to tell a story. And this is another photograph of me showing or telling a story through photography.
Next State's Exhibit 32, Charlie is published. And do you see any bullet defects here?
Yes.
How many?
It appears to be 1.
And are you ever able to recover any such projectiles that may have entered the home at such range or from distance?
If a defect was in this building on the outside, no, we typically don't have a ladder that we would climb up for that. But if it penetrated through and it was now inside of that apartment unit, yes, I would cut the wall out and retrieve it with tweezers.
Showing you State's Exhibit 34, Charlie. Do you see a bullet defect here in this exhibit?
Could you zoom in for me?
Yes.
Yes, it does appear to be a defect in the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 36, Charlie. And I'm going to zoom in. Do you see in this room, separate from the last exhibit, a bullet defect?
Yes.
Turning to the next state's exhibit. And being published now in State's Exhibit 39, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this a separate unit from the first unit that you took pictures at featured in this particular State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And was this unit impacted by the gunfire that led to defects that may be there present?
Yes.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 40, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Featured in this photo, do you see any such defects as you were talking about on this unit?
Are we able to zoom in some? It does appear to be a defect on the outside.
Right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 42, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yeah, but that's a credibility issue. Even if they do that, Leroy, they doing that to get out of trouble. So, I mean, you really can't take it.
Dr. Pitts, why
That's
was this
true.
photo of any significance to you?
Is that a camera?
It appears to be maybe some type of defect.
Okay. If you could utilize the cursor to just beneath, thank you, just go a little lower, right there. Do you see a defect there?
Are we able to zoom in some?
I think that's as far as it goes, Dr. Pitts.
I wouldn't be able to accurately say that that's a defect.
We'll turn to the next State's Exhibit, which is 44, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
She told Brown, get the pictures that's important.
Before you was State's Exhibit 44, Triple C. Why is there evidence placard on the inside of the house as opposed to the outside?
Because at this point, I am working my way indoors. And this appears to be the first piece of evidence upon entering this apartment unit.
Okay, if we could zoom in, Ms. Knight. And from that angle or vantage point, are you able to tell what that evidence may have been?
I can refer to my crime scene report. It appears to be a projectile piece.
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 46, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. And is this a different defect from the others that we have observed in Unit 2?
That we observed in Unit 1, because I think we've just entered into Unit 2.
So within Unit 2, is this a separate defect from any others?
Yes.
Okay. And now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit.
What are we looking at?
Utilizing State's Exhibit, this appears to be 48, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects in this particular photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also another such defect inside of Unit 2, Apartment 2?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning your attention to next State's Exhibit. We're just about done. State's Exhibit 50, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. If we could zoom in, do you see anything by the light switch in this photo?
Yes.
What do you see by the light switch?
It appears to be a defect in the wall.
Turning your attention now to the next State's Exhibit, which is 55, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects here on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. 57. And in this photo, do you see any such defects within this closet area depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 59, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, now that it has been enlarged, are you able to see another defect in the same unit on this photo?
Yes.
Turn your attention now to State's Exhibit 61, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. In the same unit, oh, and in large, Ms. Knight?
Yeah,
Do
funny.
you see any bullet defects here, with this exhibit on the screen? And if you're not able to, you can always utilize the hard copies.
What was the number of this photograph?
This is State's Exhibit 61, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brown weighing me out with all this. It's and and as a professional attorney in a major trial.
Didn't help either. It appears to be.
Okay, all right. And now I'll direct your attention to the next set in photo. This set 63, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And utilizing this photo, do you see another bullet defect here in this apartment unit?
Yes.
And I'll ask that silly question. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Is this a separate unit from the prior two that you have taken pictures in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any bullet defects on this photo pertaining to Unit 3?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 67, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Like which one? What you talking about, Leroy?
Dr. Pitts, do you see any bullet defects in this photograph? And if yes.
Yes, it does appear to be.
And to the top right where the cursor is now pointed, do you see any more bullet defects?
Yes.
And how many do you see?
I see 3.
And in total on this exhibit, how many do you see?
I want to say 4. It could be on other parts.
Monica, we don't even know.
We're utilizing the hard copy of that exhibit in front of you, make you confirm that.
What was
All right,
the
thank you. I'm looking for it. You come back.
70, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me, my apologies, that was 67, Charlie, Charlie.
67.
Shout out to the members in the chat. I see y'all.
I can't accurately say, and the reason that I state that if you scroll down, it's 2 others, and I can't say if those are defects or not. So I don't want to misstate.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 70, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And utilizing this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, are you able to see any bullet defects that would have led you to take this photo of this part of the home?
Yes.
Where do you see that up there about?
I see one that's right under the window.
I am sure what's going on.
Turning your attention now to 71, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. From what view of this unit are we looking at the door in State's Charlie, 71, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
It appears to be that I'm now inside of the unit and the front entry door is closed.
Okay, and if we could zoom in a little bit over the door tonight, do you see the bullet defect that you took a notice of outside of the door when you took this photo?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 73, Triple C.
Great, empty the clip.
Dr. Pitts, are there any good bullet defects in this photo which would have led you to take it?
Yes, it appears to be one.
Ms. Knight, if you could put the cursor, do you see where the cursor is?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bullet defect to you?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 75, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
He said the nursing
And
home.
in this photograph, where does it appear that you are now when you took it?
Maybe in another room of this apartment unit.
Is that a bed? Does that look like a bed to the left of the photograph?
I can't accurately state that if that's a bed.
Ms. Knight, you can zoom in on the wall. Is that okay? Utilizing this photo where the cursor is, if you can't see it through this photo, you can always refer to the hard copy in front of you. Do you see what appears to be a bullet defect?
Yes.
'76, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we, as far as you can, there we go. Do you see any bullet defects in this photo, that you took further in the room?
Yes,
And, how many do you see with your eye?
I see 3.
Now ask her who shot him.
Now, publication states 77, triple C. And are you still in the same room that you were in when you took the first couple of photos?
Yes,
Okay, and, if we can zoom in just a bit, do you see additional bullet defect, an additional bullet defect in this one?
yes,
And, do you see? Yes, I was going to ask you.
is it 76 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
It is 77, excuse me.
Not a plate of food on the floor.
It appears to be 3.
Okay.
Oh man.
Now publishing 79, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any bullet defects in this portion of the photograph that you took for this case?
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
2.
Now publishing states exhibit 81, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect there?
Yes,
And is that window in the same room that you were in with the last photo that you took? To your recollection?
it appears to be yes.
All right, publishing 82, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would an evidence placard now be in this portion of the house?
Oh my goodness.
Unit 3.
Because the projectile piece was actually recovered from that wall.
And do you see a defect that may have come from that projectile piece?
Yes,
Where do you see it?
on the wall next to the placard.
Publishing states exhibit 85, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects to this piece of furniture featured in this photo?
Yes, it appears to
And
be.
is it fair to say that that is a headboard in which that defect is located?
I can't speculate. I would have to zoom out.
Showing you states exhibit 86, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what is on the floor near that placard?
That's a projectile piece.
Showing you now states exhibit 88, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yeah.
As to this evidence placard.
Yeah. I'm surprised the judge let him drag this on.
We're gonna go to the next exhibit.
This is insane.
90, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, in the corner of this photograph, is there yet another bullet defect to your ability to see?
Yes,
And I'm publishing 92, triple C.
All right, they keep telling the judge, cumulative,
In the
relevant.
same room, do you see another bullet defect separate from the others that you identified?
And she keeps overruling them.
Publishing the next day's exhibit, 93, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
They don't have no.
What's here in this photo?
this is a photograph of a projectile piece.
They don't have no witnesses. Yeah, they stalling.
And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect in this photograph?
Yes,
And is it where about the cursor is located on the screen?
yes,
Now publishing the next day's exhibit, which appears to be state's exhibit 100. But let's confirm. Just so we-
Thank you so much, I am Shout, for becoming a new member of the stream of the channel. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's 98. Yes.
that?
Yes, state's exhibit 98, Charlie, 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 which is on the screen.
Is it 99 CCC?
No, it's 98 on the screen. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Okay.
And Dr. Pitts, why did you put an evidence placard here on the floor right in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Okay. And utilizing the cursor, Ms. Knight, can you hover over what that object appears to be? Do you see a projectile where the cursor is located?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now publishing the next state's exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me. Dr. Pitts, what led you to take a photo here of this part of the room? Do you see any defects?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
Maybe to the corner.
Ooh, they
going
clean it up. That's why you got to keep a
Is
clean
it the
house.
closest we can get? And what was the number of that?
That is state's exhibit 101, Charlie.
They may have your house on national TV for the world. Golly.
Can we put the next, because this is kind of out of sequence. Thank you.
She probably did.
We're going to transition to state's exhibit.
She probably did.
106, Charlie, Charlie. And you can still refer to that.
That's not in order, so I'll stick to this.
All right. Is this a separate unit from the first three that you took pictures of?
Yes.
All right. And was this unit also affected by the gunfire that occurred on that unit?
Yes.
Now publishing states exhibit 108, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what drew you to take a picture of this portion above the unit 4?
It appears to be damage to the window and possible defects in this building.
Publishing states the next exhibit. 109, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And zooming further in, do you see any other additional defects here in this exhibit that you didn't see in the last?
Yes, it appears to be a defect to the right side of the window on the brick.
Publishing states 110, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is there damage or defects to this window in this photograph?
The lower part, yes.
Publishing states exhibit 112, Trixie. All right. Zooming in, yep. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
It appears to be 5 or 6 if we're looking at the top right corner of the page or the photograph.
Cursor is located.
Correct.
And now publishing states exhibit 115, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Does this appear to you to be the interior angle of the exterior damage to the window that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And Dr. Pitts, did you create a crime scene record for
Thank you,
this
Leroy.
particular incident?
Yes.
And do you recognize the crime scene record in this case, identified as state's exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the crime scene report that I generated.
Okay. And does that crime scene report fairly and accurately, does that crime scene report or record, is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
It appears to be, but I'm sure it's not the exact original.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to Ms. State's exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
All right, it's submitted.
Start out again to I am shout.
Because I want to turn your attention to the final case number here. Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall being called out to the location of 2517 down in Caldwell Parkway?
Yes.
And what county, to your knowledge, is that location situated?
It's on the other end of Hallowell, Fulton.
And do you recall what is located at that address?
Based on the photographs that I have been briefed on, it appears to be at a club.
I am now approaching you with what has been previously labeled as State's Exhibits 2, Juliet through State's Exhibit 91, Juliet. If defense would like to take a peek, you may, otherwise I'll approach.
They don't want that.
Starting with sir.
Thank you.
I have now had the witness State's Exhibits 2, Juliet to 91, Juliet. And what have I handed you, Dr. Brooks?
A stack of photographs.
Do you recognize those photographs?
A stack of photographs that she already should have looked through according to the judge's instructions.
I should say, have you had an opportunity prior to coming to court today to review those?
Yes.
All right. And do those photographs that you have in front of you that have been previously identified fairly and accurately depict the area of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Atlanta Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, as it was on the day that you responded to that crime scene location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Right at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 1. Now moves to admit State's Exhibits 2, Juliet to 91, Juliet.
Those are admitted.
92, Juliet, excuse me.
92 through 92?
Yes.
All right.
2 through 92.
They're admitted.
Okay. All right. I'm also going to approach you with what has already been marked as State's Exhibits, Exhibit 93.
I agree.
And Dr. Pitts, I will ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to, what is it?
It's a crime scene report or record.
Does it pertain to the address of 22517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And does it pertain to, what incident number to which does it pertain to?
151180288.
And does that crime scene record is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move to admit State's Exhibit 93, Juliet into evidence.
Admitted.
What was the basis for the call that you were dispatched to at that location on April 28th, 2015?
I was dispatched out to a damage to private property.
Judge, it's about time for lunch. This is getting crazy.
Arrived to the location. What did you see, if anything?
Based off of my photographs, I saw damaged vehicles, some shell casings.
And do you know who the on-scene investigator was or a responding officer?
Based off of my report, it was Sutton.
All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to interrupt and have us break for lunch because it's been past the 45 minutes anticipated and we're at 1 p.m. now. So I'm sure people are getting hungry.
You could have been
So
did
we'll
it.
pick up with this witness after the lunch break.
Oh my goodness.
And we'll break until 2:15.
That's insane. Right. Quit being nice. Somebody said they want to see the outfit walk by the camera. That's the only thing popping today, huh?
All right, thank you. We'll see you back at 2:15. All right, I'm not sure where Miss Love went, but y'all were going to get the dates of the witness list that these various witnesses first ever appeared on. Have y'all been able to provide that to the defense yet?
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch. Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but there's Miss Love. Miss Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your paralegal email you
Yeah.
when they've got the information you need? Do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell
over there?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just going to step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Kornbacher.
Yeah,
was
well,
a
he
name.
found Kornbacher, but anybody else?
Yes, there was another one.
What you been doing?
All
right.
I think at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the
Right.
person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped back
else
in.
could go get the information about the witnesses,
I'll
or
I'll
if,
just
do
send
you
it.
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's deal with that.
Okay, we're gonna hear from the investigator that went to the hospital, and that's apparently a medical expert. Yeah, I guess he's gonna come in and say Zachary is well enough to testify. Oh man, y'all. I mean, we heard from the family last night. Shout out again to the family for stopping by the channel, and we were able to speak with them. And according to them, they really don't know what's going on. They left in the dark because Mr. Zachary, aka Lil D, is still in custody. He's still, even though he's at the hospital, he's still in jail. So the family can't just go and see him when they want to.
Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical condition. Okay, was it discussed? Okay. 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 And nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Love, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense. If you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the email. I think I saw it.
Great.
So I'll
If you
pull
have
that
it
up.
right now, that's even better.
Okay.
I mean, he's employed by Love. So if he want to keep his job, he better say what Love tell him to say. Yeah, I agree. Just call it. If the doctor giving out information, Judge, you call him.
And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm gonna go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm gonna go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically
Right,
identified a chunk.
right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. Alrighty, well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean, I could.
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
Yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right.
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're gonna take our lunch break. All right.
The judge act like she's sick of it, but she let it go on. That's what gets me with her. She play like she's so sick and tired. Let's go back a few minutes when not a few minutes, but from earlier today when Lil D's lawyer showed up to court. Man. So hopefully we get that affidavit, because apparently the affidavit has been released to not only Lil D's attorney, but to the defense attorneys. So maybe we can figure out what they put in the affidavit to get their warrant to arrest Lil D. What did they tell the judge? Did they tell her a lie? Or did they tell, the truth? And according to the family, he was never running. Let's go back a little bit while we got some time. Hold on, I don't want to leave the stream yet because she's still walking. I don't want to miss nothing. Hold on, y'all. Before I rewind, let's see if the judge say something else, since her head's still right there. Oh man. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll drop the link. Anybody that have a camera and a mic, someone saying they can't hear because they're not saying anything, unless you're saying you can't hear me. And thank you again to I Am Shout for becoming a gold member. He said, I'm not going to do a silver. I'm going to do a gold membership. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you and for your comments. But you're right. The attorneys need to be more aggressive. Jump up, cumulative. Even though the judge may overrule you, just keep objecting. I mean, eventually, even the jury will see, okay, this is a waste of time. Yeah, I mean, it would make it, seem as if, according to the investigator, the doctor said that the medication won't affect his testimony. You can put him on the stand while he's taking two oxy pills. Let's rewind real quick. Let's see if I can find it when his attorney came in. That was earlier this morning. We've been here about 4 hours. So, okay, I think this might be it. And I'll see you, Jiggy. Give me 1 second. I'll pull you up. Hold on, let me play this right quick, Jiggy.
Here we go. Just for the record, he has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA investigator left. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxycontin, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that he gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation and be back over there. I spoke to him with State of my place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine. But he's not going to take the stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday.
Okay, so that seemed like a contradiction. The lawyer just said that if he takes his medication, he will have problems. I think that's what the lawyer said the doctor told him. Let's go back a few seconds and see if we heard that right.
Mental have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems.
Okay, so that's a contradiction between the doctor, what the doctor told the investigator, and what the doctor told this attorney, Ladie's attorney.
They're gonna have to get the lawyer. They're gonna have to get the doctor in there or have him write something. That would have been the most simple solution.
I think so. Let's finish up this.
He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or the day before. He wants to go to the funeral. We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent. We had someone there, and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to recall, to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not the touch of pneumonia. First of all, and Love wasn't even there. This attorney was there, not Love.
Wait, has it been confirmed that he actually has sickle cell though?
I'm not sure. I don't think I heard them say that today. But let's see if they say it.
And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him. It is his reported pain level that he has given them that they are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, and Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
It's already been filmed, silly goose.
Touch of pneumonia.
Go ahead. Okay. Based on the information that we have, I don't believe that a conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there is anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with the subpoena he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing.
Yeah,
I
I
asked
ain't even know.
the attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness warrant. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak to the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So
Wait,
I think I'm entitled to
that's
that.
kind of
There's some
crazy.
Problems with it, but the only way I could address it is through you, because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Scheib, the issue.
Hold on, give me 1 second, Jiggy. I think when you unmute it, it's giving feedback from your background.
The only way I could address it is through you, because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Scheib, the issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Shive and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Okay, so he's asked her for the affidavit and the arrest warrant. He asked her for a copy, and now she's saying she'll give it to him, but he hasn't told her what's the problem with it. The problem is he hasn't even read it yet to tell you what's wrong with it. That's why he wants his own personal copy. So Love is playing games.
How could she say that's not relevant when that's why he got the subpoena in the first place? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the lawyer not going for none of it.
Handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Well, I guess he hadn't seen it yet. Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can give you a copy right now.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, that may be the best way to handle it, and then he'll be finished, and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands, if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad. And
All right, well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but he also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to, did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctor said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die? I'm asking Ms. Lev, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Scheib broached the question of the impact it could have on him, and the doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation relay it more accurately as we can. But that is my understanding of what they said.
And we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Now,
I was there and listened to the doctor. That's wrong what she's saying. He said it would have an impact. It takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on it. Have an impact on anybody, but that's fine.
I mean, I think that would have been a good time to say he has sickle cell, but if he's getting 2 oxys a day, then you don't get oxys no more for no reason.
Hang on a second. Okay. See, because I want to see what she handed him. It's, it's 2 separate documents. It's the one we already seen, the order for the arrest warrant, and then there's the affidavit, like the facts of why they needed the arrest warrant. So I wonder if they handed both to the lawyer or just the arrest warrant, because it seemed to me that she only handed him 1 sheet of paper, and she asked him, "Do you want the affidavit as well?" But he never answered her. So let's see if he gets both.
Party to that. If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant.
Judge could also.
Do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
If he's brought over here.
See, look. He only getting 1 sheet of paper. She said, do you want a copy of the material witness warrant? That's the one that was handed him. But then the judge said, do you want a copy of the affidavit as well? And it was never another paper handed to the deputy. Let's go back a few seconds.
If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant,
Judge could also,
do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
if he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital, I can't stay here 24/7, but if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So
I
can be with
would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
Yeah.
The state's gonna notify me?
Yeah, we would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheid.
So yes, that's a yes, right?
That is a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
No, my issue was, see how the attorney, see, when you in the courtroom, when you're in battle, you got to be sharp. You got to remember everything. And they asked him, do you want a copy of the affidavit? He didn't respond. And now he's walking off to the sunset, not realizing they didn't give him what he asked for. But luckily, he got some backup because then still said, can we get a copy of both the warrant and the affidavit? So, I'm sure it's going to get out to the public soon because I think the judge said that they can have a copy and they're going to email it to all the defense attorneys.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't like how the state.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I don't like how the state's been so secretive with all the fucking subpoenas and warrants that they had for all the witnesses. I feel like still had to ask for all of them. Well, the ones pertaining to everybody that wasn't at top.
Yeah, it should be public to all of them, but let's see what Steele says right quick.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor, could the Honorable Court also share with us or Ms. Percival with the court's consent the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof? I don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She'll email it to everybody. Beyond that, we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
All right, y'all. So, and right now we're on lunch. So, yeah, go ahead, Jig, if you want to comment. And then Keith Mo, I don't know if she left or not, but she can go after you.
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead. Don't get quiet. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead. So I believe that just from observation, from you showing it again, but that's kind of what I got the first time, is that the lawyer, first of all, I feel like he was thrown off from Love lying in his face.
Yeah.
And saying something totally different from what he observed. And we all know sickle cell is just not that, minute as how the judge, and I felt like she was minimizing it when the judge made her little remark. And then I feel like they're going to get, I don't know the legal standpoint, but it gets muddy when they're talking about bringing in medical people. Like, you got to know what his medical issue is before you would have anybody anywhere to aid him, so that right there, just like if it was somebody with diabetes, you couldn't just have anybody in there helping a person if they had an episode on the stand. So
No, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but did they
go ahead.
Did they actually ever say if he has sickle cell? Like, I feel like his lawyer that would have been a perfect time for his lawyer to bring that up, but I didn't hear him say it there.
Well, the family was on if you follow some of the social media and stuff going on, we know he has sickle cell. His family has allowed people to know that. So I'm saying
they were here last night and spoke with us.
Right. I was getting ready to say that too. I missed it. I'm so mad I missed it.
No, you could.
But so that's obvious, and I'm quite sure the judge knows that. They're watching social media as well as we are. That's why they're moving and pivoting certain ways. Love is focused on the camera now. She wasn't doing all that until that judge gave her, to me, the open the door for her to be able to voice that, because when Glanville was in there, it was just what it was. The cameras is going to be here, so I don't know.
Nah, and it was weird that she asked that question like after they was already talking about it for 10 minutes. Like she knew she was about to say something that she shouldn't have said, or that something she was bullshitting on. Because they was literally talking about it for 10 minutes, and then out of nowhere she was like, "Oh wait, do you think the camera should be on?" Like, yes, they've been on this whole time. They can stay on.
Yeah, and I think that the judge, she was at the beginning, she took, Love's word for it, but Love wasn't there. The attorney that spoke first, Ladie's attorney, was actually
But
there talking to the doctors.
you know what else is funny too? I think this is my hypothesis. I mean conspiracy theory rather. I think Miss Love got into the judge's ear that I think the judge really believes that
He
the
faking.
defendants are intimidating witnesses, because why else is he putting in a hard 2 cents about, oh, like, yeah, he's relaying, your client's relying to you that it will be a dire situation if he takes the stand. But she said that like, oh, but he might have other reasons to not want to take the stand. Like, her saying shit like that is somebody got in her ear about something, or if they didn't, then she already has a bias. And both of those are a no.
Plus, I believe that the judge, if she's supposed to be the referee and you're reffing for, to be in the middle, that would mean you talk to the doctor. You don't because it shouldn't be coming from one side or the other at this point, as far as something she signed her name on to have him arrested. I just would do my due diligence to know for sure, because this is something as far as somebody's health. That's just where I'm just like, I'm just at an awe at this point with that part of it.
Right. And then also, if I believe I heard correct, that his grandmother, Libby's grandmother, passed away a day or two ago. And that was also a reason that they wanted him out of custody so he can attend his grandmother's funeral. So, I think that's another thing that needs to be looked into, because I don't think that his testimony is so important where he cannot attend his grandmother's funeral. I mean, he's not even a defendant in custody. He's just a regular witness. Oh, they said she passed yesterday. So that's another situation right there that Love is seizing the opportunity on. Okay, your grandmother's passed. He's sick. Do you want to be in jail, or are you going to cooperate with us and testify? The sooner you get it done, the better off you'll be. We'll let you go, but you got to testify right here, right now. And I believe they're trying to drag him into court right now while he has all of these things that's forcing him to be on the outside of jail, instead of saying, I plead the fifth and sitting in jail. I mean, he wants to be out. And I think that was another issue with another defendant. He said that his mother was sick. He took a plea deal so he can get out to see his mother. And then eventually she ended up passing away. So
that was Montunk.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yep.
But the thing is, even still, they're showing how okay, two things. The thing with if you know that there's a lawsuit because of a previous person being eaten alive by bed bugs, I just don't. My part is with the judge. Why would she sign off on anything without getting fact checked, for her own, not just coming from a side that has everything to gain from this? You get what I'm saying? Like, I would just make sure everything was, on the up and up, because
right, for sure.
because I couldn't just take her word for it, knowing how you got on this case, is a big billboard sign.
Go ahead, Jiggy.
No, I said that's why we just need to see what the affidavit said, because obviously there was something in there that compelled the judge to want to sign off on that. Because that's the first one she signed off of, right? Or to our knowledge, at least. Or since she's taking over the case, I mean.
Oh, material witness warrant?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I believe so. Which is crazy. They have to get a warrant to get Zachary in, but they don't have any other witnesses lined up. I mean, did y'all go get warrants for those other witnesses?
Yo, I
that's
was
not
gonna
there?
bring that up too. So the Weinstein said that last night they got a new set of witnesses. That obviously means they're stalling. Like if they're waiting for Zachary to take the stand, why would there's no need for them to? They should already have the witnesses set up. If they're still presenting new witnesses, and we can see in court that they're stalling because they're going over the same shit over and over and over again, just with different cops, and the judge letting them. I don't know why, and I don't know why the defense isn't objecting, but it's clear that they're stalling.
India, I like what India said, and to add to that, she was saying people minimize sickle cell because the people don't look sick. Also, because of their ethnicity. I might have said it wrong, but you know, a lower poverty level too is where, you know, a lot of people sell too also.
Yeah, it was a detective. She said squirrel. What do you call him? Squirrel brain. He said he had some back pain, and you know, most people looked at him and he didn't look like he had back pain, but they still let him testify whenever he could, whenever he felt better. So it's definitely some
Nah, it wasn't whenever he felt better.
favoritism.
It wasn't whenever he felt like it.
Right. He
Right,
wasn't.
but they minimizing his pain like that's part of sickle cell is pain. And I don't think the doctor was privy to tell them, the investigators, as much either, because you can't, there's only so much they could tell them.
Right. Unless you have, of course, consent of the patient. So if you know, Mr. Zachary gave permission for his lawyer to speak to his lawyer and the representatives from the state just to try to resolve this, then I'm sure it wasn't a problem. Because at the end of the day, Zachary wants the judge to release him. So he wants the doctor's word to get back to the judge that, hey, he's on oxy pills. He takes 2 every 4 to 6 hours. And he has pneumonia, stuff like this. You know, he wants the judge to know.
Also with that, right? My fault.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say also with that, right? Don't in court they ask you before you take the stand, like, have you taken any medications in the past 24 hours? Oh no, that's when you take a plea. My fault. Never mind.
Let me see.
I just think it's at this point the defense got to get their game up.
And someone had asked, they were like, why isn't the defense, you know, pushing back on
Why aren't they all this cute?
Yeah, Pink and Justice said, I am wondering why Steele and them aren't pushing back on this judge with this. Well, you kind of want to keep the neutrality because Lil D is not their client. He has a lawyer and the lawyer for a reason. So they don't want to, you know, cross the line to where it seems as if they're working on the same team. So let his lawyer handle that, whether Lil D show up or not show up. I don't think that it will affect the defense as much because from my understanding, he doesn't have anything to say that will help the prosecution. There's been some rumors that he may even plead the fifth. We don't know. So I don't think the defense worried one way or another if he does show up. So I think they want to keep that separation. Because if you start pushing for him, pushing against him showing up too hard, it'll kind of look awkward to the judge and to the public. Like, why you don't want this witness to testify so bad? I mean, he has his own attorney. But in any event, we spoke to the family. The family did confirm he had sickle cell. They confirmed that he was willing to show up. They also even said, his sister said last night to me that he showed up to the courtroom once before and they were not ready for him. So that is just like really took me out. It's an extended video, but I do have it still posted for those who want to catch it like after. But it's there. It's still linked there. But it's crazy how the family Let me see. Let me see what the comment. Let me see how long it takes. Let me see how long the video is, because if it's too long,
You
we
can
might
speed
go.
it up though, can't you?
Let me see.
At least one speed so it won't. I mean, you know. But I had a question.
It's 40 minutes. So that'll take us. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with your question. I'll just do the math on the time.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to remember
Oh.
what
Oh
the
yeah.
last thing you were saying.
Oh, okay.
Because that was
Okay.
I had a question while you were talking. I was thinking.
Okay. Well, thank y'all to the people. Let me see. You got Blue Skies, Pete, and I am Shaw. Thank y'all so much for donating and all of that good stuff, becoming members, and I know you're a member, Keys. Thank you so much. You know what? We may have time. He said
We do, because I think she said 2:00 or 2:30. I think. I'm not sure.
I wrote down 2:15. Do anybody know what time we're coming back from lunch?
It's 1:33 now.
Okay, so look, somebody's head right there. I had got 2:15. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah, somebody put it on the 1.5 meter.
Okay, everybody's saying 2:15. Okay. All right, let me see. Give me a second. All right.
Okay, I know what it was. So I agree with you what you were saying about is that somebody's head moving around?
That's what I'm looking at. But yeah.
But I think still them are really just trying to move this along because I feel like when the defense comes up, they got a lot of bombshells to drop.
Right.
And it's just strategy, honestly, is why they're not objecting to a lot of things. I feel like they're just trying to get it moved along so when they get the ball, it'll be a lot different.
And you're right. It might be some places that we can kind of skip. Some of the intro, I'm gonna skip that. So we can make it work. I think we can squeeze it in. I'm gonna go here. And I'm going to
El Hombre Negro. Yeah, the fact they might have been sick, but I think that literally arresting somebody from having a blood transfusion is as sick as you can get. And then putting them in jail and getting pneumonia on top of that is not good for somebody. I wouldn't want to be sitting on a stand testifying for nobody if I just had a pneumonia.
Before we start the video, thank you again to I Am Shaw for tipping me on the stream. It say to doctors, taking 2 oxys every 4 to 6 hours is not extreme pain. It's a level below extreme. I take the same for severe for a failed fusion. And the longer you are on it, the less it affects you. Okay, so it kind of loses its power the more you take it, but if you're just starting out on it, it could affect you. I'm assuming from what I gathered here. So let me ask you this: I am
But I think the people are missing that he's been, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. They said he had been shot before too.
Okay.
Or pew-pewed. And so that might be part of his
not pew-pew
issues. I mean, what you
yeah,
know,
I
I
know
don't
for
want
YouTube, right? I know. I'm just talking. Don't pay me no mind.
Now wait a minute. What was Love doing? But that what did she do in the
when she did them gun sounds?
Right.
I I was done. Let's play some of this. Some of this. And this is Lil D's sister, and not only Lil D's sister, but the individual Taylor Umbridge. She is the one who reached out to the family, and she started a GoFundMe on her own. She's a TikToker. She has really good content. Taylor Umbridge, and she did a really good job. Out of I don't know, out of the kindness of her heart, she just started a GoFundMe, and I believe the GoFundMe raised like over $8,000 and counting for the family. And she said they didn't ask for it, but she decided to take it upon herself. So I think that was a really good thing she did for the family to give back, because Lil D needed some type of legal protection. And obviously, or not want to say obviously, but I asked the sister, why did y'all choose that lawyer? And she said that the lawyer that they originally wanted wasn't available, so they went with the lawyer that was available. And this lawyer answered the phone. So he may not have been the first choice, but we see he do got a little fight in him because he was getting back with love today. So let's see what we got. All right, let me tell you. And thank you again, I am Shao.
I'm fine.
Thank you so much for taking the time out to stop by here and visit with us for a little while. We're not going to keep you long, so I promise you.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I'm not DA Love. She says she's going to be short and be long all day.
I was there today. My head was hurting.
You were there in person?
Yes.
What? Come on now. So do you mind introducing yourself so you can tell the people who you are?
I'm Nay. I'm Dee's sister. And I'm from Atlanta. That's it.
Well, because someone asked, who is our guest? So you're
Nice to
Lil
meet
D's
you.
sister, and do you mind pronouncing his legal name for us?
Quindarius Zachary.
Quindarius, okay, because I didn't want to mess it up. Can you just kind of walk us through, if you don't mind, about like how did all this take place? And I know you don't want to get too far into the details because the state may be watching, but if you can kind of give like the stuff that's already public knowledge of how he arrived at the hospital up until this point.
Everybody seen the video when he was getting picked up and he was actually at the hospital. So he was like, let me call my folks. And that was like, no, just come on. So that was Friday. So we didn't hear from him till like Sunday. He let us know. He actually, a day before that, he called from the captain phone and asked for his girlfriend to put some minutes on her phone. And then when we didn't hear from him, we were like, where he at? Like, we haven't heard from him. He haven't called her. And then the next call we get was he was on the medical floor. They had just put him on the medical floor. And then we was up looking for him a lawyer. And then we get to court Monday and it said that he's in the hospital. He's in Grady. Which he was already sick from the beginning because he just got out the hospital. He had pneumonia. And his blood cells, anybody with sickle cell, their blood cells be up and down. He got to get his white blood cells together. And ain't no way you taking him straight from the hospital to Wright Street, which you got to be downstairs and intake and be around all them different people that's already sick. It's already cold in there. You don't got nowhere to lay you. It takes hours for them to move you to a room. And I don't think I think when you downstairs, anyway, you able to make a phone call. I don't even think they would let him make a phone call.
And feel free to jump in at any time you want to, Keith, if you had any questions. I see Jiggy had took off. Maybe he'll come back. But yeah, so she did confirm that he has sickle cell. And I mean, anybody would know it would definitely be, the sister. All right, so let's keep going. Oh, and someone had asked a question real quick. Is this the attorney that they hired to GoFundMe? And even though the attorney is hired, you still have to pay the attorney. So he may be hired maybe for a small down payment, but they're still raising money to keep paying him.
And somebody put in the chat
That's
that the attorney has a a interview on X.
Oh, okay. So we can watch the next. All right.
So I don't even think they would let him make a phone call.
That's insane, especially to treat him like that when he's a witness. He's not a defendant in this case, as far as I know, and I don't even know why his testimony was so important that she needed it right now.
It's not evidence. Like at the end of the day, everything is hearsay, this and the other. It's not evidence. You only taking what somebody said or a place like that's not evidence. That's not what the people really want. The people want evidence, solid foundation when it comes to evidence.
Taylor, she said she's backstage. Can you? Oh, okay, there you go.
I'm here.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you for joining us, Taylor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the situation, I mean, I don't understand why she needed it right now, especially like you say, it's not evidence that's needed. That's urgent to drag him out of the hospital, literally, because that's what she did. And when I say she, I'm not saying the state. I'm saying DA Love because I know she behind it. Don't make no mistake about it.
Miss Love want what she want when she want it.
She want the man hospital records. Did you hear her say she want to talk to his doctor?
Miss Love, they said the sheriff told her he is sick. Now, I know Rice Street, they don't vouch for nobody being sick. Oh, you sick, oh, whatever. Until something, they falling out on the ground and can't get up. So when the sheriff tell you he's sick and he need to be in the hospital, those people work for y'all. So you should be able to believe the sheriff when he lets you know he's sick. No, I need his medical records and I want to know more.
Wow. Yeah, that's real strange that they're able to get away with it. And I know the judge probably only heard one side before she signed the arrest warrant, if that warrant is legit.
Just one side. Cause he's trying to avoid coming to trial. He done came before and y'all weren't ready for him.
Wow. Oh, see, that's not a fact that. So y'all heard that he came before and they wasn't ready for him. I think that's something the judge should have took into account.
He done came before and y'all weren't ready for him.
Wow. Oh, see, that's not a fact that I knew. So he actually showed up one day ready to do whatever they needed him to do, and they
sent him a subpoena, but y'all was still doing jury duty.
That's crazy because today, as we saw, they ran out of witnesses. They had nobody to testify.
The police officer, the last one, I think it was the officer, they waiting on him to come. They don't want to be on their face on that trial. Them officers supposed to be finding out crime, looking for criminals, helping children. It's a lot.
They don't got time to sit in there and play with her all day. And
listen to all them questions. They don't got time.
And we were live all day, most of the day today for the trial, and we figured that she was dragging that questioning for sure.
Miss Whitaker, if y'all could have seen Miss Whitaker's face, like she was over it. Like, how long you got? 30 minutes. Oh, no, you don't. Like, Whitaker was over it.
No, ma'am, no, sir. 30 minutes for what? You're not talking about nothing.
You're not talking about nothing. Like, I felt so sorry for her. And I know she wasn't like, listen, that's it. These questions ain't giving no value.
Wow. So do y'all know, like his condition? Is he okay at the moment for the most part?
So his lawyer did go up to the hospital. She wanted the investigator there as well.
Right.
So the lawyer and the investigator did go to the hospital. I didn't get the chance to see if they know his conditions right now. They said on the 19th, but they'll have that discussion in the morning.
Okay, so at least his attorney can have contact with him, so his attorney can be the bridge between him and I guess the family.
Yes, and that's exactly what he needed.
Was the attorney. So as far as your brother having an attorney, and I know the fundraiser that Taylor set up, and thank you so much, Taylor.
Thank you, Taylor.
To talk with her for a few moments. She set up. So the GoFundMe is still active, correct?
Yes.
because some people had questions as if he has an attorney. Should they stop giving? And my thought was, well, maybe the attorney's not paid for completely, because sometimes you can hire an attorney, but they still want their
Yeah.
money.
So when he came through, like we had him attorney, his attorney supposed to showed up, and that attorney didn't want to show up. And I don't think he want to deal with Miss Love now. Now, when it comes to attorneys for this case, they want their money. Oh, I gotta be there how many days? And ain't no telling how many days Miss Love gonna have him on that stand. Then cross-examination, and she gonna come back with more. Like, they want their money per day. Like, they're not retaining fees is different than money. And I'm like, one person said he wanted $20,000 up front.
Ooh, yeah.
And then I'm asking my lawyer friend, like, is that possible? And he like, let me see. And then he like, yeah, those Atlanta attorneys are charging.
Yeah, I mean, especially when there's no guarantee that I'm going to be in there one day or 2 days, because we saw with the other witnesses that she had on the stand, she had them there for weeks. And the thing is, like, most people don't understand, once you're on the case, the judge the judge don't have to release you. You have to stay, and you can be stuck there even if the case goes on longer than you expected. The witness is testifying longer than you expected. The next thing you know, you stuck.
Yeah, and I was crying. I'm like, come on, y'all. He's just a material witness. He ain't they were like, no, like, the last guy was there 15 days, and then Woody was there this long, and then she said 4 hours, and he ended up being up 4 or 5 days.
Hey, was somebody else trying to come up? I seen the name, I didn't recognize it. Taylor. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, well, that's somebody else you had wanted to come up. So apparently at this time, y'all, another sister had joined, and I didn't realize who it was, or I would have let her up. But by the time I got confirmation who she was, she had already went down. So that's what that was about. I think their name was Tori. Y'all don't know Tori?
Tori, that's the other sister.
That's who?
That's my other sister.
Oh, okay, yeah. She told her to come up. I mean, I didn't know. Nowadays you never know who might be hacking the stream. Yeah, she's more than welcome. So, as far as this attorney, now I will admit, earlier today, people were asking me about the attorney, and I'm like, you gotta get who you can get right now. You don't got time to be, vetting attorneys.
Yes. And I had someone like
not you smiling, looking at yourself, smile, King.
Say what now?
So not you smiling, looking at yourself, smile, King.
No, I'm smiling because earlier that day I had talked about this attorney. I had said he kind of older. Where they find this man at? Come on now. But then she explained to me
poop about him.
Yeah, she explained to me that the lawyer that they wanted couldn't come or didn't want to come. He didn't want to deal with Love. So this is who they had to, that was ready to go. So, and I just talked about the man. So I just wanted to clear the air so there wouldn't be no confusion. That's why I'm smiling. Let's go back a few seconds. Who you can get right now. You don't got time to be, vetting attorneys.
Yes. And I had someone like, he was actually doing my ratings on attorneys. So I was like, is this attorney good? He was like, not for this case. I was like, this attorney good? He like, he older. I don't think he, I'm like, this, now here. He was like, no. So I'm like, oh my God. And then he was sending me the ones he was sending me that was good. And it was like one guy, he was gonna do it.
Okay.
But then he was like, I can't come. Right. You need somebody to meet me. I can't come. I got a trial in Cobb County. And he was like, okay, but he said he had to try, so he couldn't come. I said, no, he needs somebody to go in there and speak for him Monday morning.
Right. Okay, I got you. Because,
And then I told you about Ricky, that poster went with him, but he started answering the phone. So my sister, like, I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I called and texted him at 3 o'clock in the morning. He answered me at 6, and we went with him. He came, he popped up, he showed up. So only guy we had the last say so.
Right. And that's, I think y'all did the right thing. If the attorney not interested, ain't no sense enforcing him. If he's not answering the phone now, he's slow, just that's gonna continue. So I think y'all did the right thing as
Yeah.
far as, because at the end of the day, it's y'all have to look out for the best interest of, of your brother.
Mm-hmm.
This is, this ain't personal. Maybe that attorney not available this time. Maybe y'all can use him in the future for something else.
Right. And I asked him, what's up? You might be scared. Like, you scared me, love. Y'all getting me scared. Like, hey, y'all scared? Y'all need to get another pill now.
Yeah, some attorneys just don't want to, deal with her. Boy, I tell you. She is a handful, but that's what attorneys put me in, coach. Are for. We're punching bags for our clients. So go in there. You can handle it. And especially, all you have to do is sit there, and if something's not right, then you can, stand up and say, I want to speak to my client, and y'all take a break. It's not like you in action every day like Brian Steele or Keith Adams or one of the other attorneys.
Right.
But I think it's a good thing that that you're being a voice for your brother. Because somebody, if not you, who?
Yeah.
Somebody got to do it. Y'all says put the speed. Let me see. So we don't want to run into the lunch. Somebody said 1.5 or 1. Let's see. Let's see how this sounds.
Somebody got to be fair for everybody.
Oh, that's gonna be too fast. Too fast. Try that.
Like
1.5, I think.
They doing their job, but it's just be like some things you got to have compassion for. Like you got to think about other people. You got to think about other people, their kids. You got to think about their family members. Like you putting them in jeopardy. Like you putting him in jeopardy. There's so many people that be dying in Rice Street. Like,
Do we know how old Lil D is?
Yeah, I agree.
when they kind of help, like y'all seen here, like, and they boy really.
Wait, what you say, Jiggy?
Do we know how old he is? Not that it matters. I'm just curious.
No, I'll find out. I'll look it up.
You're not the hospital. I don't care. Come on, let's go. I've been looking for you. Like you ain't been looking. You talk to him right there in that hospital bed with the doctor right beside him. He's here.
Why they can't have it on Zoom? Just do it from the hospital. Just get if he gonna say something, he gonna say something. If not, he want to plead the fifth, whatever his decision is.
Yeah.
Let him do what he want to do right there. Dragging him down the court is insane.
Yeah. And then just to do it, like just for you to grab, nothing wrong with him. Then just for him to go right the grading.
Yeah. Somebody had said that, I don't know how true it is, that you were adamant in some type of way, y'all worked y'all way through the deputies to make sure that he got to check on him. I don't know if he reached the sheriff himself. But I guess something worked because he at the hospital, so
We can't release the sources, but we got to know.
Oh, come on. Taylor, can you talk to us for just a bit? I know you got your own social media that you're running on TikTok. Do you want to tell the people who you are and where they can find you?
Yeah, so I am Taylor Umbridge. You can follow me on TikTok at Taylor Umbridge. I'm a content creator. I just really started covering the case. At first, I was just kind of playing around on TikTok. And then I was watching the trial from afar. And then I started, came across a couple of creators. And I was like, you know what, I'm kind of into this. And then one day I was like, I'm just going to start creating my own little reactions. And it kind of went from there. And I actually, because of the place that I kind of came in on the case, I had Lil D mixed up with the other Lil D because there's two of them. And so I made a post, and the other sister Tori, she was in the comments like, you got the story wrong. Like they just letting me have it in the comments. Okay. I said, you know what, y'all, I'm done creating. I'm not creating no more. I'm through. And she ended up inboxing me. She was like, hey.
Oh, see, I'm catching it myself. Okay, so the other sister, the one that attempted to come up, the one that I was too late to pull up to the stream, she was getting into it with the Taylor girl, saying, hey, you got the story wrong. You're talking about the wrong Lil D. And next thing you know, I guess they got it straight, and then they became friends, and she started to go fund me. I didn't even realize that she had said it with the Tory who she had got into it with at first. Let me go back. I'm just not catching that now. That's wild.
We have it in the comments. Okay. I said, you know, Tory mixed up with the place that I kind of came in on the case. I had Lil D mixed up with the other Lil D because there's two of them. And so I made a post, and the other sister Tori, she was in the comments like, you got the story wrong. Like they was letting me have it in the comments. Okay. I said, you know what, y'all, I'm done creating. I'm not creating no more. I'm through. And she ended up inboxing me. She was like, hey, can I talk? How can I get in contact with you? She was like, we want to go live. We want to talk about it. And that was this past weekend. So I was like, all right, well, let me call you first because social media is weird. Let's have a conversation about it. And we did. We got on the phone. And when I heard Dad in the background, I said, yep, we got action. So
we went live and it just went from there.
You know what? I actually watched some of your TikToks, and I saw that some people were commenting on your TikTok video, and they were giving you a hard time.
Oh.
And I was like, man, what's going on? Because they do that. It's social media. They gonna do that. So I said, who is this going off on her? And I clicked on their page, their TikTok, and next thing you know, they're sharing, the GoFundMe. So I was like, okay. So whatever the case was, it worked out, for the good, obviously, because now everybody's on the same page. And so you are, just for people that's asking who are these people? Well, this is the sister of Lil D and a friend of the family, Taylor. And Taylor is the one, y'all see her name here, she set up the GoFundMe for Quindarius. So I think it's really good that you had it in your heart to set up a GoFundMe, because a lot of people, they talk about it, but they don't ever be about it and actually get stuff done.
Right, and she made it happen.
No. They made it happen because all I did was let them speak. That was it. I didn't have that many followers. Like I was just creating, and they got up there and they told the story. And just about asking for anything. They didn't ask for anything. The people got in the comments and were like, "How can we help? What can we do?" And they were asking, "What's the cash app? What's the GoFundMe?" And they were like, "Can you set up a GoFundMe?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll do it for you." That's kind of how they came about. So it's really kudos to him, to Quindarius' sisters for advocating for him and standing up for him, and his dad. And their dad, being willing to expose not only the corruption but how the ADA love and just the state has impacted their family throughout their lives. So it was really the people and them. Like I was just a conduit.
Well, it worked out, and I had to do my sign today that said "Free the jury."
Free the jury.
Free the jury. I had to put that on there. I think because you've done so much behind the scenes. It might seem small to other people, but it's big to those who it mattered to. So I thank you for doing that. I'm gonna actually put the link in the chat. And just to be clear, even though they have an attorney retained, the attorney still needs to be paid. So, and we don't know how long the trial will go on. We don't know how long Lil D will be on the stand, if he ever takes a stand. We don't know how many days. It can be 2 days. It can be 10. Y'all know how love do. So, I think every
because he had to get him yesterday, today to deal with the little hospital situation tomorrow. And
so,
Ms. Love got a book of questions.
I can't handle her at all.
I know it. I really want to free that jury because I don't ever put me in jury duty.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. I can't.
I mean, you gotta think about it. Like it's almost been a year in their life. Like you put your life on hold. You can't get through a week of court. Like this lady has 1 million witnesses to come through. The story is not connected. It's disjointed. I didn't even know what the state's theory was until I went over to I'm Not a Lawyer's Butt page, and she had like a little post about it. And I'm like, oh, this is the story they're trying to tell. This makes sense, but this is not what we're watching. And they gotta let those people go, man. Free the jury.
Free the jury. Yeah, I think so too. Free us all, because this is getting insane. I mean, sitting here day after day watching Love ramble. I mean, I can understand if she had something that was important that she was talking about. Yeah.
Like you're like, ooh.
Right.
And like the judge like, only if that the camera just zoomed. I was looking for it. Look, I'm actually was looking for it. I said I had to get her rolling her eyes. Y'all just had to see it. Like she was over.
Oh, the Judge Whitaker.
She's like, you come to recross again, and she's like, just recross case. Whatever they answer, that's the only question you answer. Don't ask no more questions than that.
Yeah, because she starts doing a completely new direct when she starts talking, and it's like, girl, you just. And I was joking on my live earlier today. I'm like, yeah, she go ask you what color. Let's drink a Pepsi. What color was the Pepsi? What color was the top on the Pepsi? It's just like, girl.
No, what she said about the lights? Was the lights on? Was the lights yellow? Something like that. Everybody look like, now this what you want to come recross for? Oh my God.
Right.
She said he asking you about your details. So I'm looking, I'm like, we already know he detailed the paperwork. Just go on. We just know what he didn't put in the paperwork.
Right. We knew, yeah. Where that notebook at?
Yeah. That's the only thing that matters. This paper don't matter if he didn't have it in that notebook.
That's what we want to know. Where that's at? We see the report that you probably typed up with him after the fact, but where is the original note?
Yeah.
Someone said, is he going to, or you want to know that if he's going to plead to fifth? I mean, that'll be a personal decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right, y'all? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it don't have to be his decision.
This person, okay, that's what I was thinking, because
If he plead the fifth, I think it won't be that long. It might be a day or so. But.
Hey, he played his cards right. I mean, how we seen the last couple of witnesses, their situation. And, next thing you know, new doors open for them. They
Right.
fed the feds and people got interested and now they got huge followings, making a lot of money. Like, so it might be a blessing in disguise.
Yes. It's like the justice system, you pick on the ignorant. Like it's like, hey, you go to jail for this time. What you done sold drugs? Oh, okay, you finna get this time. Show them another way how to make some money. Like they in jail just sitting around looking at each other. Like have some, they could be making, I think what they used to making back in the day, license plates or something like that. They could be doing something with their time, like to make money, and then they're like, okay, let me learn how to make this plate, or let me learn something with business. Like you wasting our government taxpayer time.
Wow.
And I think you made a good point the other day. Like the system is just not really built for rehabilitation. Like they're not rehabbing nobody. They torment people. They torture. Yeah.
I want to fill the jails up so the guy all the way that's at the top of Georgia in the big house in the mansion that run half of Georgia can keep getting paid. Like, that's not America. Cause have y'all ever looked at the other countries and they jails and they prisons?
Yeah, that's sad, especially in Georgia. I mean, it's out of control. I'm surprised that the federal government hasn't stepped in and did an investigation, maybe even closed the jail down.
They getting paid. They getting paid too.
Yeah, fill it up, put as many bodies y'all can in there, and and Bonnie Wood is giving her prosecution team their marching orders, so they gonna follow her. And I know there's a woman running against her, so she comes in, the whole case may go away.
Miss Courtney Kramer.
My bad, y'all couldn't even hear me. Okay, let me say it again.
Did you see did you see where they're talking about the live press conference on somebody put it in the comments?
Yeah, I see it.
It's on now. They coming to the stand.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. They're not really talking about anything of note. I think they have mugshots of people that's unrelated. So I don't know if they're trying to use the YSL try to garner attention, but we can kind of catch that in another break. But I don't see anything that's of importance right now. But yeah, I do see them walking to the podium. So let's finish this real quick, and then we can jump back into the trial, and then we can go back to whatever this press conference is about. But I'll keep my ear to it right now while we watch
Okay.
this. Thank you, and thank you. Who is it, Miss D or Miss Deidre? Okay. Come on.
Y'all in Georgia 14? Come on, let's do it.
And the whole case go away, right?
It's just if she say it's irritating her and the evidence weak.
Right.
Come on now.
It's weak.
It's
Taylor, you're a law student, right?
No, I'm not a law student. I am studying to get in. I'm trying to take the MSET. I registered for the November session. So
okay, all right. Well, yeah, good luck with that. I remember those days. But yeah, if you ever need anything, reach out. But I do want to ask, do you mind if it's okay if y'all wanted to post y'all personal cash app? Because I know it's a lot, and I had wanted to give something. I'm gonna pause real quick. So it appears that title is misleading. Maybe they held it over from the Young Thug trial, but this has nothing to do with the press conference that's going on. Has nothing to do with Young Thug. So just so people would know, the one that's mentioned in it has nothing to do. It's completely separate. Let's go. Just to help out. I know y'all probably don't need it, but lunch ain't never hurt nobody. If that's okay, if y'all prefer not to, that's fine as well. But
you buying lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not? Y'all got a lot going on. That's the least I can do. Get y'all some lunch for you. Stopping by and letting us know what's going on in Fulton County, because people want to know. The people want to know.
Why you gonna come down here?
Oh, I don't know when the next time I'm in Atlanta. I'm trying to stay out of Atlanta. Oh wait, are both y'all in Atlanta?
I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Man, the last time I had to go through there, I had to
You were scared.
I didn't even want to go through the airport. It was a layover. I was like, man, come on. Because I don't want no mess going on.
It used to not be like this. I don't know.
They may put some in my luggage. Just because. Yeah.
No, I'm not in Atlanta. I'm from St. Louis.
Are you in St. Louis? That's what you said, St. Louis?
Yep, I'm from St. Louis.
Okay, then, Taylor.
Yeah, I remember I
You
had
out
went.
there with Sexy Red.
Hey, free the jewelry. I'm trying to tell you, free the jewelry.
I had I
You
went
know
out
what?
there.
I need to
Go
reach
ahead.
out to her. Since you thug sister, you need to be walking in that courtroom. What's up?
Wait, what you mean? Oh, Sexy Red.
Yeah, since you hit twin.
Oh, they twins. Shout out to Twin and them. Oh man, I do want to thank y'all. I had went one time to St. Louis, but it took me to a different part called East St. Louis, and I think it was. I don't know if it was a Lil Wayne concert or something going on out there. It was years ago, but it was lit out there.
Nah, that's on the other side of the bridge. I ain't on that side. You know, ain't no
Oh,
east side. We this south of St. Louis.
oh, okay, I got you. I
What's
got
East
you.
St. Louis? That's the hood.
I don't know. That's why
Look,
they
the
had me.
hood is on both sides, but you definitely gotta make it known which side you from.
She
And
said,
still, I'm from St. Louis. I'm from the real side. That's
hey, she said the hood's on both sides. Yeah, y'all, I'm double checking. I'm listening to the press conference. It has nothing to do with it. Thank you.
the other part.
She said we side hood. All of it is hood. No, but it was some good parts. I really had fun down there because my homie is in the military and he was in a base somewhere up there, and we went out and stuff. We had a good time. But thank y'all so much. I know I said I want to keep you long, so thank y'all so much for stopping by, and hopefully we have some updates in the future, whether here or through other platforms, some type of way about the condition of your brother Lil D.
We were here in the morning. They
What
having
you
a
mean?
meeting tomorrow.
Oh, they're having a meeting tomorrow.
Little
Okay.
ex parte.
I hope not an ex parte because
You know
we gotta
what?
still have the defense out. The fence, let the fence hit ain't enough.
You know what? Hey, I don't put an ex parte past them. They slick down there. Love will be back there. Because when the judge said the only way the doctor talked to you is with a court order, Love was like, yeah, that's what I was like. That's what she was getting at. Like she's gonna try to ask the judge for an order.
But I don't think HIPAA gonna go like.
I thought that she'd have to be subpoenaed. What I'm interested in is, and I know we don't know it, we probably won't ever know it, but I want to know what was put on the affidavit of fact by Michael Green, because I want to know what he said to make her say, yeah, go ahead and issue this arrest warrant, because she didn't just, Love couldn't just go in there and do it. And when I read it today, I found out that she didn't even write it. But I mean, I did also find out that it is normal for an investigator to write it. It just really felt like, she had somebody do her dirty work because she knew, talking to y'all, she knew where he was at.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see that affidavit too, and I'm sure it's going to come out. I mean, if the first part came out, the order of getting the warrant signed, then I'm sure somebody's going to get their hands on it, even if it's the defense attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all so much again for stopping by. Somebody put free the jury in the chat.
Free the jury.
Free the jury.
I feel sorry for
Free the
them.
jury and free Lil D. Hopefully, when it's all said and done, maybe he can voice his opinion once everything is over with. We don't obviously want nothing to come back on him.
Yeah.
But thank y'all so much once again for stopping by. Hopefully we can talk again in the future. You never know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right, have a good night. Okay, go ahead, Keith. So what do you think? So tying it all back together now with the family and with DA Love, with what DA Love said today about his condition.
I think the only thing she didn't lie about was the 19th.
Okay.
But everything else, I agree with Jiggy. Maybe they're not expressing through the attorney how sick he is or what totally the conditions are, but I just feel like they don't care. And the judge is not naive. And just like I said, the health issue itself, I get they want him to testify. And like you said in that interview, they could do a Zoom. Look how many hearings we've watched where the judge is not even in the courtroom. She's on a Zoom, or lawyers or defendants. So I don't see anything wrong with it being a Zoom and his attorney is there. I feel like Love wants him in front of her so she can yell, be intimidating, just be who she is. And I don't disagree with her doing her job, but I feel like she has went above and beyond to go beyond her job. This is like, I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. And this just kind of, out of everything else we seen, yeah, it was surprising, but not surprising in the overall way of, Black people dealing with the court system. I don't think that's new to a lot of people. I think that's why a lot of people are tuned in, because some of the entertainment too, but overall, a lot of people can relate, and then the ones that can't relate are tuned in because they've never seen anything like this either. So I don't know. I just think maybe they need to go a little bit, I don't know. I just think the only thing I got out of that as far as dealing with love, she lied. And the truth was, only thing was the 19th that coincide with what the sister said. And also I want to add real quickly, I think you did a good interview with them because it wasn't self-motivating or like clout chasing, and everybody, because I've seen them a little bit on other platforms. I'm not gonna say no names, but it was more self-serving, and they didn't get their message out as fully because the platform they were on, So I think you did a good job too.
Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. It was. I just kind of went with the flow as far as questioning, because I know something they can't get into as far as what his intentions are, whether he will plead the fifth or he won't plead the fifth. Because the last thing I wanted was for the prosecution to use what we said last night in court. See, Judge, this is why we needed to warn. Even his sister is saying on YouTube that he wasn't planning on testifying, that he was going to plead the fifth. So I didn't want her to, to go that far. That's why I had to ask her that his decision to plead the fifth or not. But overall, I think it was good that they did stop by and get the word out as far as the treatment of their brother, and hopefully more awareness will be brought, more than what's already brought now. And I know I got on. It's hard listening to yourself because I didn't have questions wrote down, and a lot of times you use filler words like the and because you're not prepared. But in court with Brown, normally you have your questions wrote out, and you don't want to be doing a lot of that when you're in court, because it can take away from the credibility of the jury if they thinking that you're using filler words because you're fishing around. But overall, I think it was good. I know sometimes when I practice for trial, my opening statements or my closing statements, I might have my office staff and I give my statement, and every time I use a filler word like or something like that, they hit a bell. And when I tell you how many times they hit that bell, it takes practice. But as far as us just sitting back and just having a casual conversation, I think it went really well. So thank you so much for those kind words, Keys. I grade myself harder than the public, but it was I just said it, but it's tough. It's tough to sit there and see yourself, to watch yourself live. So Jiggy was like, "Why are you smiling?" I'm like, boy, what am I doing? But overall, it was good. Thank you so much. But the court should be starting. We have the stream up. It was supposed to start 1:15 in my time, 2:15 Atlanta. So
2:15. It's right on the nose. So I'm gonna get down, but yep, I just wanted to tell you that before we got off of here.
Thank you so much. That's really kind. And thank you for always coming up to help us pass the time in the lunch break. A lot of people don't click the link, but you always come through. You're one of the ones that come through, as well as Jiggy, and always support the stream and keep us going. Because if not, we would have been shut down for lunch. We would have been scrolling. We'll be back.
No worries. We appreciate you. We like coming in here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm gonna be in the bushes.
Yeah, I see y'all. Y'all gonna defend me. I know Mr. Leroy, every once in a while he jump in here and give me a little hard time because I know he is pro prosecution. I see y'all. Y'all ain't taking none of it. But it's all good.
Yeah, we don't mean no harm. We
Right.
like the, you know, it's
Right,
good
right.
to have somebody that has a
Opposite,
view of the other side. Yeah, we don't want everybody, all the naysayers.
Right. It
I
really
mean,
helps.
well, all the ones, the yes men, you know, we want to hear the other side.
And it really
But
passed
yes,
the
I'll be in the
time.
bushes watching. I told you, we got your back.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Thank you. And it helps pass the time because court is so boring. They're not talking about anything. So reading the chat really just help pass the time with y'all going with each
Yes,
other.
because I'll be on the floor over here with some of this stuff.
Right. All right. Jiggy says
Okay,
all
I'm gonna
good.
talk to you.
Okay. All
All
right. Thanks
right.
a lot. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Jiggy says it's all good in sport conversations. Like, yeah, it's all fun. I know y'all don't mean no harm. And thank y'all to the new people that popped in and joined, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Jazz, for joining today. She said she was new here and y'all showed out in front of Jazz. They say we tried not to. And shout out again to I Am Shout for being really kind, becoming a member, and for backdooring with the super chat. So thank you so much for doing that, and for the rest, for Pete as well as Blue Skies. Thank y'all, and for the people that just hit the like button. Somebody say it's free, and the like button really helps circulate the video more views and stuff like that. So that's why we ask you to hit it, not just because we want y'all to waste y'all time. Also, when y'all subscribe to the channel, if y'all do decide to subscribe to people that's new, you have to turn on all your notifications, because if you don't, then you won't know when we're going live. Let me see if I can do it here, because I don't think I'm subscribed to this channel. All right. So I can make it a little bigger. So when you hit this button there, then you got to hit the drop down arrow, and then you have to go to all. And then it'll say you get all notifications right there. But if you don't hit the drop down arrow and go to all, you just hit the subscription button. Let me do it again. If you just hit that button there, then it's not going to turn on your notifications. You have to go there until that bell turns black. If the bell is not black, then you don't have your notifications. It's just to be a white, so you turn it black. All right. So we're just waiting for everybody to come back from lunch, the court to start. They said 2:15 and now it's 2:19 Atlanta time. Yeah, that headline, I think they just left that up from the last stream, but it was just like, what? And we're like, why having a press conference? Oh, I know something we can do right quick. Somebody said that Lil D's attorney also did like a quick little interview. So I can find that right quick. Wait, who sent it to? I know it was sent to me, but I couldn't find it. Let me see right quick, since we got a little time. We're waiting for the court to come back. Yeah, let me see. I tried to do it here. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, just play it from here.
For us now, Brittany, you spoke exclusively with Lil D's attorney, who says he needs medical attention.
We had Dennis Scheib, attorney for Quintarius Zachary, says the state ordered a sheriff deputy to the hospital today to speak with the doctor about his condition. And that will determine the next steps in the courtroom.
There was small mention of Quintarius Zachary, also known as Little D, during testimony Tuesday.
Describe your
When you first met Quindarius Zachary, how old was he?
Let's see if we get to the interview part. Oh, here we go.
Question remains if Zachary will in fact take the stand.
They want him to testify, and something that
What happened?
Please. Shibe says in the last 4 months, Zachary has been in and out of the hospital at least 10 times and has had to undergo 2 blood transfusions. Zachary was taken into custody over the weekend on a material witness warrant after being released
not gonna
from
touch it.
the hospital.
It's not very common to use a material witness warrant.
Legal analyst Joshua Schiffer explained those conditions.
The applicant, in this case being the state, can actually request the court arrest and detain the individual to ensure they appear in court. That doesn't take into consideration anything outside of
physically. I don't.
Will in fact take the stand.
They want him to testify, and something that he supposedly said years ago. I don't know if he even remembers it. You know, I talked to him, and I'm like, he's been through so much. He's been drained physically. He's been drained mentally, and they want him to testify. It's not worth his life, you know, to get up there.
Zachary's attorney, Dennis Shibe, says he has a severe form
With Ms. Latner's
Okay.
later today. Mr. Steele.
Okay.
But the court will afford me a second to do that. I'm gonna do it. And was there something else that we were supposed to argue with? You sure? Okay. I think that Mr. Atkins. Miss, wait.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I just had some random set of keys up here that are not mine that
Okay.
appeared over the lunch break.
Mr. Atkins, I think, forwarded the exhibits that he'll use with Ms. Latner's later
Okay.
today. And I didn't know, I don't believe that I can't speak for anyone. So I just wanted to make the court aware if there is any objection, we're prepared to argue it, but we did forward over. I don't think that there is. There shouldn't be. It's a CAD report and a 911 call.
Thank you, Ms. D.
Good afternoon.
My understanding is that there's going to be a Maynard in April 2019 CAD report. No issues with that. There's going to be a Holland CAD report. No issues with that. There's going to be a 911 call that's already been litigated, and there's a Chandler Durham 911 call that I need to look through.
Is Ms. Latner's the next witness? I mean, we're on
No.
this witness still anyway.
She's not.
Okay,
She's
you
not.
think you'll have time to do that? Okay, all right.
And I don't think that was I would ask that the court inquire if there are any more objections about the ones that he sent over, because I think that was the extent of it, but he just wanted me to make sure that I addressed it with the court. Right.
My issue is I want to go to that Chandler Durham out.
Yes,
That's
we can do that.
fine. We'll give you a chance to do that before.
I will check, Your Honor, and good afternoon as well. I will check what was sent to our previous motion that we filed to exclude certain portions of Ms. Latner's 911 calls as well as CAD reports. And we already itemized that, but I could check it. No problem.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Atkins is checked too and knows what comes in and what doesn't.
And I believe that Mr. Smith as well forwarded some exhibits that he intends to introduce with the crime scene technician that he has coming up after this witness. What was that?
So they're actually, Your Honor, from body cam footage from a Holloman incident.
But it's a still shot or
They're screenshots from body cam.
Who's the witness?
Detective Stark.
That's not the next witness or the next witness.
I need to review what they sent over.
Okay, who's going to be the next witness after Professor or Dr. Pitts?
Dr. Pitts, it will be CST Porter.
Porter?
Yes, I think Montgomery might be the name on there.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay.
She's switching out names.
So Montgomery and then who?
We have Miss Latner's coming, we have Miss Smith coming, and we have.
So is
Yeah.
Miss Latner's going to be right after Montgomery?
No, in fact, it's going to
Okay,
be.
I guess what I'm asking is, could you give me in them, in order, kind of who you expect for the afternoon?
Dr. Pitts, crime scene tech, Montgomery Porter, Miss Smith, Officer Collins, Miss Latner's,
okay,
and Starks if we reach Starks.
All right, great. All right, and whatever evidence is going to come in through those witnesses has been shared. Is that accurate?
Whatever. Say that for me one time.
Whatever evidence is going to be introduced through these witnesses has been shared?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as we know, the only thing that somebody still needs to look at is that listen to is that 1911 call.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to review I understand that there were some stills that were apparently sent over. I need to look at that, apparently from a body cam. That's the first I've heard of that, so I need to look at that, Judge.
Okay, and the stills would be with what witness?
Starks.
Starks.
The
Okay.
last one.
All right. Okay, so we've got 3 witnesses plus the one on the stand to get through before them. So y'all should have some time to do that.
I'll review
If
it,
there's
Judge.
any issue with it, just let me
I'll
know.
bring it to the court's attention. Thank you.
All right. Anything else before we get the witness back and the jury in?
No, I'm just sending over the.
Great. All right.
Let's go. What y'all waiting on? She building her case as she go. Not trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. Let's go. Y'all, this is a former crime scene tech. He the person that took pictures of the crime scene.
Smith, whom there's a concern about. Yeah. Okay.
Not threats, it was alerting her and making her very disturbed.
So before we have her come in, there needs to be a determination made because we haven't done that yet. Okay. We're ready. I'm sorry.
So yeah, this is a former crime scene tech that took the pictures, but now she's a professor, and they just called her back to testify. She got her pink on, but no adjuster. We got a pink adjuster in the chat. Shout out to pink adjuster.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, not Miss.
All right. Can you hear me? Dr. Pitts, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the address of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And
Could be a lighter shade of paper.
was there a case, APD incident number associated with that location?
Yes.
Okay, what was that incident?
151180288.
And with respect to this particular incident that occurred at that location just mentioned, do you recall who it was that called you out to that scene?
Yes. Sutton.
Okay. And around or about what time did you go out to that scene?
I would have to look at my notes because it's not on this report. Thank you. Thank you. The call came through at 2:30 a.m. I responded at 3:04 a.m.
And you now have the photos in front of you. Using those if needed, can you recall whether the sun was up or down at that time?
It was early morning. Sun was down.
Okay. And when you got to that scene, as with the prior two cases that you testified about earlier, did you in fact process that crime scene at 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest?
Yes.
And when you began to process that, did you go through the same type of steps that you described earlier in the first two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
And what, in terms of processing, did you collect any evidence at that time?
Yes.
What evidence was located on that crime, at that crime scene?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna push
49
through.
shell casings and 1 projectile.
I'm gonna push through a couple more hours. But thank you, Queen.
Was recovered as evidence from that crime scene.
And did you turn that evidence in as you did with the prior shell casings and the other two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
Was any of the evidence in the first APD incident number tested by you for anything?
We're going all the way back to the very first incident.
He said we're going all the way back.
Was that the Springdale?
Y'all caught that?
That would have been.
Or the Hill Street?
Yes, the Hill Street location.
We're going all the way back to the first incident.
No, I turned it over to the APD crime lab for further review for ballistics.
Did you do any testing in the second APD incident case number that you responded in process?
No, I submitted it to the crime lab for ballistics.
And as to the third case number, which we were talking about before we circled back, this case specifically pertaining to 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest, did you perform any testing on that evidence that you collected at the scene?
No, I turned this over to the APD property unit.
I am now going to have published for you the crime scene photos that were already admitted that have been identified as states exhibits 2 Juliet through 92 Juliet, and Your Honor, there will only be a select few.
Thank you.
Yes. Right, showing you now on the screen, Dr. Pitts, States Exhibit 2, Juliet. Does this picture that you see here help you recall the scenes which you responded to on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And where exactly, what type of business or structure is located at that address?
This is Club Crucial.
And how familiar are you with Club Crucial in terms of knowing its operations and being in that area?
Familiar with it, but not familiar to the extent that I know someone that has been to that club.
Okay, and are you familiar, based on your experience in employment, with the hours of operation? They may be more frequent?
No.
Okay. All right, now turning to the next state's exhibits. Now being published is States 3, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what is exactly being shown here in this exhibit that's just been submitted?
This appears to be the front entry side of the club.
Now publishing States Exhibit 8, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is it fair to say that this is an overview shot of the placards that were placed in that crime scene location?
Majority of the placards, yes.
And those placards that were placed down, do you recall to what number they went to?
I don't.
Okay. Is it by chance that your notes may refresh your recollection?
It could have went up to 50, being that I had 49 shell casings that were recovered and 1 projectile piece that was recovered.
Now showing you States Exhibit 50, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, why was this vehicle of interest to you during your processing of the crime scene, such that you take a photo?
It could be that it's been damaged. That would be the only reason that I would photograph it.
Okay. And what is the license plate that you see associated with that vehicle?
AUX 9521.
Do you see, can you make out a color for that vehicle?
It appears to be plum, maroon.
All right, now turning to the next state's exhibit. Now published on the screen is 52 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see on this exhibit any damage from what could have been gunfire in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, all right, now zooming in for a closer view. Can you see, Dr. Pitts, or describe where you may see such defects to this vehicle?
Over the back tire, maybe that's called the fender. I'm not really sure.
All right. Now turning to States Exhibit 53, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing the exhibit that is now posted on the screen, do you see any other additional damage from bullet defects to this vehicle on this exhibit?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Plus,
No, it doesn't appear to be.
turning to this next state's exhibit, 54, Juliet. What about from this vantage point of the vehicle?
You don't see
No, it
nothing.
doesn't appear to be.
It ain't nothing there.
Okay, now turning to state's exhibit 56, Juliet.
You wasting
Dr.
time.
Pitts, utilizing this photo that is now on the screen, can you describe any such damage or defects that you see with the vehicle?
It appears to be the sunroof of this vehicle that's damaged.
Now publishing states exhibit 57, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing this exhibit for this, what type of vehicle are we looking at here, to your best knowledge, best of your knowledge?
Brown.
Ford pickup truck.
Okay, and with this vehicle, do you see any defects that such that you would have taken a picture of the front?
Yes.
Where do you see those defects?
Right above the grill.
Is that the only one?
That I can see, yes.
The headlight. Shit, the wrong.
Now publishing for your viewing states exhibit 58, Juliet. excuse me, now let's actually publish State's Exhibit 59, Juliet. Okay, Doctor, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you see any defects to the passenger side of this vehicle?
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay, where the cursor is located, can you see any such type of damage or defect?
Yes.
Now turning to State's Exhibit 60, Juliet. And was there anything of value in terms of your experience as a crime scene tech that you would take the rear of this photo, this rear photo of the truck?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, when you're photographing a vehicle, you should be capturing all four sides of that car. So it doesn't appear that I see a defect. And so it just appears to be that this photograph was captured for documentation purposes.
And what is the what is the license plate or tag number associated with this pickup truck?
I do wear contacts. I think it's BZE 0994.
Okay. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 62, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, was this another such vehicle that was impacted or received defects at the club crucial location?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, from this vantage point of the vehicle, see any defects where the cursor once was, but I believe it did move? Okay.
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes, that's what I believe is happening. Yes.
I can't accurately say if that's a defect or not.
If you using the hard copy of the exhibit that has been entered, can
What
you
was the
tell
number
that
again?
exhibit now is Juliet.
It still appeared to look the same.
Okay.
So yeah, I can't.
Now publishing 63, Juliet. Just a moment, right? Thank you, Ms. Knight. Dr. Pitts, before we ask any questions about the exhibit that is published at this point, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what vehicle you know this to be, if at all? What type of vehicle, I should say?
Based on the emblem, it looks like a four-door BMW.
And with respect to this vantage point of that BMW that you described, is there a defect to you, to your ability to see from utilizing this picture? Any defects?
No.
Where the cursor is, can you describe whether you believe that to be to the right of the cursor, that is? Can you describe if you know that to be a defect?
What was
And
the
this
number?
is State's Exhibit 63, Juliet. Okay.
I can't accurately say that. No.
No problem. Publishing 64, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, with this passenger side view of the BMW, are you able to distinguish if you see any defects to this portion of the car?
I do not see any defects.
All right. Now publishing 65, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of this pertinent on this picture that would look like defects to you?
Yes.
Okay. Where on this photograph do you see defects?
It appears to be a defect at the top of the trunk.
Okay.
And then on the bottom lower area of the fender, the back fender.
And what is the what is the tag number that is associated, if you can make it out, associated with this vehicle?
I think that's PYI 4970.
Right. Now publishing the next state's exhibit, which is state's exhibit 68, Juliet. What type of vehicle, based on this photo, can you tell make this out to be?
This is a Volvo.
And is there a tag number that you can see associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What is that tag number, Dr. Pitts?
Can we zoom in
Yes,
just so
ma'am.
I can get the first? The first letter appears to be maybe PTG 7271,
What state is that tag associated with?
Georgia.
And do you see any defects to this vehicle here on this view?
No.
Now publishing state's exhibit 70, Juliet. What about here, Dr. Pitts? Do you see any defects that drew your attention when you processed this crime scene and this vehicle on it?
No.
What about in state's exhibit 71, Juliet, which is getting ready to be published now, which shows the passenger side? Do you see any such defects that drew your attention?
Can we zoom in a little more?
And I believe that is about as far as the technology will allow. What?
It appears to be something on.
What year was this, y'all?
Front door.
Was this 2015? Was it 1980?
What you're saying to be that something is above or beneath the person.
What's
It's
going on?
above.
Okay, and is that what you believe to be a defect to this vehicle?
I'm gonna say it's not a defect because I'm not 100%. I'm gonna say it's not a defect. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Now showing you what has been pre-marked and admitted as state's exhibit 72, Juliet. Okay. Utilizing this exhibit, Doctor, is there anything that you see in terms of defects to the front of this vehicle?
Yeah, some of these cars are kind of older. I'm like,
No.
these are some good cars. They lasted this long. Right. They're
Now,
classic.
State's exhibit 73, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, are you able to say that, do you see any thing that may appear or resemble to be a defect on this portion of the car?
Yes.
And is that what you would believe to be a defect?
Yes.
Y'all leaving with somebody in a pickup truck or this type of car?
State's exhibit 74, Juliet.
This type of car or the pickup truck?
And Dr. Pitts, using this exhibit, can you tell what type of vehicle this is?
A Nissan Sentra.
And what's the, if we could zoom in, does there appear to be a permanent or a temporary tag here?
It's a drive-out tag.
And I know this may be a little smaller, but can you make out those letters or numbers? You can see them?
143 10132.
And what appears to be the expiration date?
May 29th, 2015.
Okay, now publishing state's exhibit 76, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, what are we looking at here in state 76, Juliet?
The driver's side of this vehicle with defects.
How many windows do you see to have defects or damage?
3.
Okay. And
Right. Show the good pictures.
now showing you state's exhibit 77, Juliet.
Oh yeah, show us stuff like
What about
this.
on this side of the vehicle? Can you see any such defects on this side?
It says 79. Come on. Way before
It appears
my
to
time.
on the back passenger side door.
Right. Show pictures of the
And
good
can you see
stuff.
anything on the front passenger side door in terms of damage?
The window.
Okay. Is there anything on the ground near the vehicle on this side of it?
We would have to, can we zoom in some? It appears to be shattered glass that I can see.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the next state's exhibit, which is state's exhibit 78, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any such damage to the front of the vehicle?
No.
Next state's exhibit, please.
All right.
Actually, if we may zoom in right there, Dr. Pitts, can you see any damage where the cursor was pointed, just above it?
Yes.
And what does that damage appear to be to you?
It appears that it is a defect in the windshield.
Right, next state's exhibit.
Come on, y'all, just admit them. We get it.
Now, publishing your viewing state's exhibit 80, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is this a different vehicle from the last one that we just viewed?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle do you know this to be, if at all?
This is a Impala Chevrolet
And does
SS.
And does there appear to be any damage or defects to this vehicle?
Yes.
Where do you see them?
The back window.
All right. Is the back window fully intact, or does there seem to be some other type of damage?
It has a defect and it's shattered.
Showing you now Dr. Pitts state's exhibit 82, Juliet. And what are we looking at here? Thank you.
Another drive out tag or a temporary tag.
All right, and can you make out those digits and numbers?
14223-495.
And does there appear to be an expiration associated with those temporary tags?
Yes.
What is that date?
June 2nd, 2015.
Now, publishing 81, Juliet. Outside of the damage that you described to the back rear windshield, do you see any additional damage to this vehicle, Dr. Pitts?
It looks like there's damage to the front passenger door.
Do you see any damage to the rear passenger door?
It looks like it could be a scrape or a dent, but I would maybe need to zoom in some. What was the number again?
Yes, that is state's exhibit 81, Juliet.
Thank you. Yeah, it still appears to be maybe as if it's some type of scraping.
Okay. Do the windows appear to be shattered as the back windshield, or do they look intact from this view?
They appear to be intact.
Dr. Pitts, if we could zoom out just a bit, Ms. Knight, can you tell if this vehicle is parked properly within the space that it should be, or is there something different going on with this vehicle?
It's in 2 lanes.
Showing you now the next state's exhibit 83, Juliet. And if we could just zoom in partially. Dr. Pitts, do you see any damage to this portion of the vehicle, the driver's side?
Not that I can say with certain.
Okay. And I want to go up to the top left-hand corner of this photo. Dr. Pitts, do you know any of those individuals that appear to be positioned in this photo?
I do not.
Okay. Did anyone come up to you and tell you that anything about these vehicles at all or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Now showing you the next state's exhibit 84, Juliet. And if we could just zoom in just a little bit tonight. Right. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of value to you in your experience as a crime scene tech in terms of defects here?
No.
Okay. Now publishing 86, JJ. Dr. Pitts, do you see it? And thank you, Ms. Knight. Do you see any defects to this vehicle at all?
Yes.
Where do you see such defects?
Initially, I saw something on the front fender towards under the grill and then the windshield.
Okay. If we could move the cursor, Ms. Knight, Is that where the cursor is about located? Is that where you were speaking about a defect?
Yes.
And can we move to the windshield? Is that where the cursor is located? Where about you are describing the second defect you observed?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to the next state's exhibit for publication, and that is 88 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what type of vehicle is this to your knowledge?
A Challenger?
Okay, and do you see a license plate or tag identifier associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What type of digits are associated with this vehicle?
BBN 9843.
Right, and now, do you see any defects to this portion of the vehicle, the rear of the Challenger?
Are we able to zoom in a little?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now publishing the next state's exhibit, and that is states 90 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects here?
Yes.
And what do you see? Where is that defect?
The front windshield.
And when you process these vehicles in terms of photographs, did these vehicles remain on scene, or were they ever transported somewhere else?
That I have no idea.
All right. And Dr. Pitts, in conclusion, did that conclude your involvement as to APD incident numbers 15-026-2672? For the first case that you dealt with?
2672 is the last one.
Let me restate that. As to all that you testified today, did that conclude your involvement with the first case that you testified about regarding APD case number 15-026-2672?
Yes.
Okay. As to the second case that you testified about, did all that you testified about conclude your involvement with respect to 15-118028?
Yes.
And as to the last case to which you testified about, that being APD incident number 15-028-0046, did that conclude your involvement with that case?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, thank you. Are there defense questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions. Okay.
She may have her PhD. I think she's a professor now. She's no longer in the tech division. She couldn't stay in Atlanta that long. Can't stay too long. I gotta keep moving.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just want to ask you a couple questions about your work on January 26th.
Free to court report.
At 1007 Hill Street. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And if you need to refer to your reports, just let me know, and then that's fine. But we just need to, for the record, just make it clear that you're referring to your report. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. As I understand, you were the crime scene technician on that scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the only crime scene technician on that scene?
Yes.
All right. And I understand your testimony is that you took a large amount of photographs and also collected shell casings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're at a crime scene working as a crime scene tech, do you dictate your actions, or do you follow the responding officer? How does that work?
It's based off of my discretion. The first responding officer really just briefs me during that initial walkthrough of what they've uncovered, but no, they do not tell me or lead me on how to process a crime scene.
And these shell casings, I believe your testimony is you've collected 65 documented and collected 65 shell casings from that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my notes, yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for an exact measurement, but with your fingers, I guess, could you show the jury how large these shell casings are?
Are we able to pull up a photo so I can make sure that I'm referencing the correct shell casing?
I believe it's the batch labeled GG.
Is it starting with 1 GG? Okay.
I know that there's some photos in there of different shell casings.
Maybe about this big.
So what is the reason? Let this girl go.
You're welcome.
Back to the classroom.
Now, and they're made of metal,
Yes.
and the surface of these shell casings are smooth.
Yes, I guess. I'm not an expert in the manufacturing of shell casings.
Okay, well, when you collect them, do they appear to be smooth, the surface?
For the most part, yes.
All right. Are you familiar, as part of a crime scene technician's role, you're trained to collect fingerprints?
We are trained to process for fingerprints.
Okay, and thank you for that correction. When you say, you corrected me, I said collect, you said process. Could you explain what you mean by process?
So when you're processing a surface for fingerprints, there may not be a fingerprint that's even there to collect. And so in terms of saying collect, therefore there's something that you brought to the surface and you're adding lifting tape, and then you are physically collecting that print off of that particular surface, and you can actually take it with you and turn it over.
Is there another process? Is there another way to process for fingerprints that involves the use of super glue causing prints to rise?
So that is called cyanoacrylate, and yes.
And that process, cyanoacrylate?
Correct.
Okay. The process using cyanoacrylate, that can be used on shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The 65 shell casings in this case, were they ever processed for fingerprints using cyanoacrylate?
Oh, Max.
Cyanoacrylate, no, they were not.
Okay. And were they processed for fingerprints using any other method of processing evidence for prints?
Let me refer to my report.
I guess he's trying to prove that his client's fingerprints are not on the bullets or the shell casings.
According to my report, no, I turned them over to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess that would have been easier
Any
to
other
ask.
defense counsel with questions for this witness?
Were there any fingerprints? I guess that's the
All
easy.
right, any redirect? All right, thank you so much for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Woo, I'm glad we didn't have to listen to that redirect. And they move out the way. She gone. Oh, man.
All right, this time, state calls crime scene director Porter.
Dude, you gonna have to talk louder than this here. You got your mask off. Shout out the feature.
I'm just wondering why that person's not walking in the door right now. Y'all, the other person's been out, and there's no harm in them passing by each other. I actually, I'm not trying to be a stickler, but any little bit of time we can save, everybody would appreciate.
Oh, woman, come on. Yeah, I get it. I don't know if that's the witness though, the tech. But thank you, Lenny, for that comment. He gonna need a microphone. I can tell now.
LaShantis Porter, LaShanTise. Last name Porter, Porter.
Ms. Porter, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Ms. Porter, did you change your name? Did your name change?
Yes,
And what did you go by formerly?
Hill,
You're hearing pretty good.
Where do you currently work, Ms. Porter?
Atlanta Police Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you worked for APD?
For 19 years.
Can you tell the jury what your current role is?
I am a crime scene director for the Atlanta Police Department.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I ensure that the crime scene technicians are doing their jobs properly, processing evidence properly, collecting evidence properly. I also manage our customer service section where they do background checks.
And how long have you been in that role?
For 3 months.
In 2014, strike that. Yeah, in 2014, what was your position?
A senior crime scene technician.
And what were some of your responsibilities as a senior crime scene technician?
Responding to crime scene calls, processing evidence, and assisting with training new hires.
Now, it's kind of important to distinguish. Are you a member of law enforcement?
Yes, however, I'm a civilian employee.
She a civilian.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Leave alone.
Now, Director Porter, I want to draw your attention to December 26, 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And on that day, how long had you been working as a senior crime scene technician?
I believe about 2 to 3 years.
And were you on shifts or on call?
We were on shifts at the time.
And what was your shift?
I was 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Yeah, they wearing us out.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
So on December 26, 2014, were you dispatched to a shooting scene at 1097 Harwell Road, Southwest?
Yes,
Now, was this a business or residential area?
it was a business.
What business?
The Blue Flame.
Have you been to this business before?
At the time, I'm not sure if I had.
Is she smacking?
Is this business located in Fulton County?
Yes,
Do you know what time you were dispatched?
I was dispatched at 9:29 p.m.
Now, what was your job when you arrived on scene?
My job was to process the scene by taking photos and collecting the evidence that needed to be collected.
Now, is there a difference between searching for evidence and collecting evidence?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So if you're searching for evidence, you're combing the scene, looking for items of evidentiary value. Collecting, you have located those items and you are now collecting them for processing and submissions.
Did you search for any evidence in this case?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Yes,
What did you collect?
I collected 7 shell casings.
And where did you collect these shell casings from?
The shell cases were located in the parking lot of the business.
Of the Blue Flame?
Yes.
Did you happen to take any photographs?
Yes, I did.
About how many photographs take?
I took 63 photographs.
I'm gonna get dizzy with all this rocking and rolling he got going on back and forth. Oh, oh.
Photograph, took your photograph?
Repeat the question.
Do you recall, where you actually took photographs that night?
They were toward the bottom, maybe toward the street of the parking lot.
Come on, dude.
And the shell casings that you collected, were they all of the same type?
No.
Did you take any prints from the casings?
The casings were processed for prints, but there were none of value lifted.
They're probably the only one that'll work with love.
What did you do with the shell casings you did collect?
Once they were collected and processed, they were submitted to our APD crime lab for ballistics analysis.
See, she got a young team. Nobody else gonna work with love.
No.
They ain't gonna fool with her.
The photographs were placed on a disc and sent to our photo lab.
Mm-hmm. She couldn't pay me enough to go sit up under her. No, ma'am.
Do you recall the case number of this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
So my thing is with he had his COVID mask on all day. So by him taking it off now, could he still catch something?
And what was that case number?
It was 143602137.
Now, would your crime scene report have the same report number as the APD report number?
Yes.
I thank you, no weapon pointed against me. Thank you so much. Here comes 300 photos and more smack. We don't want to see no more pictures. Who idea was to put these two together? This witness and him, they both dry.
I am now showing you what's been marked as 33 delta through 96 delta. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And these have been previously served. All right. Take a moment to look at those.
There was a couple of them today. I don't know what's going on. No, I think it's he's wearing the mask. He's been wearing it all trial, but now he took it off the questioner and he's standing next to her, some coughing going on. So like, okay, what's the point? Can somebody please tell Law Malcolm what this girl name is? He's been asking all chat. Shout out to Law Malcolm. Oh man. Oh, they say Porter. Her name is Porter. What is he doing? He don't see. He don't got something right, y'all. Something ain't right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I think this was a lawyer one time in Glenville's court, and the defense attorneys were trying to get a bond. And this lawyer right here, I think he misrepresented something to Judge Glanville. And I think he got caught. And when he got caught, you can literally see his hands shaking at the podium. That's how nervous he was. I got to go and find that clip. I got to go find it. Yeah, he said something that wasn't right. And I remember seeing his hand trembling. I'm like, what is going on? Law Malcolm, you blocked Queen T. Y'all blocking folks in the chat. I don't know why Star Child, she the one that's allowing all this to go on. So she ain't got nobody to blame but herself. She said he being blocked. Being blocked. No, they just taking a quick bench conference, having a bench conference. K. Smith inspires. Thank y'all for coming in. If y'all don't mind hitting that like button to circulate the video. Let me see something right quick. Hold on. All right, I said that. Let me see if it moves. Let me see if it moves. Thank you, Amy. Oh, okay. Okay, it's moving. Somebody came and hit the like button. Somebody else just hit it. Let's go. They say we don't care if you have been sitting in that chair for 6 hours. We're not going to hit the like button. We don't care you haven't ate lunch and you got 3-4 more hours to go. I'm just messing with y'all. Thank y'all so much. Not the Clorox. Oh, look at Love. Now I want you to get up there, and this is how you do it. You tell her this, and you don't let her give you no point answer. If you can't get it in the front door, you get it in the back. We're going to get this evidence in. That's what Love was saying too. Allegedly.
So there's a relevance objection to essentially, I guess, all of what the witness might be about to testify to. And Mr. Smith, you were trying to sort of explain the relevance, and if you can just do it here.
Out of the drill start shit. Queen T, I'm done. Oh my God. Look, what's on that piece of paper? What's on that chart?
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, Miss Simpson, but it's not the same crowd. There might have been people that came in and
Your Honor, these shell casings that were collected at 1097 Harwell Road. This location is just down the street from Club Crucial. It happened December 26, 2014, and it produced a NIBIN hit to 2905 Springdale Road, which occurred on January 28, 2015. One of the other cases that the state has presented evidence on.
Okay,
and so, Your Honor, as we're talking about the shootings and the violence that has occurred throughout this investigation, the shell casings, the fact that there is this NIBIN hit, it just shows various locations. We're not going to say this person had it in their hands, but the fact that there are NIBIN hits to locations that are in close proximity to locations where we know.
That's a good point, Miss D.
Where we
see, that's a guy I don't like ugly. And he ain't too fond of. And ain't too fond of cute.
I have no idea why it's doing that.
That means he needs to speak up for himself.
Testing. Where we know that other instances that have involved the groups of people that are an interest in this gang war have been seen and apprehended at. We believe that it's relevant because it tends to show that this particular firearm was used in at more than one location and more than one incident. So the connection of the locations by shell casings is not like it's 2 years earlier or
That's what gets me.
Or 20 miles away. The proximity and temporal proximity of the locations are what we believe make it relevant.
All right, and which group is it that is alleged to, that the state's theory at least, committed this, you said Springdale Road in this?
Yes, so 2905 Springdale Road, yes, on January the 28th, which was,
right.
And Your Honor, we are not going to always in each case be able to say this person had this gun.
Right, but I mean, was this alleged to be 2 YSL shootings?
No,
or
the 2905 Springdale Road, just 1 second, was
You see, the judge make a big deal because a witness walk in too late.
Was the location of Miss Antrevia.
She want to save every second, but the microphone system been messing up for months.
The location of one of the
that
witnesses that we have.
That wastes way more time.
The Springdale Road.
Yes.
Right, and who is alleged to, or which group is alleged to have committed that shooting?
There was, during interviews, there was an allegation. The groups that were alleged to have been involved were the groups that are listed, YSL and F Gang. But
Okay.
I cannot say there.
So for the Blue Flame and then for Springdale Road, is YSL the group alleged to have committed those shootings?
Not for Blue Flame, we don't know, but the Springdale Road, there was an allegation that YSL committed the Springdale Road shooting.
Okay.
We don't know who committed.
Oh, my
Blue
bad,
Flame, but
Jackie.
we do know that the
My bad.
shell casings that were at Springdale Road were also fired at the, they are producing knife matches to a location just a mile away from Club Crucial in the latter part of December 24th.
All right, and is this Club Crucial, or not, I'm sorry, is this Blue Flame shooting anywhere in the indictment?
No, it's not that it's in the indictment. It's just that it's the proliferation of violence and the location of the amount of violence caused by these weapons that have been used in these various shootings, we believe is relevant.
Okay, and is the weapon that matches both of these also, was it found in the possession of anybody who's alleged to be a YSL co-conspirator?
No. Let me make sure about that. Hang on.
Do y'all even have the weapon that these two things match?
No, we don't have the weapon. We have shell casings, but not the gun in this particular case. And so we don't, and we're in showing the back and forths, we're showing the amount of shootings.
Okay. So I know that for a lot of the different incidents, there is a theory that, there is one shooting by one gang against another, and then the other gang retaliates against the first gang, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Is the Blue Flame shooting alleged to have been any part of that back and forth, back and forth?
We don't have that. We don't, in as much as we don't know who committed that, all that we know is that the weapons used there were knife and hits too.
Okay. So you just want to show that I assume we'll have some evidence that in some way ties YSL to the Springdale Road shooting, and you want to be able to show that somebody involved in that might have been involved in some other shooting, just to show that they shoot things up a lot.
Well, the count one of this indictment alleges exactly that.
Okay, but this isn't an overt act in count one of the indictment, right?
No, but it's it's not an overt act. No, the Blue Flame, no, but it is. I guess our position is it doesn't need to be an overt act to be proof of something that we are showing.
Has there been any prior notice about this? Any argument that it's 404B or intrinsic?
Well, we have not.
Yes or no?
No, I don't think we have. No.
All right, I'm going to sustain that relevance objection.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to exclude it based on relevance, 403, lack of notice.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, in as much as it has produced a knife and hit, and that they have known, we have provided that information from day one. This is not something that has been kept. And in as much as it is a firearm that has been used in a shooting that we believe was committed by and perpetrated by one of the, or at least a member or associate of the enterprise that we're talking about for a reason.
Okay. Well, I asked you if you had anything that tied this gun to a particular YSL co-conspirator, and you said no.
I'm sorry, but we said that 2905 Springdale Road is a location that we have heard from interviews that a YSL person shot up. We don't have a particular YSL person. And the fact that that same firearm was used less than a month, about a month earlier at a location about a mile away from where other YSL shootings occurred, we believe that makes it intrinsic. We've not argued, the court asked us, had we argued that? We have not argued it, no, but we do believe that it's intrinsic, it's definitely relevant. The jury could draw the conclusion that this same firearm was used in a different location. It would then be part of the evidence showing the nature of the enterprise that is described and alleged in count 1. So in as much as the relevance, we believe, is that this firearm that we believe was used by a YSL member is used in another location, showing the level of the type of violence, showing the nature of the acts committed by the enterprise. We believe that it certainly meets the very, very, very low burden of relevance. And we believe it meets it. It's more than, the small burden required to be relevant.
Okay, well, maybe relevance wasn't right.
And in as much as it's intrinsic, there's not notice that's required for intrinsic evidence. Evidence is just proving an element of count 1. So there's no 404B analysis. There's nothing that has been argued or that suggests that somehow this would cause the jury to convict either of the defendants on grounds other than those alleged in the indictment. So we believe that it's relevant, pertinent, intrinsic, and admissible, and should not be subject to that extreme sanction of exclusion, given that this is something that has been, this particular knife and match, this particular information has been made known to the defense since the beginning of this case back in 2022. So we would ask that the court not exclude this information. And this is not a witness that is going to take a very long time. We have 2 photographs that we're going to publish. We have, I think, about maybe 30 that she took, but 60 that she took, but 2 that we were going to publish.
All right, well, maybe I misunderstood a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying at the bench. It sounded, and that may be my fault. I thought he was saying the knife and match was something that just got learned this week.
No.
So that was my misunderstanding. No. Maybe you just meant, I don't know what you meant. So you said something about things that had just occurred this week.
Well, we just put these witnesses back on the list. But no.
Okay. So I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of irrelevant police reports that are included in discovery.
Talk into your mic,
There
please.
are many, many irrelevant police reports and irrelevant incidents that are included in discovery. So just because the state put in discovery and we didn't jump up and down doesn't all of a sudden make something relevant or past 403. Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address.
Yes.
That's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was ever charged with that. There's no solid evidence whatsoever. The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, in the discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it.
Wait a minute. Did Love laugh? Hold on. Let's go back a few seconds. He said nothing's funny about this. I guess she's trying to laugh.
The discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the two groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and then I chose not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary saying we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by, one of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. It does not, there's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. And no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so in as much as that person's name, Do you
have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, what the evidence that we have that we believe suggests that a member of YSL was involved in that is a knife hit.
Right.
To the,
okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
That's the whole case.
So all you have is that.
That's the whole case. She said a member of YSL was involved in that, but that doesn't mean that it was done on behalf of YSL. So these crimes should have been charged separately, not a RICO. And that's pretty much what the judge just told her. Let's go back a few seconds.
It's a knife hit.
Right.
To the,
okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
And Your Honor,
so
I get that.
All you have is that the gun used here is suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location, which is suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL, under the theory that I mean,
Your Honor,
it's
it's
the state's
circumstantial
theory,
evidence.
right? It
It's
is
the state-
circumstantial evidence.
It is the
All right.
It's all circumstantial.
Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that.
But
I do not find that this blue flame incident is intrinsic to the issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it.
thank you.
All right. So does
Sit
that
down.
mean that we're done with this witness?
Yep.
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude
Okay.
that one,
Yep.
then we'll.
Your Honor, can we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike the
Yes.
testimony about this incident?
Well, they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway, but yes.
Sit down, love.
All right.
You lost.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial to anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't
No.
even seen the photographs.
It don't matter.
And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been in any way that could,
It don't matter.
So we
Strike
ask that
it.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll just tell them to disregard it.
Right.
You
Sit
can
down.
certainly put her back on the stand and say, thank you, no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony. If you want me to say it in a way that
Love mad. She mad.
you want to come up with a particular way for me to potentially say it,
Big mad.
I'm willing to consider it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The court.
Let her
You
think.
need to use the restroom while we're on break anyway? Yes, okay.
Your
Think
Honor,
about it. Well, let's try to take, yes, sir.
And when you come back, or can do it now.
We can do it now.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the court asked me some questions regarding any objections I have to a
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
I'd like to be heard at the court's
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's fine if we want to do that now.
Say that.
We want to
Break
craft
and
it.
then-
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Come back. Yeah, let's
Okay.
take a break.
We'll break. We'll do the crafting of the instruction. We'll take the 911 issue up. You can let the jury know it'll be at least 15 more minutes.
So, I
I'll
mean,
try to get back here quickly so we can deal with these issues.
so the judge pretty much said what I've been saying all along. Just because somebody commit a crime and they just happen to be part of YSL is separate from them committing crimes on behalf of YSL. I mean, somebody go out on their own and commit a crime and they happen to be a member of an organization. You cannot blame the entire organization and say, oh, Young Thug sent him to do this. Where's your proof? Now, if he did something he had no business doing, charge him individually, but not as a unit, not as a RICO. And then now the judge is finally clicking like, you really speculating. What is your proof? Is Blue Flame a strip club? Because I heard Max said that a guy was outside waiting for his wife to cash out. Is that what's going on in Atlanta? Oh wow, not your wife. Well, you never know. Hey, some people got arrangements. But yeah, the judge finally pointed it out. It was about time that it was said. And that's pretty much the whole case. I'm laughing at the strip club. He said he was waiting on his wife to cash out. Your wife? You don't got your wife out there on a pole, do you? But to each his own. Everybody different. Oh, it's the gentleman's club. My bad. The gentleman's club. She could have been a bartender. That's what I'm saying. Politicking with Mel. I don't know. So don't give me the line. Y'all didn't hear that from me. I'm just repeating what Max said. Max said that the husband was waiting on his wife to cash out. So she could have been the bartender, waitress. Who knows? But in any event, I think the judge hit the nail on the head. Is that how we say it? Nail on the head with the hammer? Because Love really wanted to get this witness in there to talk about nothing. And then when the judge finally called her out, saying you have no evidence, I'm going to just tell the jury to disregard the testimony, Love was like, why you got to tell the jury that? They haven't even seen any pictures. What you mean? What she said was it shouldn't have come in. She shouldn't have been called as a witness in the first place. So there's no harm in telling the jury that disregard anything she said. She shouldn't have been here. Love was like, no, don't tell them that, because the issue is Love doesn't want the jury to know that she done messed up again. She didn't call somebody else into the witness stand that wasn't supposed to be there. And now the jury will figure out when the judge say, hey, everything this witness said, disregard. And then they would know that Love messed up again as usual and put somebody on the stand that wasn't supposed to be there. This is a lot. This is crazy. Thank y'all for liking and subscribing to the channel. I will, periodically I try to drop the link if somebody had a comment or two they wanted to make while we on break for a few minutes for the what Glenn would call a comfort break. But yeah, it's insanity that it took this long for somebody to publicly say it. I mean, because normally you have people that run in the streets, I say like that, they have a like interest. They're not going to hang with people that's in a band, right? They're going to run with people that do the same stuff that they do. So, when stuff like that happens, of course, you're going to have a group of people that they may go out and commit their own individual crimes. That don't mean that they commit crimes together on behalf of a group. What's going on, Big Facts? Talk to
man.
me.
What's happening, man?
Hey, Colin, what's
I'm
the
trying
word?
to get you down here in the A, man. What's happening?
Come on now.
Come on now. We can get the blue flame, man. We can turn up together, man.
So we can wait for them to cash out.
Cash out. You hear me?
Wasn't that a song a long time ago? Okay. Is it a cash out? I don't know.
Yeah.
What y'all got going on in Atlanta?
Hey, man. Ain't nothing but some money going on, man.
Come
Ain't nothing
on.
but some money going on, man. Just like Texas, man. Ain't nothing but some money going on around here, man.
It's definitely some money moving. But
For
you think
sure,
I'm gonna
man.
go in Atlanta and get knocked upside my head?
You said what?
I said, you think I'm gonna go to Atlanta and get knocked upside my head, fooling
Nah,
around?
man. You gonna be all right, man. It's a whole bunch of players here, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of players here, man. It's hospitality down here, man.
Oh, it's that
Southern hospitality, man.
Southern hospitality. Come on.
Right. You know what I mean? But I'm just sick of this case, though, man. This about a wrap for me, man.
I agree.
I'm tired of looking for it.
I agree, because now we're just really just going in circles. I mean, we have nothing that's proven that these guys did this on behalf of YSL. And like I said earlier, you might say, okay, that guy shot up that 1995 Oldsmobile, and that guy went and shot up this house. Okay, that's cool. Charge him for shooting at that car and charge this one for shooting up that house. But
Right.
you cannot put them in a group and say he shot up that car and he shot up that house, and they both happen to hang around YSL. So they did that on behalf of the YSL organization and Jeffrey Williams. So
Right.
I think that's crazy. And come to find out, I think it was somebody said some baby mama drama that some of them were shooting back and forth at each other. It had nothing to do with YSL.
Yeah, most of it be by the female, though, man. I mean, most of it be by the female, though, man, for real.
Yeah.
You get down to the bottom of it, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody really arguing about no money. It's mostly by the female. So you know how it go, man. But it just, it's the game that they playing, man. The game just taking too long, man. The clock done ran out to me.
Somebody said y'all gonna get rid of Fonny or y'all gonna vote her back in?
I don't know, man. She got a lot of pull down here, man. It's a lot of people that like her too. So I know you see all the hate around here, but somebody had to put her in there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, they had to get, Paul Howard out of there. Somebody put it in there. So she got a lot of, people that hate her. She got a lot of people that like her. So I don't know, man. But some need to change though. You know what I'm saying? And this is just showing you how they can just drag you through the mud.
Right. Because Young Thug been in jail with almost 3 years, if not 3 years. And
Yeah.
he hasn't even been convicted of a crime.
Right.
And that's
Right.
that's my biggest issue, that they are allowed to hold someone in custody for that long. Because even if he's found not guilty, at the end of the day, DA Fonnie Willis didn't lose 3 years of her life. She's out here running around with a married man. DA Love didn't lose 3 years of her life. She's still
Right.
coming to court in Hilton and Brown. But no
Right.
matter what, Thug would never, and the rest of the co-defendants would never get those years back of their life that was stole by the state of Georgia.
Yeah, not only that, dude. I mean, you know, she's trying to break them too, though. They're trying to break them. You know, you can't make no money in jail. You know what I'm saying?
So you
You can't
believe
make no
that?
money in jail, man.
So you believe that by holding them, somebody said not a married man. What, the man is married, and they ran off with the taxpayers' money allegedly. They said they went on all, and she testified. Both Nathan and her testified that they went on cruises with money, you know, that he paid for it, and supposedly she paid him back. So I'm not saying none that they didn't say. They said it themselves that they were going in a relationship. So,
Right. You
which
know,
now
it's all type of freaking going on, though. You know what I'm saying? Closed door, man. You know how it go.
Yeah,
He probably was at that Diddy party. You know what I mean?
They say it ain't nothing new under the sun. I mean, so I believe that, you know, this ain't the first time. But by her going after these big cases like the Trump case in this case, you're gonna have the spotlight on you. And she wanted the spotlight. She came out and had these massive press conferences. I remember when the charges were first announced. She called all the TV stations, the news station from near and far, so she can announce, you know, all these charges. And now, when you pull the curtain back, come to find out for both cases, I mean, she's almost kicked off the Trump case. They got that one froze. The appeals court froze that one. In this case, you don't even need the appeals court because the jury can see with their own eyes what we see, that this ain't no Rico.
Right. It definitely ain't no. I mean, but that's that. I don't know, man. When they brought out that conspiracy, man, that conspiracy real broad, man. So it's kind of like they let them. You can do what you can. Like that conspiracy, I think to get rid of that though. To me, but
Get
you
rid
know,
of
we
which
don't make the
part?
laws though.
Get rid of which part?
This is a conspiracy. This is the whole, you know, charging people with conspiracy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's what Love was just told by the judge. You know, this is speculation. This ain't no proof of anything. And you know, you can try to put your case together with theories, but at the end of the day, this case is held together by some rubber bands, paper clips, and what, string and chicken wire. They trying to just wrap it together, glue sticks. This case is a mess and is falling apart before our eyes.
So why you think she ain't putting her foot down though? I mean, because I know she keep telling him she can't like stop her from presenting her case or whatever, but you know, I don't know, man. I mean, it's kind of like she letting her do what she want to do, basically. You know what I'm saying? Even though she getting on her, though, she still let her, you know, it's just like you telling a kid, nah, don't do that, but then they turn around and, you know, do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So,
And somebody said Fonnie can't convict the obviously guilty man. The thing is, it's the process. I mean, you still got to play by the rules, whether they're guilty or not. That's in the province of the jury. That's for them to decide. But as far as milking the taxpayers millions of dollars, their million, and then going on trips with that same money, it can seem as if you're not really prosecuting them for whatever they supposedly had committed. You're prosecuting them so you can pay your boyfriend, and then y'all can take more trips, and then he can split that money with you behind closed door, the extra money that he's getting paid. So
right.
I mean, it can kind of look funny, you know, if that's not what her intentions were, she shouldn't have gotten in bed with that man. If y'all gonna keep it business, keep it business. And they didn't do that. And I know some people don't like to hear, but hey, the truth, that's the truth.
Right. You know, it seems like the rules only apply to certain people, though.
Right. Speaking of that, she was subpoenaed to go testify in front of y'all Senate in Georgia.
Right.
And she show up, didn't show up for days. they kept calling her and telling her to you are you gonna come? You're being subpoenaed, and she
Let,
said flat out said that she's not going.
but let that be. Let it have been somebody like me. Would have been like Lil D.
A little
You know
D,
what I'm
you get a warrant. You get a warrant. He said he's in the hospital, sickle cell. He got pneumonia. He's on
saying? Right.
oxycodone. His grandmother just passed away. But this judge just said that no, forget all of that. Yeah, he may die, but we're gonna take that chance. Bring him to court anyway.
Right.
I'm not letting him go.
But don't you? Ain't it like you don't supposed to be able to testify under influence?
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to be an issue because if anything he say, that can be an appeal issue. That I'm under the influence. I don't know what I was saying when I was on the stand. So I think that's a bad move by the prosecutors. But that's even if Lil D might testify, he may not even testify. He may come in there and say, "The hell with love." You know, if you want to put me under arrest or it should be immunity, forced immunity to compel my testimony, and I
Right.
plead the fifth, then do what you got to do.
But still knowing that I'm on drugs, though, still knowing that I'm impaired, like I'm not in my right stable mind, that I'm still up here trying to give the honest God's truth that you want from me, but you know that, you know what I'm saying, you know that I'm on these drugs, like how that work, you know what I'm saying? Like that. And you
Right.
still trying to, pursue me getting up here, you know what I'm saying, taking a stand, putting my
And
right hand to God, talking about, I'm gonna tell the truth.
And you heard his attorney say he's not going to testify, and the judge was like, he's going to testify if I say he's going to testify.
Exactly.
Defense got a chance to look. Does anybody have any
Yeah.
Well,
suggestions?
But
One
bet that
thing
law.
I have a concern with.
Yeah, hopefully, if you're still around, maybe you can come back up a little later today. If not, I'll catch you on the next stream.
For sure, man. I'm gonna see that ticket, man. Come on down, baby.
I'll be looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Big Fat.
I bet that.
All right, thank you.
About it is just the use of the word "we" are removing.
The court is removed. I don't know what state. So what is the we?
Is that the one in green?
So yeah, that's the one in green, Your Honor. Would the court mind advising when the court says the problem is with the word "we"? I don't have a problem with any pronoun. The state, the court. I don't know. This court is removing.
Hang on, I haven't gotten anything from y'all, Mr. Steele, and it may be that you just sent it to Ms. Persfield, and she'll be in here in just a minute. But you want to just tell me what it is?
Hey, and somebody named Infamous I don't know, Slide. Somebody came into the backstage. Y'all can come back up whenever we get the next break. But thank you for popping in.
Yeah.
Your Honor, it reads, ladies and gentlemen, you are hereby ordered to disregard in its entirety the testimony of the last witness. State may call its next witness.
Okay, I mean, I was just going to say you are to disregard the testimony of the last witness, but I understand if you want some sort of a reason why, but it's not.
Your Honor, if I may, the other thing is, Your Honor, the court asked us specific questions, and I understand that what the court's ruling is regarding relevance and the admissibility of that evidence. We asked in the second email to the court that it was just a follow-up. It was the same thing. It was just a follow-up with a parenthetical at the bottom that the court allowed, should the state have additional information to present to the court regarding this matter, that we may ask for reconsideration. And that is the only reason that I asked that the court tell the jury that the court, whoever the court wishes, it's being removed. The evidence of incident 1-4.
Had she already said the incident number?
I believe she had. Didn't you have? She had. That is all that she had said. I think did she say that? Yeah, she had said the incident number and location. She had never said a person's name, and we had not shown or published any photographs.
Let it go.
Or tendered.
Just tell them to disregard it and move on.
All right, I'll hear from anybody as to this.
Your Honor, I just would like the instruction that we gave or asked for in writing. If you don't have it, it's what I read out. And
I'm just gonna say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
okay.
That way the at this time's in there, and if it comes up later, great.
And the bigger problem
Thank
with
you,
all,
Honor.
with this is the state is saying, we have evidence from somebody that they never disclosed to us. We've asked for expert reports. We've gotten zero. And that's been the problem the whole time.
I'm confused now about what you're talking about. Evidence of what? Evidence that a YSL member committed the Springdale
Yeah, so it's,
thing? Well, I don't know that that would be an expert.
well, what they're saying is gang experts go out and interview people, but we don't have any of those interviews. So we're just, trusting the word of Miss Love. And that happens all the time because we don't get an expert report by saying, why is the blue flame linked to this crime besides just a random hit on a computer database? But that's besides the point. I understand we have a jury. We don't want it. I don't want it to read. We don't want it to read the incident. It sounds like the court is saying that it happened. It has something to do with this case. We just want to say disregard the witness's testimony. The state can call its next witness.
All right.
If y'all take it,
Get
make
that
it.
jury out.
Oh, y'all going all
Oh, gosh,
proportion.
you're right. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Short attention span sometimes. Was there something else on this, Ms. Love, before we move to the 911?
No, Your Honor, the court intends to give the
I'm just
instruction.
going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last one.
That's
Thank
all
you,
it
and
takes.
whenever Mr. Matthews has.
That's it. It's not that
Good
complicated.
afternoon. There's a 911 call that is going to be planned to be introduced by the state. It's from a March 12th, 2020 theft of a vehicle call. Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call. And based on the 911 call, Your Honor, it's our position that that call is a testimonial call that would be excluded under the confrontation clause.
I need to listen to it. Do you know how long after?
It's about a minute or two.
Oh, no,
couple
no,
of
no. I
minutes.
meant how long after the incident it came in?
How long after? Oh, yes. So according to the 911 call, it was the caller said that over an hour ago, the theft took place.
All right, I'll take a listen.
Okay.
If somebody can cue that up for me.
While they're queuing it up, Your Honor.
He said Attorney
I would
Matthews
submit that when you
fine.
listen to the call, it's not going to indicate that it's thwarting an ongoing crime.
Hey, what are y'all saying?
It's not going to be to seek any assistance in any situation involving immediate danger.
Licky
And
funny.
the callers, Chandler Durham or this other person, hasn't been called as a witness. We've never had an opportunity to cross-examine this person at any prior proceedings or anything of that nature. So this will be the first time. So that's what makes it, in our opinion, testimonial. And the cases that I'd like to cite for the court is going to be two cases, Pitts versus the state, 280 Georgia, 288. That's an 06 case. It's been cited several times. It was one of the recent sightings on it was McCord versus the state, 305 Georgia, 318. It's a 2019 case.
All
This is not a present citizen impression call that you're about to hear, in our opinion.
Mr. Atkins is queuing that up for the court.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911, operator 7434. What's the location of your emergency?
500 Bishop Street,
500 Bishop Street. You need police, fire, and ambulance.
Suite C.
Suite C. You need police, fire, and ambulance.
I can't hear you.
Do you need police, fire, or an ambulance?
Police.
And that's Suite C, Charlie.
Say that again.
It's Suite letter C, Charlie.
Yeah, suite letter C as in Charlie. Yeah.
Okay. Is this a business, a house, apartment?
It's a business.
What's the name of it?
Hanukkah.
Conoco, okay, and what's going on at Conoco? Why you need an officer?
Stolen car.
Your car was stolen from this location?
Yeah, well, not my car, one of my clients' car was stolen.
Okay. What color is the vehicle?
It's a black vehicle.
Is the owner of the vehicle there?
Yes, he is.
Okay, can you ask me what year it is?
It's 2019.
And what type of car is it?
It's a Dodge a Hellcat Red Eye.
So is that a Challenger or a Charger?
Challenger.
You said Hellcat?
Yes.
Okay, do we have the tag number available?
1 second.
Why the owner didn't call? Why he got somebody calling for him?
Do we have a description of the person who took the vehicle?
No, I don't.
When was it taken? Today?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago. What time it is? So about an hour. I guess it's been about an hour. I guess a little over an hour.
This is your first time calling?
Yep.
Okay. The vehicle owner, what's that person's name?
Hello.
Yes, you tell me under 911. May I have your name?
My name is Chandler. First name Chandler, last name Durham. Durhan.
Okay, Mr. Durham, what's your phone number?
404-502-2953.
And why you got
That's
another?
404-502-2953.
Yeah.
And so they also know it's you. Tell me what you're wearing. What color shirt and pants?
I have on a black hoodie and green sweatpants.
Black hoodie, green sweatpants. Are you a black, white, Hispanic, or Asian male?
Black.
And will you be inside or outside of the location?
I'm outside.
Okay. And do you have the tag number to your vehicle?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right.
Oh, yeah, another grown man calling for him.
Registered in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
He should have been on the phone in the first place.
Not sure.
Do you see the VIN number? You have a VIN number?
Let me look on my insurance. I might have a number for it. See if I can find my code. No, I don't have the VIN number.
Okay. So by the time the officer arrives, you'll need the VIN number or the tag number. I would advise you to go ahead and call your insurance company and ask them for it because they'll be able to give it to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the caller initially says, I don't know if the court heard it, but I heard it, says, need a police report. It's number one. There were two callers on the call. One was the owner of the business. The second one was the victim of the theft of the vehicle. And that description that the court heard, that was the description of Chandler Durham, who says, I have on a black hoodie, I'll be outside, so
Seems
forth.
like they
When the-
switched the phone over.
They switched the
after
phone
a few
over.
minutes to say, for him to give the details.
Right, and Durham says, hey, I have a black hoodie
Yeah.
on, green pants, I'll be outside when the police get there. So the police get there and then they do some further questioning. So in our, based on the law, Your Honor, this is a testimonial call. It doesn't involve a present sense impression, Your Honor. The court heard the call.
I agree. A present sense
And
impression
it was
is
over an
immediate.
hour after
Right.
The theft of the vehicle. So it's not.
Normally, a present sense impression is something that happens like right away. So if you see somebody stealing your car, you call, okay, that's fine. But you wait 30 minutes, an hour, and then you call, then you waive your right not to appear in court. I mean, it's not a present sense impression.
The court heard the call. And it was over an hour after the theft of the vehicle. So it's not to thwart an ongoing crime. And it's not to seek any assistance in a situation involving any danger. They don't know who took the car. They have no other information other than the car is gone when they discover it. So they call in to make a report, have a police officer come out there.
I agree.
Thank you, Judge.
I hear from the state.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, clearly this call was made to report the theft of this person's property. He's not trying to implicate anyone, to get anyone in any trouble for any kind of litigation. He's trying to get his car back. And the only thing that he's describing, I believe in all of the cases that we've looked at to, or at least previously with the court's predecessor, when the court was evaluating whether or not it considered a call to be testimonial, and for the purposes of future litigation, it involved a situation where, for instance, someone called to report not an ongoing emergency, but he's violating his probation or something like that. In this case, Judge, the man's car had just gotten stolen. Even if maybe he had to walk around the parking lot for an hour and he, it's really gone. But the fact remains, it was gone and he was trying to get it back. He didn't give anyone's description but his own. And he's telling them, I'll be out here waiting on you. So I don't believe that this falls into the category of testimonial. And we believe that it should be admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any case law about,
No.
because it's not to report a crime in progress. The crime already occurred. And it maybe, we don't know whether they just discovered it, even though it occurred in 30 minutes to an hour ago or not. We don't have that information, but it's not a crime in progress and it's not to avert immediate danger. It still also may not be something that anybody objectively would know would be used in a future prosecution. They don't seem to be saying, we think it was,
All right, it stays
the
out.
big bad wolf who stole my car. We're just saying my car is gone. So do you have anything that covers that kind of a situation in
No.
case law?
No, she don't.
Your Honor, I can be, with the court's permission, getting it while we're
Okay.
putting up
It don't exist.
other pieces of
All right, she's not our next witness anyway, right? Miss Latner's. Okay,
Right.
all right.
Hey, no.
I will, understanding what the issue is, get back to y'all with a ruling before she takes the stand.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you have your next witness available?
Yes.
All right, let's get the jury out.
Your Honor, while the jury's coming in, can you just also, I just want to put on the record, because you excluded that last witness,
Uh-huh,
that's also on the NIBIN chart, if that could be removed by the state.
okay.
Thank you.
That's not in evidence yet, right? The NIBIN chart?
Put a NIBIN chart in evidence.
Are you going to ever?
Not that includes something that the court excluded. Nope.
Okay, well, make sure that it gets removed from the chart, even if the chart gets used as a demonstrative.
Yes, Your
Thank you
Honor.
for bringing that to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the jury.
Yeah, so if someone calls 911 and those exceptions don't apply, then they need to show up to court to testify
That's good.
about the call.
Well, hopefully they can get this set up.
That's why, love, I already know she don't got no case law for that. She can try and find some. She's not gonna be able to find none. I'm sure that 911 call gonna be out. And it really not, truth be told, it really doesn't prove anything. Somebody's car got stolen. They don't know who stole it. Okay, so what did they got to do with these
I'm
defendants?
sorry, hold just a second.
Somebody say Miss Love.
Witness to be excused again.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Can we ask you to step back out for a second? Oh, well, but stay really close because we
Oh,
might.
my bad,
need you in here.
my bad. I tried to click. There we go.
Just stand at the door for us.
Hold on, I want to see his suit.
Yes, sir.
Who is this man?
Oh, well, but stay really close because we might need you in here again.
Who is this?
Just stand at the door for us. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. We're requesting that this not be filmed.
Okay, is there any issue with that? I don't know.
Detective Starks.
They said they don't want him to be filmed.
Y'all come on up here.
Hold on.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that nobody said that before he walked in as the next witness.
Right. Wait a minute. So he don't want to be on camera, but we just seen him on camera. What? It's too late now.
So.
Oh man, this is funny. He don't want his identity out there. He want to be protected witness, but he just walked right in front of our faces.
And honestly, y'all, even like.
And I rewind.
Y'all keep skipping around. You will tell everybody it's going to be witnesses A, B, C, D, and E. And then it's witness A, witness E,
just
witness
did.
B, witness B. I mean, y'all can't keep your order straight either. He's supposed to be the last witness of the day. At 1:30, when we came back from lunch, he was listed as the last witness of the day. And y'all can change it around if you want to, but.
Oh man.
And not only that, Your Honor, but circumstances obviously change and we have to adjust, and it's.
Okay, well, I mean, I cannot help the fact, he also, I don't think, was listed on the media
Blackout list.
email from last Friday.
Your Honor,
probably because you didn't know that he was going to be a witness this
right,
week. But.
Right. We didn't know that he was going to be a witness. So we're asking, Your Honor, that he not, that his face not be.
Y'all knew he was going to be a witness this morning, and you don't bother to think about, oh, by the way, until he's already here on the stand being filmed.
Your Honor, if the court remembers, the reason that we give a list of a number of witnesses is so that we are not in the position that we will not be in a position like yesterday where the court is admonished that we are not to have no one out there. And so as we arrange and rearrange,
I'm not faulting you for not having him on last week's list because things changed, but I am saying that if you have concerns about a witness being filmed, then please raise it maybe that morning, if that's the first you're going to call that witness, and not after the witness is in the courtroom and has been filmed.
I don't disagree.
Okay, because there is nothing I can do about the fact that he was filmed.
We don't even know him.
With regard to further filming of him,
we are asking that he not be further filmed.
Okay.
Please.
And I
Thank
think
you.
that given the reason given that is reasonable, so I don't have a problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that? Media does not, that are in the courtroom, defense attorneys, nobody has a problem. All right, fantastic. And that, what have we been doing? Just last initial?
We don't even know him.
We, with respect to the name, I don't think that we've been concealing the name. We've just not been showing the faces. So I don't, let me make sure about that because.
What is in the order says that anything that displays the name.
We're gonna go find her.
First initial, last initial.
Yes,
y'all
that
want
part.
as well? Okay, and then, but audio is fine, right? Just not the victim, the witness's face,
Right.
not the witness's name.
Right, thank you.
All righty, so let's stop the filming, get him on the stand.
Hey y'all, let's go back and look at him real quick and see who this guy is. They don't want his face to be shown, but hey, it's already out there. We can't do nothing about that now. Let's see if we can find him. Yeah, I guess see. Where is he? Where he at? See if I can find him for y'all right quick. So there's a detective. We don't know who he is, and he don't want his face to be shown, but they showed it. So I'm not doing anything that's. If I can find him, it's out there now. Okay, let's see. Oh, there you go. There you go. Right there. Who is this?
Can we ask you to step back out for a second?
Who is that? Y'all know this man? Who is this? And then he.
Oh, well, but stay really close because we might need you in here again. Just stand at the door for us.
All right, y'all. So that's the man. He's going to be testifying, but we can't see his face. So let's fast forward and get back caught up a little bit. Get caught back up.
There's a different way.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it's all over you.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that there's a different witness in front of you right now. And I'm going to instruct you at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness. If you'll swear this witness for us.
Good thing he's not in protective custody. God.
Yes,
please.
I'm Javaria Starks, JARVARIOUS. Last name is Starks, STARKS.
Jabaria Stark. So we got the name in your face.
Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, where do you work?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
I've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department since 2012.
What is your current position with APD?
I'm currently a detective with the Atlanta Police Department.
Right. And try to hide your identity, and you work for the people.
2020, what was your position?
I was a detective.
What are some of your responsibilities as a detective?
I investigate things such as robberies, homicides, auto thefts, entering autos, burglaries, shoplifting.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And have you maintained that post-certification throughout your career?
I have.
Man, where your notes at?
I want to turn your attention to November 24th, 2020. Now, did you respond to a call at 4275 Walton Crossings, apartment 3216?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And what is this location? Is it apartment, business? What is it?
It's an apartment complex.
And was it a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that you responded to?
I believe it was a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom.
Now, can you orient the jury on why you were called?
Yes. So I responded to the location to assist with a search warrant. The warrant was for a person and for ammunition, guns, and cellular devices.
Now, when you responded to the call, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was transported to the apartment complex with Sergeant Price, and we met other people there, the people who actually executed the warrant and other members of my team.
Do you typically travel with a partner?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Now, you mentioned that you were there to aid in the assistance of a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived at the location, were you assigned to a specific area to search?
When I arrived to this apartment, I started searching around the bedroom and closet area of the apartment.
Why did you search that area?
When I initially came to the apartment, I was escorted in and they showed me stuff that was already found. So I just started that way.
Did you find anything in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
In the closet, I found a rifle. Also located in the closet inside of a shoebox, I found a shoebox with a driver license and passport and other cards that belong to Chandler Durham.
Do you know who the residence was of this apartment complex?
I believe it was.
I agree. He does.
Female. I don't remember her name.
Yeah, I think he's losing some weight.
What did you do with the items that you found?
The items that I found, I gave it to Investigator Belknap because he was the lead investigator on the search warrant.
And did you or Belknap prepare the search warrant for that residence?
Investigator Belknap prepared the search warrant.
report in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you wearing body camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as 6-3 Paul, and 4 Paul. Take a look at that.
He said he did not. He might be working out. Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
It's a rifle that I located in the closet, and the ID of Chandler Durham that I located in the shoebox was within inside of the closet.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the items depicted on your body cam that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 3 Papa, and 4 Papa.
No, Papa.
Those are admitted.
I'm now going to publish 3 Papa. And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury what is depicted in 3 Papa?
Yes, sir. It's an ID of Chandler Durham that I located within the shoebox inside of a closet.
And what else was in that shoebox?
A passport, I believe some debit cards, credit cards of Chandler Durham.
You may.
All right, here we go. They're approaching again. All right, y'all. Let's see. We might have a few minutes, a few seconds to get back. Let's see. We're all the way at the end now, y'all. Oh, it could have been. They had a good service for Rich Homie Quan, and the family let the public join in with them. I thought it was nice. Yeah, but the last detective I got on the stand, y'all remember, they said, "Where are your notes?" He said, "I can't find it." What you mean you can't find your notes? Did Love tell you to shred them? Shout out to Mbala lady. Hopefully I said it right. She said, "I'll shred my notes." They shredded them. And then we got this officer don't want to be filmed. Boy, you work for the people. You're an officer of the law. Now I don't want to be filmed. What you testifying for? I'm sure whatever you're saying is not going to be relevant. That's why they're approaching now. Thank y'all to the people that subscribe to the channel. I see y'all. Thank y'all. Yeah, so that supposedly he was not supposed to be seen, and the camera caught him because the prosecutor said it after the fact, after he was already videoed. Oh, he's not supposed to be on camera. The judge like, why didn't y'all tell me that? Matter of fact, he wasn't even supposed to be testifying right now. He's supposed to be the last witness of the day. So same old, same old.
Detective Starks, that ID, what was the name on that ID?
I believe it was Chandler Durham.
And what else did you locate or find in that shoebox?
It was a passport, and I believe some debit cards.
And did those items bear the name Chandler Durham as well?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish four And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury, what are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. We're looking at a rifle that was located inside of the apartment closet.
And where was this? I know it was in the closet, but where was this located?
On the shelf, I believe, inside the bedroom closet.
And the items that you found, what did you do with the rifle and the box containing the identification?
I notified Investigator Badnap, and he took collection of the evidence.
Did you do anything else?
No, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Detective Starks, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
You have been a police officer with Atlanta Police Department since 2012?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were part of a team that conducted a search warrant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I understand it was in November 24th or so, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were not the only person that was there doing the search warrant, correct?
I was not the only one there. You're correct.
Okay. My understanding is that you did not prepare a report, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. And my understanding is that there were a couple items that you just testified to and you talked about that you located, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have arrest powers, right?
Yes.
You have the ability to take out warrants for people when you believe that something awry has happened and a crime's been committed, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at this jury and can you tell them that you took out a warrant for a rifle found at this particular location for Mr. Marquavius Huey?
I did not.
You had the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
You did not.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the items in the shoebox. The items that you just talked about, you're not aware of any of those items that we just talked about being the result of any crimes that you took out a warrant for on November 24, 2020 for Mr. Marquavius Huey.
I did not take out any warrants dealing with the apartments or contents in the apartments.
You had the ability to take out a warrant if you believe that a crime had occurred with respect to these items that were located in a shoebox, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was November 24th or so, 2020. Did you take out any warrants in 2021 for these items that you just talked about?
No.
Did you take out a warrant or anything of that nature in 2022 for the items that you just talked about?
No.
And to this date, you've not taken out any warrants for any items that you found with respect to a rifle located at that location, correct?
You're correct, sir.
And the same would be for the items that you just talked about with respect to the shoebox, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. So this would have been a November 24, 2020 search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you locate a 5-star gold ring at this location?
No, sir.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you locate a bracelet, a gold bracelet or necklace or anything of that nature that you collected at this location that you believe was part of any type of crime?
No, sir.
Let's talk about, I think in the search warrant, detective, you talked about a need or desire to look for cellular phone information at that location, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you locate any cellular phone that would belong to anyone that would be the name Gary Holloman?
I located the cell phone on the couch.
Right.
And I turned it to Investigator Belknap. That's as far as I went with the cell phone. I didn't try to find the owner of the cell phone.
Okay. So there's one cell phone that you said you found. To your knowledge, as you sit here today and you look at this jury, you have no knowledge or information that a cell phone belonged to a Gary Holloman, correct?
I found the cell phone on the couch. I don't know who it belonged to.
Okay.
And I turned it over to Investigator Belknap.
You have no information or evidence that any cell phone was found belonging to a Domitia Coppage, correct?
You're correct. I don't know who the cell phone belonged to.
Okay. Just 1 second, Your Honor. Beg the court's indulgence. You did not locate strike that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective Starks.
Yes, sir.
Any other defense questions? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, any redirect? Go ahead.
Detective Starks, was this your case?
It was not my case.
Okay, whose case was it?
Investigator Belknap.
And for a search warrant to be valid, does it have to contain information that the evidence of the crime is likely to be found?
Sustained.
What does a search warrant have to contain in order for it to contain evidence, that information? Strike that. Let me ask a better question. What does a search warrant have to contain? Does it have to contain information that evidence of the crime is likely to be found at the place to be searched?
Again, Your Honor, that would be a leading question and also foundation.
Sustained.
Detective Starks, did you prepare the search warrant in this case?
I did not.
And as a detective, did you assist Belknap in the preparation of this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Did you assist? I'm sorry, who?
Objection to vague as well.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
What additional steps did you take in the execution of this search warrant?
The execution of the search warrant, I searched
But I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. Additional steps.
I don't know about additional steps, overruled.
My search and I advise Investigator Belknap of my findings inside the apartment.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
Oh, yeah, have a nice one.
Do y'all have a relatively short witness? Like an hour or less? Okay, bring them on.
The state calls will share that.
Okay, y'all approach real fast.
call that witness. It is somewhat shorter.
Your Honor, the state's gonna call Officer Christopher Collins to the stand.
Raise your right hand. This is my first testimony.
I do.
First, last name, of course, down into that mic, please.
Yeah. It's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that is CHRISTOPHER. And last name is COLLINS.
And Mr. Collins, were you formerly in law enforcement?
I was.
And how long ago were you in law enforcement?
I think I left being a police officer in 2019.
And when you were a law enforcement officer, how many agencies did you work for?
2.
And what were those 2 agencies?
City of Atlanta and the Roswell Police Department.
I want to take you to your time as a City of Atlanta Police Department, with the City of Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the City of Atlanta?
2013 to 2016.
And when you worked for the City of Atlanta, what ranking did you have?
Just police officer.
Did you work in a specific zone?
Zone 3.
And did you work a specific beat?
Yes, 13. It's 13's beat in zone 3.
And generally, where is that beat located?
That's like the furthest southeast you kind of get in the city. It's like if you were to cut like a pie of the city of Atlanta, start at Turner Field and go south.
What main roads were in the 1313?
Cleveland Avenue, Browns Mill Road, Jonesboro Road, and 285 actually cuts through the bottom of it.
You got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 124 triple C and 1 triple E. Tell me if you recognize what's in Stacy Exhibit 124 triple C and 1 triple E.
Okay, triple C, that's 2905 Springdale Road. It's a apartment complex. And then the other one is a house off of Ruby H. Harper, which is right near Browns Mill Road, near the old Atlanta Police Academy.
And looking at Stacy Exhibit 124 triple C, is the location of Springdale Road, is that in the 1313 beat?
No, that's in 311's beat.
1313.
1313. So when you like it would be 313's beat.
Okay.
So the 1 means morning watch. Just going off of my basic memory from when I was a police officer. But yeah, that would be 311's beat.
And then
that's 13.
1 triple E would be 313's beat.
Correct.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of streets? First at 124 triple C, that's in 311's beat. And then for 1 triple E, that's in 313.
Correct.
You're in this time the state would like to tender as a demonstrative 124 triple C and 1 triple.
Okay, 124 triple C and 1 triple E. They're admitted.
And first, I'd like to publish 1. We won't publish anything yet because we're having technical difficulties. I want to direct your attention to January 11th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to a 3424 Ruby H. Harper Drive?
Yes,
And is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
it is.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was a shots fired call. I believe there was property damaged. There have been
And did you
weapons
respond to that
discharged.
location with any other officers?
Yes, I want to say Officer Lucky responded with me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Officer Lucky responded with me to that one.
Okay. And if you can recall, what occurred when you responded to that location?
Without referencing my report, I know that there was a couple vehicles that had been damaged and a little bit of the structure as well.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived?
It would.
Got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 2 E.
Okay.
Some of you recognize 2 E.
I do. This would be a police report that I wrote that's been printed out.
And we'll look at that report, help you refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived at 3424 Ruby H. Harbor Boulevard.
Yes, it would.
Okay, you can take a moment, look at it, and let me know when it helps refresh your memory.
Okay. Yeah, this helps. I'm ready.
Okay. Do you recall what time of the day would you have arrived at that location?
That would be, this report was submitted in the morning. So let's see. Yeah, this is, looks like the report was submitted at 1:06 a.m.
Okay. And I'm apologize, you said you worked the morning watch?
Yes.
What was the time of the morning watch?
I want to say I got there at 10, left at like 6 or 7 in the morning.
So morning watch starts at 10 o'clock p.m.
10 p.m. Yeah.
and goes until about 6 or 7 a.m.
Yes.
When you responded at about 1 o'clock a.m., what did you see when you first arrived?
That there was like basically a couple vehicles that had been damaged. And I want to say the front door of the house had been shot as well.
Okay. And you said a couple cars have been damaged. Does your report indicate what cars were damaged?
Yes, it does. An Econoline van, that's a Ford van, and then a Chevrolet Caprice.
And where were those 2 vehicles located?
In the front yard?
And did you also say that there was a door that had been shot?
Yes, front door.
The cars, what if any damage were on those vehicles?
It was the windows were broken and another one had been shot in the front door. So it was a window and a front door of a car.
Now, while out there, were you able to see any shell casings or projectiles? And are you looking at your report to help refresh your memory?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. There were 24 shell casings, 9mm and 40 caliber that were there. They were in the street directly in front of the house.
And was there anyone home when you first responded to the location?
No, there was not.
When you responded to the location, you talked about being in the front of the home. Did you go anywhere else to check to see if anyone was there?
Yes, we checked the backyard and the surrounding area.
Now, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How were you familiar with that location?
I believe I've been on several 911 calls there in the past.
And were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
I was.
Okay. And who were the individuals that lived at the location?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the extent that it calls for hearsay.
How were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
Previous 911 calls.
And those 911 calls that you responded to?
Correct.
And when you responded to those previous 911 calls, did you interact with the individuals that lived at that location?
Yes.
And did you become aware of them through that interaction?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the individuals that you knew that lived at that location?
You had Rodney Sturkey and Thaddeus Bush.
And without giving me their full date of birth, what was the year of birth of Thaddeus Bush?
1967,
And what about the year of birth of Mr. Rodney Sturkey?
69.
The cars that were in the driveway, did you do anything with those cars?
Yes, we like ran them and through GCIC to see who they were registered to.
And were you able to determine who the cars were registered to?
Yes.
All right. And who were those cars registered to?
Sustained.
Now, were you familiar with any relatives of anyone, or were you aware of any relationships of anyone who lived at that home?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, Mr. Bush, were you familiar with any of his relatives?
Yes.
Okay. Who, maybe not familiar with, were you aware of who he was related to?
Yes.
Who was he related to?
Objection, foundation, and possible hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask, how were you familiar with Mr. Bush and who his relative? I'll withdraw that question. While on scene, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses? Without telling me what they said, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Were they able to provide you information about the incident?
Yes.
Were there any other cars that were in that area that were not damaged?
There were a few cars in the yard that were not damaged.
Did you have anyone else come out the scene to assist you with that investigation?
Yes.
Who came out?
My supervisor and a crime scene technician
Okay.
came out.
Who was the crime scene technician that came out?
I'm gonna have to spell the last name.
Okay.
FLEMISTER.
And let me ask you, what was there a case number associated with this report?
Yes, there's always a case number.
What was the case number that was associated with this report?
Looks like it was 15013 012300.
Okay. Now, when you were on the scene and you know that it was shots fired, did you do anything to ascertain if there were any victims of any shootings?
Yes, that's searching the yard, trying to make contact with anybody inside. And then we also call, or at least have 911 call the local hospitals to see if anybody came in, like if anybody brought themselves into the ER.
At any point while you were on scene, did either Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey arrive on scene?
I believe they did.
Okay. Do you recall if both of them arrived or one of them arrived?
If I can look at my report, I can let you know.
Sure.
Mr. Sturkey looks like he arrived on scene.
And were you able to speak with him when he arrived on scene?
I was.
And was he able to, provide you any contact information for himself or for Mr. Bush?
Yes, he provided contact information for both.
Were you present when the crime scene tech was processing and collecting the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. After the crime scene processed the evidence and you wrote your report, did you have any other involvement with responding to that location?
No.
I want to direct your attention to January 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2905 Springdale Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
I believe there was a shots fired call at that location.
And what time did you arrive to that location?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head without referencing my report.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Let me make sure. No, I don't. This is not. I mean, I know the person that wrote it, but that's not mine.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong report. I apologize. Okay, now looking at 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Yes, I do. This is a report I wrote.
I went the wrong report.
That'll help refresh your memory as to
She wrote it.
what time you responded to 2905 Springdale Road. 2905 Springdale Road on January 28th, 2000.
Yes.
She wrote the report.
What time did you respond?
Looks like 12:16 in the morning.
Oh man, that's funny.
So just after midnight.
And why did you respond to that location?
Shots fired. Apartments were damaged by gunfire.
Now I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit 124 triple C. Okay. And looking at 124 triple C, if you could just orient the jury to what we're looking at as Exhibit 124 triple C.
Sure. To the north is well, it's older now, but at the time it was a newer Walmart on Cleveland Avenue. And then you go down Springdale Road, this apartment complex would be on your right. And if you kept driving south on Springdale Road, you'd hit like the airport parking lots, those types of like park and ride places. 85 is to your east, and then Sylvan Road to your left.
Okay. And is this the location that you responded to back on January 28, 2015?
It was.
Did you respond with anyone else?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
Officer Robinson.
And what did you find once you responded to that location?
There were four, I would say they're like apartment / townhouse style living, but there were 4 units that had bullet damage to them.
And did you have the occasion to go in and look for the damage at the 4 apartments?
Yes, we checked all 4.
And when you first arrived, did you encounter anyone?
Yes. There's no way to know how many 911 calls came in, but at least the one that got dispatched to us, we met with that 911 caller.
And do you recall how soon after you arrived on scene that you met with that 911 caller?
Almost instantaneous.
And was that 911 caller able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
Yes. I believe that 911 caller had video surveillance that he showed us.
And did you look at the video surveillance?
I did.
And based on looking at the video surveillance, what if anything did you do after looking at the video surveillance?
After we looked at it, we basically like analyzed that there was a silver, like mid 2000s Chevy.
I'm gonna object to the hearsay. And the best evidence.
I believe that he could testify to what he saw on the video surveillance camera.
Are we gonna have, you watched it, you looked at it?
Yes, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
okay, overruled.
So Tundra, what did you see on the video surveillance camera?
We saw a silver, like, I guess you would look at it closely as like a mid 2000s sedan, like a Chevrolet Impala sedan. It's like a cop car. It's a very common car.
And what did you see? Tell them what you saw on the video surveillance.
We saw a 2000s silver Chevy Impala.
And did you see this?
You see
the
it.
Chevy Impala do anything?
It drives by and shoots at the apartments.
Okay. Are you able to see anyone inside of the Chevy Impala?
It's impossible to make that out in the video.
All right. And in looking at the video, were you able to see where the Carter shots were being fired from?
I don't think it has that much detail.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to whether or not you saw?
It would.
Okay.
If you want me to read it, I can. Okay. Yeah, in the report, it says that there is shots being fired from the front and the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And after watching that surveillance video, were you able to see yourself, there were any shell casings out in front of 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes. We recovered quite a few shell casings. If you want a specific number, I need to read for it.
Okay.
There were 17 9mm casings recovered in the parking lot.
Can you speak into your mic? 'Cause I don't think I-
Sorry, there were 17 9mm casings recovered from the parking lot.
Once you were able to see the video surveillance, what, if anything, did you do regarding the Impala?
We would have put a lookout over the radio for the Impala, see if it was involved in anything else.
To see if there was what?
See if it was involved in anything else. Alert other police officers if they happen to see it driving by.
Did you do anything to determine whether or not there were any gunshot victims from this scene?
Yes, checking the apartments, calling the local hospitals, doing all of that kind of.
Now, you said that you went into each apartment. I want to start with the first apartment. Do you remember what the apartment number was for the first apartment?
That one was P1.
Okay. And was there anyone at home at the time of the shooting?
Yes, that was the. Yes, that one was occupied.
Okay. And who was in the apartment?
Last name was Anderson, and two people with the same last name, Anderson.
And what year were they born?
1950, 1951 and 1947.
And was there any damage to their apartment?
Yes, no one was injured. In P1, there was just property damage to the structure. So the home had been shot itself, like walls, doors, etc.
And you said there were holes. Was there 1, 2, 3, or 4 holes within their structure?
There was, it looks like, one bullet hole through the front bedroom and damage to an interior wall. So it may have been from the same projectile.
After leaving that apartment, did you go to another apartment?
Yes.
Which apartment did you go to?
Apartment P2.
And who resided in apartment P2? Or did anyone reside in apartment P2?
Yes.
Who resided in apartment P2?
Last name is Mack, M-A-C-K.
And was that the same individual who was the 911 caller?
It was.
All right. And did anyone else live in that apartment with him?
Yes, his girlfriend, last name Curry, C-U-R-R-Y.
All right. And what was Miss Curry's year of birth?
1997.
Okay. What, if any, damage was there to that
In the report, it says there were several bullet holes into apartment P2. No property damage except the structure.
At this point, that the witness not read from his report, if it needs to be used to refresh his recollection, that's fine.
All right,
Sure.
so just, if it helps refresh your memory, read it, and then if it refreshes your memory, you can testify from your
Got
memory.
it.
All right. Were there any projectiles?
I'm gonna have to read to give you the specifics on that.
Read it, and if it refreshes your memory, then you can let us know.
Got it.
Like, read what I told you to read last night. We wrote
Yes,
this
there
together.
was one projectile that was located inside the apartment.
Read what I told
Now,
you to read.
after leaving that apartment, did you go to the next apartment?
We did.
And was there anyone occupying the third apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quickly to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Okay. No, that was unoccupied at the time of our arrival.
Did you enter inside the apartment?
We did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find once you went inside the apartment?
I'm gonna have to refresh my memory by reading real quick.
No problem.
Okay. I'm ready for your question again.
Sure. Was there any damage inside of that apartment?
Sure.
Yes, it looked like there were 2 TVs that have been damaged, and we did find a projectile. The back door was unlocked. 2 TVs downstairs were on.
And what was that apartment number?
That was apartment P3.
And then did you go into the fourth apartment?
I did.
And what was that apartment number?
P4.
And was that occupied by anyone?
I'm gonna have to read to let you know.
Okay.
Yes, that was occupied by, it looks like 2 persons.
And who were those 2 individuals?
I'm gonna read them real quick. Apartment P4, last name was McCurdy, MCCURDY, and the other last name was Daniel, DANIEL.
And what was the year of birth of McCurdy?
1970,
And what about Daniel?
1989.
And was there any damage to that apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quick to let you know. Looks like a bedroom mirror and some of the walls were damaged. We located 2 projectiles there.
At any point while you were on scene, did the occupant of apartment P3 arrive on scene?
They did.
Okay. And who was the individual that arrived on scene?
I believe the last name was Smith.
And were you able to speak with that individual?
Yes.
And was she able, without saying what she said, was she able to provide you any information that assisted you with your investigation?
She was.
Now, did you have any crime scene techs come out to the scene?
We did.
Okay, which crime scene tech came out to the scene?
Sanders was the last name.
And were you the officer that directed her to all of the damage and projectiles that were found at the apartment complex?
I was.
After speaking with Ms. Smith, talking to all the other residents of the apartments that were damaged, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
All right, court's indulgence for one moment.
Yeah. Not the Bud Light. You know what, Jiggy?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this gentleman.
All right. Mr. Short, if you. Okay.
Shar gonna get his TV time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yeah.
my understanding, you arrive at the scene and one of the residents shows you their surveillance video.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. At 2905 Springdale.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed that video?
I did.
Were you the only officer to view the video?
I couldn't remember. This is from several years ago.
gotta talk about
In that video that you watched,
Mhm.
there appeared to you to be one car involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that one car that appeared to be involved, according to the video, was a silver Chevrolet Impala or a similar car.
Yes, the taillights are awfully specific on that car. So that's what it looked like to me.
Okay, but it was definitely silver.
Could be a variety of gray. It could be anything.
Okay,
But
gray or silver.
sure.
Sure. Okay. And that video that you watched,
hmm
did you collect that video?
I have no idea. I mean, if it's listed in there as being put in like on a thumb drive, then sure. When a case like this typically happens, it gets assigned to an investigator and they would be the ones to retrieve it, or a crime scene tech, not necessarily the responding officer.
Would you have, if you didn't collect it, would you have alerted the investigator?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And do you personally know where this video is now?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other defense counsel questions? No. Any redirect? All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
And we're going to adjourn for the day. So I think y'all may know we have a somewhat, just slightly late start in the morning. Y'all may not know. 9:30, one of your number needs to deal with something early in the morning and believes that they can be here by 9:15 or 9:30. We're just going to make it 9:30. So all of y'all make your arrangements for us to start at 9:30 in the morning. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts of any sort. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
So we done. So y'all think Lil D gonna be here tomorrow? Cause we need to spice this up. They dragging it now. They've been dragging it really.
GG. All right, I think that for us, we might still come at, y'all can sit down. At 8:45, because I feel like we maybe have things to go over. I know Mr. Steele just sent several new motions in limine. Y'all should have your witnesses ready to go at 9:30. Is there any issue remaining with witnesses? I know Ms. Love, you updated us over the lunch hour, I believe, with when and where there was notice of the newly re-added witnesses. Is there any issue about anybody now? Okay, all right.
If we can just have some idea of what witnesses they plan to call on tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any update on Mr. Zachary?
If he's out tomorrow, we're gonna put him
Okay,
out tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
so that one is just kind of an unknown. If he gets released, he's gonna come straight here, it sounds like.
that's the intention.
And beyond that, who do you think?
Beyond that, Your Honor, these are subject to being called. These are the ones that we have in line. We have Ms. Coppedge, Jenkins, Bowers, Kelly, Tullis.
Hang on, slow down just a tad. Everybody's sort of jotting it down. All right, so this is who you expect to be lined up calling tomorrow.
This is who we have lined up. And if we don't have Mr. Zach.
Understood. Okay, so can you run through that again a little more slowly?
Yes. Miss Latners, I should have started with her.
All right.
Miss Coppage. Jenkins. Crime scene tech, Jenkins. Bowers. Also crime scene tech. Former GBI analyst Kelly. Crime scene tech Tullis. Former, oh wait. And we are confirming some other people we don't want
Y'all ain't confirming nothing. Y'all don't have nobody.
to speak out of turn, but I believe we have a couple others that we are confirming.
Let's wrap this up. The state needs to go ahead and rest.
Y'all had mentioned Montgomery before as a maybe today witness. Is that going to be a maybe tomorrow witness, or is that the?
That was Montgomery Porter.
Oh, Montgomery Porter. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she putting all her eggs in one basket. Exactly.
Okay.
The deep in the came in there and told her.
Work.
That helps.
Okay.
Fifth Amendment.
Thank you. All right. So I just feel like if I tell y'all 9, we'll have 45 minutes worth of things to deal with instead of 30. So let's plan on 8:45. Yes.
Can we, I believe that Mr. Atkins had introduced or intended to introduce a specific exhibit 38. Yes, please go ahead. He'll address it.
Your Honor, I just wanted for the record, for identification purposes, Supervisor Traughber, who testified this morning, he referenced his report, and so I wanted to introduce for identification, it's his crime scene record, so that it's in the record as 32 Delta Delta Delta. I didn't have the exhibit sticker on that when I showed him this crime scene report. So I just wanted that to be in the record.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right. That's admitted.
And Your Honor, the last thing I wanted to ask, just because we just discussed it, is would the court permit, if the state finds specifically on the CAD report and 911 call that the state, Mr. Matthews, and the court were just discussing, for a 5-minute argument in the morning if the case finds an appropriate case to share?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your
Sure.
Honor.
And would the state mind, I'm going through the in-camera on the communications between the state and the various attorneys for people who have pled. Do y'all mind getting me the executed plea acknowledgement for whomever y'all sent me over the correspondence for? Because I know it's somewhere and I could probably sort through and find it, but if y'all could just get them to me, it'd be easier. Because I've got sort of the drafts going back and forth, but I don't know what the end results look like.
I will. I think that we filed them in Odyssey.
And I'm sure that they are
we'll get
somewhere,
them.
but
We have them. We will give the court
that'd
that
be
signed
great.
copy. Yes.
That would be great. Thank you. Anything else before we close for the day? Okay. All right, so take a look at, and I don't know how soon we're going to get to the various things that are addressed in Mr. Steele's motions in limine, but take a look at those in the event that any of that is anything we're going to be getting to soon. All right, I'll see everybody at 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and y'all at some point, you might want to just make sure that the evidence up here is in order.
All right, y'all. I had put the link. Anybody want to come up and have any final comments? If not, we get out of here early. Thank y'all for popping in and liking the video. And for the ones that want to come back, subscribing to the channel. Boy, y'all are running it up. Oh, love. Yeah, so maybe Lil D comes tomorrow. Who knows? Y'all gonna have me back to back tomorrow? Yeah, today was draining. Today make you want to take the day off tomorrow. But I'm gonna try to come back for sure. We might have Lil D. I don't want to miss Lil D's testimony. I do not want to miss Lil D's testimony. Yeah, thank y'all to the. I want to thank again Blue Skies, Pete. I want to thank I Am Shout for becoming a new member of the channel. Not just a member, but he also a gold member, might I add. But he also backdoored with a super chat. So thank you so much for that. And for the people that simply just like the video, subscribe, and just simply sat in and watched. Thank y'all. Because I know y'all could have watched it any other place. And thank y'all for watching the interview with Lil D's sister last night. If y'all haven't had a chance to watch that, go and watch that. I think we got some good information from her. So hopefully, you know, her brother gets his attorney to work out his situation. She said, can I get a recap? Yeah, it wasn't nothing to recap. They called in a whole lot of picture takers. If you got a wedding coming up and you need a photographer, we done seen about 3, 4, or 5 of the crime scene techs that took a lot of pictures. Yeah. So that's all you missed. Hey, maybe Santa Claus will. Who knows? So come on here. Thank you again, Keys Mobile. Thank you to Keys Mobile and Jiggy for coming up during the lunch hour to sit up here and talk with me. He said 88% of the state witnesses have been in police uniforms or jail uniforms. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. Yeah. You see that boy Woody busting there with a suit. Stop playing with it. Came in there with a suit on him. Y'all ain't saying nothing in the chat. That boy came suited and booted. Oh yeah, thank you, Queen T. The judge made a good point earlier today. She said that some of these crimes are individual crimes that the state is trying to make it seem that they're on behalf of YSL, but she has no proof they're on behalf of YSL. You just got a random person committing a crime. Imagine a police officer is charged with a crime. Would you charge the whole police department because one officer who happens to be a police officer of a police force does something wrong on his own time? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And it's the same thing with the Rico case. Just because somebody do something on their own time and they happen to be a member of the chess club or the basketball club, the domino club, the YSL label, music label, that don't mean that they did it on behalf of the music label, the chess club, the domino club, the card club. They did it on their own time. So I think that should have been pointed out a long time ago. It's circumstantial. It's a circumstantial case. And like the judge said, you can use circumstantial evidence to prove your case. But that doesn't mean you get to bring in anything you want to as evidence, such as a 911 call of a random car getting stolen. And then they called in the theft of the car an hour later. Somebody said, was it insurance fraud in the chat? I don't know. That's what somebody said. Don't get me the line. Somebody said, who waits an hour to call? Now, was it an hour when they noticed it was stolen? Was it an hour when they noticed it was stolen, or was it an hour until they called the police? I mean, did y'all walk outside and say, oh, it's been an hour? Well, the thing is, how would they have known it was stolen an hour before? I mean, did they have surveillance video? That was weird right there. And then the owner of the car had someone else call in on his behalf. And how you gonna have another grown man call and report your car stolen when you're standing right there? Somebody said they waited so they could hide the car. Come on. Come on. Hold on, let me see something. It said they waited so they could hide the car. That's crazy work. They waited to hide the car, y'all. Let me see something right quick. Yeah, I don't know who. Okay. All right, y'all. Thank y'all again for popping in. Let me see. When you commit a crime in a car, you think a witness could have seen you report the car stolen. When you commit a crime in a car and you think a witness could have seen you, you report the car stolen. I mean, that makes sense. Imagine if somebody drive away from the police, a high-speed chase. You don't go home and park that car in your yard. You better make your way to the police station and say your car wasn't out there. So maybe they did, right? Jiggy say allegedly. Don't put them in that. Okay, she said, great work. TalkThatLaw as usual. Chad, y'all keep me laughing and learning. Hope everyone has a good evening. It's been real. Yeah, thank you so much for popping in. All right, y'all. Y'all still hanging around. We give y'all one more chance to. Y'all got something y'all want to come up and say. If not, we're gonna go in 20 seconds. Somebody say, what still say you don't have to wait, Judge. You don't gotta wait 20 seconds. You don't gotta wait 5 minutes. If you're gonna throw me in jail, throw me in jail. That's what Brian Steele told Glanville. He said, put me in the cell with my client. You don't gotta give me 5 minutes to go in your chambers and come back out. I'm ready to go right now. Shout out to Brian Steele. All right, y'all, let me get out of here. Thank y'all so much. So Chicky Brewer, thank you so much. You have a great sense of humor. Thank y'all. And I do plan on coming back tomorrow if work doesn't interfere. But I don't have court scheduled so far for tomorrow. There isn't much to talk about today. Word, laugh, and learn, and healthy debates. Best chat gang and channel on YouTube. Thank you so much, Jiggy. Good night, good people. All right, y'all, let me go. Before I go, let me get my legal disclaimer so y'all don't run off with no lies. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good one, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Let's go.